Yeah. Hey y'all, this is Ishnai Ciarfox and welcome to my stream. I'm gonna do the new event, kinda. Sort of, over here. It's only like 2 of the days are open for it, so... Loach Pearl. I've yet to figure out what I use for the Loach Pearl. It might be a potion or something. Probably should teleport straight there. I They seem to be getting along pretty nice.
Looks like you're having fun. What's the occasion this time?
Oh, do I spy a traveler
No.
and a Paimon? We were just talking about you.
Yeah.
This is more serendipitous than finding Mora after face planting on the road.
I mean, that's a description.
It's been too long.
No, I mean...
I'll bet you have some thrilling new tales from your journey to fill me in on. I can see it in your eyes.
Because, they were at the Lantern Rite
Excellent.
for this year.
I knew I could count on you. What were you talking about before we got here? Something fun? Or something delicious?
We were talking about one certain traveler and how two's company but three's a crowd, as the inseparable duo tore around Tibet, making 4 friends here and 5 more there, often at 6s and 7s as they braved the lakes and seas, collecting pieces of 8 and countless other treasures. They clearly must have 9 lives.
I mean, I guess.
Let's hope they have less than 10 deaths.
I make no promises about that. Me and Gravity are, like, worrisome.
What the? It just gets worse and worse.
Are you expecting anything else from Hu Tao?
Shortly, you may attend a grand banquet at Stone Gate. All will be dressed to the nines for majestic food and fine wines. And after 8 long drinks and 7 shorts, they'll each write 6 lines 5 times. You've been to all 4 corners of the world, so in 3 short seconds, can you guess from these 2 stanzas of one speech each what this event is about?
Hell?
Correct! It's a poetry gala, and Mondstadt and Liyue are hosting it together. Do you still remember the promise I made to the distinguished director
See?
here during the Lantern Rite? Oh, something about writing poetry together?
That's right. At the dinner table that night, I just knew this young bard was a rare talent with exceptional taste.
Please don't start rapping.
It's rare to encounter such a kindred spirit. And now, I've finally seized the chance to collaborate. It took me much trekking across the land to petition Eugene Terrace and contact the Knights of Favonius, but eventually, in the spirit of friendship and poetry sharing, I managed to successfully organize the neighboring nation's congenial poetry gala.
You might want to work over that, name.
Bit of a weird
Yeah.
Liyue's
Say, workshop
poetry
that
is
name.
far and wide, and Mondstadt is the city of wine and song. With 2 nations teaming up, it'll be double the fun, and a great chance for people from both places to get to know one another. Hu Tao and I will be the co-hosts for this poetry gala. Of course, I haven't studied the various forms and formalities of Liyue poetry for very long, so please forgive my dreadful performance just now.
I feel like it won't be that dreadful.
Not at all, Venti. You followed my lead most excellently.
You flatter me.
Get a room!
Well, this sounds like fun. Let's get involved.
Forsooth, I am wont to dabble in verse. Not how you use forsooth.
Oh, Paimon, sure you'll be amazing. Remember that time in Liyue when Paimon gave you the first half of a couplet? Wind rises, winds never churn. You came up with the second half right away.
Fuck. Okay, but this sees. Good that my character remembers.
Oh, looks like someone's got a knack for this. Perhaps we'll have to raise the difficulty a little.
No.
Alright, so basically you guys are here to discuss the activities for the poetry gala, right?
No.
Oh, looks like little Paimon's brain has gained a wrinkle or two. You
Yeah.
guessed it so effortlessly, but you still guessed it wrong.
Are we here to annoy Zhao, to come?
Huh? Wait, Paimon guessed wrong?
We came here hoping to invite a special guest.
Yeah, I was right.
I already told you, I'm not going.
Chao, you're here too!
He's always here.
Never having penned a verse myself, how could I hope to judge the poetry of others? Besides, afflicted with karma as I am, the raucous atmosphere you are cultivating is precisely the kind which I must avoid, as you well know.
Angsty McAngst.
Hey now, there's a first time for everything, right? We all start from itsy bitsy spider, but give it a shot and
I'm a little
you'll be
teapot.
wandering lonely as a cloud in no time. And you don't even have to join us in person if you really don't want to. You can just watch the party from a nearby mountaintop and cheer us on. But at least head down and take a look first. It's right by the inn, and there's plenty of fun activities to get involved with. It can't hurt to take a quick walk and check things out.
Besides, with the renowned traveler here, what is there to fear?
Join us on a date. I mean, just me and you. The other two, nah. Or three, including Paimon on that.
Consider it.
Oh, good sweetheart.
It's nearly time. Why don't you all head to the venue and take a look around? Quite a few of your friends should have arrived by now.
I wonder who.
Yes, that's right. Venti and I still need to discuss the poem for the opening ceremony. So, we'll catch up with you later. Plus, our Adeptus friend might need a bit more convincing. We'll see if we can coax him down.
Like a cat.
Gotcha!
He'll
we'll
only
be
come
on our
down when
way
he
then.
wants to. I wonder if Kazuha is going to be there. He does poetry.
Wow, it's so lively! Didn't think there'd be so many people here already.
Yeah, I knew that.
And a lot of them are familiar faces. Let's go say hi.
Knew that you two would be here.
Well, look who's here. This poetry fest seems to have attracted talent of the highest caliber.
You're not talking about me. Please.
Hey, Shincho and Changyun are here too.
I was actually heading into the mountains to train, but he accosted me on the way and dragged me here.
Surprise, surprise. Oh, I guess this is showing up because I've never...
Oh, how your words wound me. Is it not the responsibility of an exorcist of Liyue to ensure that this celebration of friendship between our two nations stays free of evil spirits?
I feel like this is manipulation.
Besides, this is an excellent opportunity to meet heroes who have come from far and wide. Surely, you must be curious as to how that heroine of Mondstadt was able to lift such heavy objects like they were but a feather.
You know,
Are you
powers.
talking about Noelle? Yeah, she's super
Oh wait,
strong.
no, she's Brock.
Oh?
I mean Geo.
Well, since you are so well acquainted, could we trouble you to introduce us later?
You have a crush?
Okay, fine. But don't forget to help me with my investigation like you promised. That's the only reason I agreed to come at all.
Huh? What investigation?
Naturally, I could never forget such a thing. My word is my bond. Relax, dear Paimon. All will be revealed in time.
How about now?
Okay.
Are you sure that wasn't really an evil spirit?
Open your mind to all possibilities, and I'm sure you will find the answer.
I suppose that's true. Hey, wait a second. You're not planning on telling everyone here, are you?
You think Hotao is doing this, you know, to maybe pull out his spirit again like before? Just saying, so. general question. Back to certainly head. I didn't want to talk to you. I wanted to get this ready. Hi. Diona!
Traveler in Paimon? I didn't expect to see you here.
Same.
Here to mix drinks? That's right. I was specially asked to attend this event on behalf of the Cat's Tail, and I'm also here as a mixologist representing the Mondstadt wine industry.
How is that going to destroy it?
You're representing Mondstadt's wine industry? Oh, you must be hating every minute of it.
Yes.
Of course I hate it! But it's also a perfect chance to destroy the reputation of Mondstadt's wine business once and for all! Opportunities like this don't come around every day, you know.
Head pats. Okay, little one.
Huh? How do you figure that? All I need to do is add some gross ingredients to the drinks, and I can create the most disgusting concoctions imaginable. No,
You know they put
whoever
scorpions
my wine
in
from Mondstadt
drinks.
again. Paimon thinks you'll end up getting the opposite result. Just you wait. I ain't about to mess this up.
Don't overwork
Are you
yourself.
gonna write some poetry with us too? Poetry? I've heard plenty of bards sing in the tavern before, but I've never tried writing any myself. You should join in. It'll be fine.
If I have the time. Okay. Hi, Noel.
Mika! Noel!
Oh, it's the Traveler in Paimon.
No, it is not. I already own Nika.
Are you here
Amika.
for the neighboring nation's congenial poetry gala as well?
No, and I hate the name. I have her too.
You said that with a straight face? Is Paimon the only one who thinks it sounds weird?
No. Are you, is,
Representatives? No. Nothing fancy like that. We were sent here by the Knights of Favonius to help maintain order and set up the venue.
cool.
But I didn't really do anything useful so far. Noelle brought all these tables and chairs here from Mondstadt by herself. She's a true knight.
Are none of the Mondstadt people actually doing the poetry
No, that's
contest?
just not true. Your efforts were indispensable. You selected the venue, drew up the layout, and so on. Also, you're the true knight here. I'm still in training. If anything, I should be addressing you as sir.
I don't think he'll like that.
What? No. Please don't. Just keep calling me Mika.
Why does it feel like these two could keep this up all day?
You are not wrong.
Anyway, Master Jane did say that as long as we keep on top of our work, we should take a look around while we're here and get involved in the poetry gala
good.
as much as we can. But I haven't written much poetry before, so I'm not sure if I'll fit in.
You have to begin somewhere.
I actually have the same concern.
There's a first time for her.
Plus, you won't be alone. We're joining too. The Traveler's a really good writer, you know.
Yeah, but Ishnai has not published anything.
Really?
Even a fan fiction.
In that case, we'll try our best too.
Perhaps the challenge of writing poetry is a rite of passage that all who wish to qualify as a knight must eventually face.
No, but I mean, go on.
Paimon wouldn't go that far. But
Shut up,
anyway,
Paimon, it's
no
my
better
line.
know now. See you soon.
Sure. Maybe you can teach me a thing or two.
X'd out.
Oh, Mika beat me to it. I was gonna ask for help too.
We'll write together. Sudden gust of wind forces everyone to briefly to shut their
Poems and
eyes.
melodies wandering the wind, wafting to pastures
Adoro.
beyond their home.
Two greedy fishies struggling to swim. They ate so much that they're starting to groan.
Animal crystal fly draped in gold robes, a bright little light from that glazed lantern glows.
Finches pinch the rice and scoot while the boars of the forest anxiously root.
Welcome one and all to this festival of poetry, jointly organized by Lua and Mondstadt.
Or, in full, the neighboring nations
I repeat, I
Congenial
hate.
Poetry Gala. We're your hosts, Liyue's verse monger of the darkest alleys, Hutao.
And Mondstadt's liquor-loving lyricist, Venti
I
the
bet they were
Bard.
having fun reading
The
that line.
purpose of
Look.
this event is to promote friendly poetic
Lyrics, ugh.
exchanges between our two nations. So please, have fun, talk to other people, and make some new friends.
Make
If you're
new
here,
friends.
you're our guest. So
The
please
kitty,
enjoy this
oh.
Poetry Fest.
I'd also like to reassure everyone that this event welcomes people of all skill levels, from first-time rhymers to seasoned songwriters.
Don't write
If you ask
songs.
me, the most important
I
thing
write
that can bring to writing
tragedies.
poetry is authenticity. That means reaching deep down to all the thoughts and feelings you usually hide away or struggle to express, and putting them into words, just right from the heart in whatever form you like.
If you struggle
help
to
everyone really
express
cut
it,
loose
that
and
means
enjoy
that
themselves
it's
to
hard
the
to write
fullest,
poetry about it.
Venti and I have carefully prepared 3 themes to be revealed over the course of 3 days.
Oh no.
Let's get right to it. The first theme is Riddle Me This.
Well, fuck.
Solving riddles, huh? Interesting. It's actually a pretty good choice for a warm-up activity.
No.
I'm glad they're not making us write sonnets or something right at the start.
Sonnets.
Does
Sonnets
everyone
is
see the
easier than trying to do
lanterns hanging
haikus,
around the
though.
venue? These have been specially prepared for the riddle game. Simply write down your riddle and hang it on a lantern. Then Venti and I will select a few to pose to the crowd, and you will try to solve them.
Call me the Riddler,
We'll now
because
give
I'm
you
not
some
going
time
to do this
write
very
down
well.
and hang up your riddles.
That
Feel
was a
free to
horrible
walk
joke.
around and talk with the other contestants to get the creative juices flowing. And remember, whoever guesses the most riddles correctly will get a prize.
And with that, the neighboring nation's congenial poetry gala has officially
My eye
begun.
actually starts twitching every time you say, they say that.
Oh, let's see what's on this lantern.
L.
A tender sigh for home, how far the flowers roam. A visitor asks me why, for a dream beyond the sky. Okay, someone from Liyue definitely wrote this one.
I just read that one too. Liyue's poems seem pretty difficult to grasp.
I prefer them.
Sky? Is it talking about some kind of bird?
So it means something like, this thing's really far from home. It's in a vast area, and it's flying really high. Is that it?
Very
Oh, you're amazing, Paimon! Oh, it looks like I still have a lot of learning to do.
It's nothing, really. Once you've spent enough time in Liyue, you just sort of pick up on these things.
Do you?
Oh,
Well, then again,
I know
there's
exactly what you
the
mean.
storytell.
Back when I was out with the Grandmaster on the expedition, I started picking up some local customs without even realizing it.
But back to the riddle. We still haven't actually solved it. What could it be talking about?
Something that flies high and far. Oh, that makes me think of dandelions.
Oh, that makes sense. And Mondstadters believe that dandelions can carry your feelings on the wind.
But maybe we're missing something? It can't be that easy. After all, it's a riddle from Liyue. What would their equivalent of the dandelion be? If there even is one. What do you think, Traveler?
I think dandelion is
Great! Then we'll have one answer ready to go when the game begins.
the important thing is it's authentic.
Just like Venti said. As long as the interpretation makes sense and reflects our perception of the poem, then perhaps there are no wrong answers.
That's not how riddles
Well,
work.
no matter what the real answer is, the guessing's all a part of the fun.
That's why I don't like riddles.
go look
No,
at the
I don't
next
like the
one.
guess.
Oh, yes! I want to see if there's any Mondstadt-style riddles.
Would you bet that this one will be?
This one says, oh, this handwriting is just awful.
Shh, stop making fun of my handwriting.
I have 4 corners like
Okay,
a square
just making sure
pancake,
that the...
but I'm stuffed and seasoned and carefully baked. I pass through the lips one piece at a time. The more you consume, the broader your mind.
A book?
Oh, wow, Paimon's drooling from that one. Is there really a food that can make you smarter? Paimon's gotta try that.
No.
Oh, Paimon. You have to look past the surface level meaning with riddles, or you'll fail to plumb their depths.
Plumb their depths.
So have you got any ideas, Shinjo?
Well,
Xingqiu just hung that riddle up a moment ago.
Oh, so this is Shinjo's riddle. You know, Paimon was expecting you to write something a little more elegant.
this festival is about building friendship and mutual understanding. With so many friends from Mondstadt present, I thought I'd try writing something more accessible and less flowery, so that more people could enjoy it.
Hey, not bad. So, buddy, does that mean you can tell your old pal Paimon the answer on the sly, or...?
Not a chance. You'll have to wait for the answer to be revealed, just like everyone else.
Meanie.
Were you really expecting
If
anything
that's how
else?
you feel, why don't you try and stump me with a riddle of your own?
Fuck.
Maybe Paimon will. We'll see who stumps who. Traveler, you'll help Paimon come up with a riddle, right?
I think we're both stuck up a creek. Without a paddle.
At least you're nice to Paimon.
Only
Then I
tangentially.
look forward to seeing the fruits of your literary labors.
Ha! Prepare to get stumped. Scatter.
That did not mean to do.
Even though Paimon said she'd write a riddle, Paimon really doesn't have any clue how.
Same.
Let's start by reading a few more of other people's for inspiration. On four long legs my slim body sits. I eat not a bite and drink not a sip. With a passionless face I greet countless guests, whom I carry all day without needing to rest.
A chair.
Is this talking about some kind of animal?
A chair.
It's a chair.
Bitch, I got it first.
Huh? Diona, how did you guess it so quickly? Wait, were you the one who wrote it? No, of course I didn't write it. The answer just popped into my head. I'm always telling the cats in the tavern that the chairs get tired from working all the time, so they shouldn't use them to sharpen their claws. Oh, okay. So a riddle needs to have a bait and switch. Are you trying to write one? Yep, and thanks to you, Paimon's just thought of one.
Oh god.
Maybe I should try to come up with one too. All right, Paimon's riddle is now hanging up. Diona, do you want to know the answer?
That's not how that works.
No need. I don't really care about winning a prize. Oh, okay then. Well, looks like it's time to carry on with the event. We should regroup with the others. Sure, have fun.
Other ones that I can... It's got no wings but flies in the air and never gets tired of flying. I wasn't finished. Well, the thing is, the first thing that came to mind was balloon. But then I had the ship with the sails, I guess, without. Make the obvious ones there. Up there. Finally!
Hey, looks like everyone's about done mingling and riddling.
Riddle me
Gather
this.
round
Sorry.
and look this way. Venti and I have selected several riddles from everyone's contributions, and we added a few of our
Oh, no.
own to the mix for good measure. Shortly, we'll randomly select a few to read aloud.
Could it be Abyssal Mages?
If your riddle gets selected, remember that you have to announce the correct answer at the end. Anyone who guesses correctly gets 1 point, and if nobody guesses correctly, the writer of the riddle gets a point.
Of course, when the riddler reveals the right response, it only counts if everyone agrees that it's not too far-fetched.
That's right. Now, if there are no more questions, it's time to reveal the first riddle.
Hopefully they'll draw at least some that I can get. Oh no, does only the first person to solve it get the points? Ugh. That means I have to be first to raise my hand.
I know, right?
Please choose Paimon's riddle. Please choose Paimon's riddle.
Riddle number 1. Let me see here. Ugh. This riddle is, unique, especially the handwriting. I have four corners, like a square pancake, but I'm stuffed and seasoned and carefully baked. I pass through the lips, one piece at a time. The more you consume, the broader your mind.
No, it's fucking mine. Get it right.
They drew Shinchos.
Better answer as quickly as you can. You don't want someone else beating you to it.
You brat.
No, it's a book. Sorry.
Even without the author coming forward, I can confidently declare this answer wrong. I mean, how does eating pizza broaden your mind?
Bitch. Pizza's pretty awesome.
And while I'm no expert in exotic dishes, if I'm not mistaken, pizza is round, is it not? Like Mora meat?
Poor Paimon.
But eating pizza makes you happy, and being happy makes it easier to face problems that need solving. So...
I mean, you're not wrong.
Okay, Paimon admits she may have jumped the gun on this one.
A little bit.
Maybe it's some other kind of food. No.
It's a
never that
book.
simple, and it needs to be something that makes people more intelligent.
If Paimon had known it was gonna be this tough, she'd have read more books in her time. What is it? Have you got it? Huh? Oh, Kabucks! The answer is bucks!
That was quicker than I expected. I was quite proud of that one.
Oh, it appears the riddle writer has announced the answer. Okay, 1 point to Paimon.
Why is it not me? I was the one that figured it out.
Huh? So the answer was books? Oh, no,
I was the one
that... Come on, Mika.
First one to say it.
Concentrate.
We're awesome at this! Oh, what Paimon meant to say was that you're awesome at this. Thanks for the point, Traveler.
Bitch.
On to riddle number 2.
I gotta get in there first this time.
Sweetheart.
High above the wispy clouds, amidst the gloomy snow-filled shroud, standing alone on an icy stage, beneath it every lowly sage. Looks like a poem from Leela.
High above the wispy cloud. Mountain? Mountain?
Oh, it's...
I got it!
Oh, sweethearts.
Looks like those two have some ideas. Could it be some kind of plant that lives in cold, high places?
Mika, please go ahead. As a full Knight of Avonius, you represent all of us from Mondstadt here.
No, how could I? It was you who thought of it first. You should be the one to guess.
My answer isn't necessarily correct. Besides, it's first come, first served, and you beat me to it.
No, I didn't. You were just before me.
Just shut up and say.
How gracious and considerate our fellow competitors are towards each other. A wonderful sight to see. How about both of you say your answer at the same time? If you're both right, you'll each get a point.
Whoops, I didn't realize we'd made such a scene.
Oh, crud. I guess we dragged that out a bit. So, Noelle, what do you say?
Yes, let's. Our answer is...
Cecilia!
Oh, that certainly sounds like a good candidate for the correct answer. A flower that blooms on the highest peaks and known for its exquisite beauty. The Cecilia is held by many Mondstadters to be the true wind bloom.
There's a lizard behind you. I want to catch it.
Although, since the writer hasn't yet come forward to announce the answer, this probably wasn't the answer they were looking for. Sorry. Any other answers?
Oh, I can't believe I was wrong. Maybe it's a plant from Liyue.
If it's a plant from Leeway, then it's the ones. Oh god.
Is the answer Genshin?
Yeah.
The poem does evoke a strong sense of quiet, proud solitude in a high place.
Correct. I wrote this one. Genshin is the right answer. No! Shinjo got it before Paimon could.
Yeah, it didn't remember how to say the name of it.
However, after listening to the host's description, I do remember reading about Cecilia flowers in a book once. They definitely fit the description of a
Your
pure flower
eyes-
standing proudly and alone
Are
on
you
high.
an Ocean or whatever? Ocean did?
So, I'd like to approve the answer from our two friends from Mondstadt as well.
Really? Oh, thank you so much.
Well, since even the Riddler themselves agrees, all three contestants earn a point each.
Darn it! Shinjo's caught up to Paimon already.
Only just getting started.
You're probably right.
No, I'm not.
Moving now to our third riddle. Huh? Why is the handwriting so floaty? What's got no wings but flies in the air, never gets tired of
Oh,
floating up there.
yeah.
So full of mora it comes out the nose, but in the sea, glug glug glug, down it goes.
That's Paimon's. They picked Paimon's riddle. Yay!
Oh, good job.
What is it? Why isn't anyone guessing? Is Paimon's riddle too hard?
That's not quite it. More like, it's so
Oh, it's
ludicrously
Paimon.
simple that we just cannot
Paimon.
believe it.
What? No way! Well, go on then. Tell us the answer if you're so sure.
Just realized it's
The
Paimon.
answer is Paimon.
What?
It's Paimon.
I was actually gonna say Paimon too.
Me too.
No! You're all completely wrong! How the heck did you all think the answer was Paimon?
Paimon, do you have wings behind your back?
No, that's a scar.
No.
You're always floating, but you never seem to get tired of it.
I know, right?
And Paimon has a very healthy appetite, which must cost the traveler a lot of mora and meal expenses.
I know, right?
I've heard from the senior knights that the traveler rescued Paimon by fishing her out of the sea. So, that means Paimon can't swim. So if she fell in the sea, then...
Glug, glug, glug. Wait. Now Paimon's doubting herself. What was the answer again? No! You're all wrong. The answer to Paimon's riddle is obviously the Jade Chamber! You know, the Jade Chamber that's always flying up there in the sky?
Is that so? I still maintain that the riddle actually describes Paimon more accurately. In fact, if we just added 2 more lines to the poem, it would be the perfect riddle.
What do you want to add?
The traveler's companion and talkative guide.
Talkative.
Praiseworthy presence always by their side.
Aw, do you mean it? Can we really add that part?
I can vouch for it.
You think so
love and hate her.
Okay, then Paimon would like to announce that the correct answer to the riddle is the widely adored Paimon!
Great! And with that, the widely adored Paimon has gifted a point each to everyone who answered just now.
Riddles and giggles.
Guessing riddles is a lot of fun. And even though Paimon didn't manage to beat Shincho, Paimon still
Shincho.
feels like she got a little smarter.
That's good, at least.
Oh, didn't Changyu mention he was investigating something before?
I feel
Let's
like
go ask him about it.
Kazuha should be here, because it's poetry. I know he's not from here, but I mean... He was with the pirate mommy.
Hey, you two!
Oh? Hi, Paimon. You know, for a moment there, I was worried I might lose to you.
Not being gracious.
Oh, are you collecting your prize right now?
I am indeed. Though, if you really want it, I'd be more than happy to give it to you.
Is it food?
Seriously? Wow, what is it?
A most generous donation by yours truly as director of the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. Namely, a buy one, get one free coupon for our high-end customized service package. It's a pleasant surprise to learn you're so interested in it, Paimon.
I love you, Tao.
Nope, nuh-uh, no thank you, hard pass, you can keep it.
Are you sure? In that case, I'll gladly take it.
Here you are. Now remember, this package comes with our anytime, anywhere,
At least he's planning for the
on-demand
future.
collection service. Just give us a call and we'll be right there. With any luck, we'll still show up even if you're unable to call.
Yeah.
So, to what do we owe the honor, Paimon?
What do you mean we? Changyun's the one Paimon's looking for, not you. Wasn't
Rude.
he saying something about needing help?
Oh, yeah.
How about I put it in riddle form?
Let him speak.
Huh? Isn't the competition over?
No,
It
apparently.
was like a demon not demonic, or devil devoid of the diabolic. Afar it floated free above the ground, but when approached, though sought, naught could be found.
Is it the hot, sexy Yaksha?
Sounds to me like you encountered a ghastly little ghosty in the wild.
Perhaps I should just explain it.
Good.
Basically, while I was training this morning, I suddenly caught sight of a non-human entity.
Cool.
It was floating in the air without any kind of external aid, and its body was almost transparent. At first I thought I'd finally encountered a demon that wasn't repelled by my pure yang spirit, and immediately prepared to exorcise it. But none of my methods had any effect on it. And when I went to try and get a closer look at it, and tried to ascertain what I was dealing with, it disappeared into thin air.
Is it a Sealy?
You're sure it's not a ghost or spirit of some kind?
Quite sure. I could sense that it had a physical body, and if it were a spirit, I'm sure it would have been scared away long before I saw it. It's all my fault. I got overexcited, and in my haste, I didn't ascertain its true nature before
Oh,
taking
poor
action.
boy. Head pats.
Thinking back on it, if it wasn't an evil spirit, maybe I offended some kind of adeptus, or illuminated beast.
Well done.
You shouldn't blame yourself. It was something you'd never seen before. Anyone else would have reacted the same way.
Would they?
Besides, we're making up for it now by doing our best to find out the truth.
Any thoughts, Venti? Have you managed to untangle Chongyun's twisted tail?
Why don't you take a guess first, Hu Tao?
Oh, that means you have.
Yes.
I can't be absolutely certain, but I'm reasonably sure it's not what Liyue would call an evil spirit or demon. So whatever it is, it's not dangerous.
To us, but what if it's dangerous to others?
How about this? We can incorporate a search element into tomorrow's poetry
But
activity.
that's not poet.
Oh, does that mean we get to play outside while we write poetry?
We're already outside.
Close, but no. Good ideas could just pop into your head out of thin air, but if you ask me, everyone should relax tonight and get a good rest before tomorrow.
You want us to drink?
You say that, but your gaze keeps drifting over towards the wine stand.
I called it. That's really pretty, actually. Girl, what the dove? We have to do that before the next thing opens. Because the other... Vtuber? Six hours. Okay, cool. See what horrible things are over this direction. We'll just see the initial. Then we'll go with the Hydro Daddy. And I have enough for the detective dude. I don't remember how to say his name. What are you here to torture me with? This type of game is inspiring, sure. No! Traveler, good timing. I happen to need someone to playtest my new game. Save me. Look here, I'm calling this Inspiration Eruption. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if... You know. There's fanfic about it. You mean drinking, more drinking? Ha, hilarious. Though using wine to let one's creative juices flow is certainly a good idea. No, I don't believe that, because I've tried. My creative juices do not flow out. There's probably a fanfic, yeah. My creative juices do not come out when I get drunk. I just... or drink. However, wine alone is not truly extraordinary. Before we write a poem, we have to seeking out inspirations. Some like to travel, some prefer solitude, while others really enjoy to stimulate their creativity. It said creative juices. On there. You've read a few? I'm not surprised. Most of the time we feel like we haven't found our muse and become anxious and depressed. But in truth, inspiration has already visited us. Man, this is Wendy's. Inspiration has always visited us and left its mark inside our heads without us ever knowing. At the right juncture, they will become a bursting out and take the form of a great poem or painting or something else. As a painter, that's not true either. Basically what you do is you work even if there's no inspiration, so that when you have inspiration, it flows out through there. Your turn. Of course, the process of making poetry is quite clear and easily understood. No, it is not! It absolutely is not. It's per person kind of thing. It just so happens that there's a few tabletop game designers in Mondstadt that have interested in my idea. After some discussions, a few brainstorming, we finally came up with Inspiration Eruption. You can try it right now if you're interested. Play a few rounds, we will become a poet. Bite me, I'm already a poet. I'm... Really? It's fighting. Yes, that's not how inspiration works. Unless you're a fighter. Inspiration crystal. Oh, it is Friday the 13th? Yeah, it is. I'll give it a try. And no, I won't be inspired. I have to use a different one. No, I don't. Wrong combination. Yeah, I know. Such inspiration. Beating up things, watching them die. You know, that's very, very poetic.
Propagate! Spring forth!
Ha! Sa! Jia! Jia! Ha!
Ha!
Ha! Jia! Jia!
Inadmissible evidence!
Sa! Sa!
Ha! Incinerate!
Ha! Jia! Sa!
Motion to compel!
Use
Sa! Jia! Ha!
against that. Okay.
Ha!
I did it correctly.
Incinerate!
Torrent, bring refuge! Allow me! Ta, ta, ha, ta, ha,
Just showing the first one. I'll come back through and do the other ones later.
Motion to compel!
Get a taste of it.
Crumble!
Wrath of the flame!
hold the line!
Boom boom!
Ha, jia, jia, ha,
Ha!
ta,
Ha!
jia,
Yeah. Rise! This
quickly.
is order.
Motion to compel!
ta, ha,
Jia!
ta, ta,
Ha!
jia,
Boom boom!
jia,
Scatter! Ha! Incinerate!
ta, ha, ta, ha, ta, ha, jia,
Ha!
ta,
Boom boom!
There we go. Did I do it well enough? Not quite, but oh well. I'll come back and do that later. Like I said, I was just showing it off. Alright. The one's over here. Nice looking. Is it another fight thing? Huh? Now shouldn't be too difficult. I beg to differ. I will make it difficult. Setting up the gamers. Have you heard of 100 pace hurling rights? Want me to check? Sorry, that's what rights means here. Learned about this game from an ancient book. Let me briefly walk you through. The traditional rules dictate that all participants in this game must be sitting down as part of the rites. What the fuck? You must also adopt a special sitting position, which I will not demonstrate for you at this time. Is it because you're what you're wearing? No, it says it. Fuck! It's a rhythm game! Fuck! For example, first. No, this is a way to. You remember this. Remembering them is my job. You saw me fucking playing Loser to Drink and Write a Poem. Can't really do that now, can I? Did you not see me try and play Melody of Memories? I should have read that. I did not. Sure. Troubled. Oh, good that it's... Oh, you said it was something. Oh, I'm allowed to move. Okay. Oh. Keep holding it, I guess. In certain... Okay, I have to hit the slight one. Sorry, I was totally not paying attention to the, you know, requirements. If you couldn't tell. Now onto the... I did not do that. Say it was a rhythm game. I didn't hear any rhythm part of it. Yo. Next painting is right. It's this one. What are you doing? Why am I caring? You are... Ishnai. No, your reputation precedes you. I wish not. I heard so much about you from my colleagues, and I was wondering if you'd grace this grand event. I mean, they should rename this event. As luck would have it, here you are. It's truly an honor to meet you, please know. There are many things I wish to introduce you to, but before that, allow me to introduce myself. I am Bello, a painter. You should be quite familiar with this profession, no? I mean, I am a painter in real life. Arts and other stuff. In addition to being a painter myself, I'm also an art conservateur. I also write, but yeah. No matter what kind of damage a painting has suffered, whether it was burned, chewed on by rodents, rotted by mold, or any similar matter, as long as it is in my hand, I can restore the painting to its original, most perfect state. Restoring paintings, do you just repaint them? Kinda. Haha, of course not. Were I just to repaint exactly what they were, that would be called copying. What we art conservators must do is restore a piece of artwork to its original, pristine condition. Every detail from the colors to the brush strokes, even the materials of the canvas itself, must be exactly the same as the original painting. How complicated it is, isn't it? It takes an exceptional painting skill, as well as uncommonly keen and detailed image perception. Which is why I haven't been able to hire many capable assistants. Do not look at me for this job! I mean, if a painter has both exceptional skills and a keen perception of the smallest details, do not look at me, oh my god! Then why not just focus on their own work instead of having restore that of other artists? Well, I mean, one of my roommates was kind of into that. Not to mention how this job doesn't pay well. Not wrong with that, and how people often think of us as a bunch of copycats with mediocre skills. Every job needs to be done by someone, wouldn't you agree? Yeah, that's why I murder people. Hi, Eastark! Thank you so much for the hydrate. How are you doing? Art is a precious thing, and outstanding painting can carry history, stories, and emotions. And of course, its market value. Of course, that's the most important part. No matter what others think, as an artist myself, I will not stand idly by and watch those paintings deteriorate. But as I just said, this job doesn't pay well and is often misunderstood. Can we get to the point? Though I've been busy trying to recruit assistants, as you can see, as of now, I'm still the only one doing the job. That's why I'm here today. I want to educate people about what art conservators do. Sorry. And perhaps I'll be able to recruit a few more people this way. However, though I've yet to find an assistant, I've received numerous commissions to restore ancient paintings. Why are you looking at me this way? These old paintings come from Mondstadt and Liyue. They include landscapes, figures, animals, and even crayon drawings from children. Restore crayon... in principle, as long as it's a painting. It's not a painting. It's a drawing. There's a difference. Stark has been in here before. Besides, even the child's crayon draw— yeah, it's a drawing, it's not a painting. There's a difference. Contains the hard work they poured into it. Who's to say that it's not their first step to becoming an artist one day? I mean, artists these days can also use crayons to create good art. Your expression says you haven't. It's understandable their parents come. But no, not at all. I'm absolutely not exasperated by these sorts of requests. I just have to study crayon drawings a bit. As you can see, I'm the only one here, but to restore a painting, I need to go out and find the relevant scenery painted therein. You need the scenery. Indeed, not only that, I also have all kinds of research on the material. For example, how the scenery and animals depicted looked like at the time they were painted. Unfortunately, the paintings I'm currently commissioned to restore aren't too old, so things couldn't have changed drastically, of course not. I was about to head out and study, but look, as you know, the wilderness is a dangerous place for those more adept with the brush than the sword. That's why I like to ask you to find the relevant scenery for me. I'm not autistically I am autistic, but I'm not artistically gifted. Yes, I am, just because my... Well, the thing is, I also wasn't streaming for a month. Oh, well, nearly a month, because, you know, hospitals are fun. Heart, looks like this photo. Remark the key location. All you need to do is find location. So I just need to take photo. Aesthetics and artistic sense. Let the paintings linger in your mind. Fuck, it's just a picture of a paint. This is hallucinating, yeah. To me, art is a type of... See a doctor. Capture the hallucination in detail and express. Just studying the photos I give you will surely fill the artistic hallucinations. Find a better word! Trust this task to you. Why? And I shall start restoring these paintings. Right, the next one is... yeah. Okay, like I said, we're only going to be doing one. Alright, Dark. That works. We're only doing one. Oh, it's the winery. White chocolate, yeah. do I need to get out? Special camera. Doesn't have anything there. Huh. Okay. Well, I have all of them for this one at least. I need to do leeway. I'm talking to Leanne. Oh, we need to start over at the other place rather than this place. Cool, I'm just gonna... Like I said, I'm just gonna show how to do each of these, and then we're gonna go, you know, with Hydro Daddy. Wait, it's up? You mean it's at the top? Oh, I just see that now. Ah, I'm blind. Fa la 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 la. Just don't name your child East West. I have to move. Alright, that's what you're supposed to do. Cool, cool. Alright, let's go see Hydro Daddy. And we'll come back to, most likely, a lot of it will be unlocked events for next Friday. For the stuff, so... Okay, where... Wrong button. Wrong button! Yeah. Paimon is curious about Neuvillette. I wonder... I'm also curious about Neuvillette. And how many different ways all the people say his name. Even within this game. A familiar threat. Yes, I am a threat. Hi.
Wait, did I hear that right? Monsieur Neuvillette, are you sure you'd like to take over the case yourself?
Ooh.
That's right.
Oh?
Oh, but why? Technically speaking, cases like this are better left to the guards.
Yars.
Neverlet, Sedin, hey there! What are you two talking about?
Something we will stick our nose in.
Ugh, Traveler and Paimon, please help me talk our Chief Justice out of this. He wants to investigate a case on his own.
Do they have wings, or is it not just a tail, but actual wings?
This is completely
Sorry, I just
unprecedented.
realized.
How can we have the Udex acting like a private detective? Hmm?
Planning to break into a new industry.
Thank you for your concern, but I currently have no such plans.
Damn, don't take our jobs.
Oh, apologies. I took your question in earnest, but it now occurs to me that it was most likely in jest.
He's autistic. I love it.
So, what is it exactly? It sure sounds serious if it's something you've got to investigate personally.
A Melusine named Kiara received a threat letter.
Okay.
And then?
That is all the information I have acquired at this stage.
He's very protective of them.
Huh? I have no idea why you're so hung up over this. I've checked the schedule in advance, and it seems like there aren't any trials today. So, if you insist, I have no objections.
Yay, let's go to date. Go away, Paimon.
Thank you for understanding. I will leave a note explaining my absence on my desk. I would appreciate it if you could take it to Lady Farina. She may have no interest in official affairs, but standard procedure dictates that I'm still responsible for reporting to her.
Yes, understood. I'll come back later and deliver the note to her.
He skips.
Judging from Sedin's reaction, it must be pretty rare for you to investigate stuff personally. What's so special about this case?
It's a mezzanine.
I cannot tell you just yet, but it reminded me of certain past events. There could be complicated conflicts of interest behind all this, so I must eliminate all risks in advance.
Conflicts of interest?
Come on, stop being so secretive! We still have no idea what's going on!
As usual.
It is not my intention to keep you in the dark, but I need some time to revisit those memories and collect my thoughts.
Memory time!
Long story short, a little more than 400 years ago, I became the Udex of Fontaine and initiated a series of institutional reforms.
So, okay. So 500 years when the
There
whole...
were few people I could trust, but I had two subordinates who were exceptionally trustworthy and capable. Carol, a Melusine, and Vautrin, leader of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
They must have been amazing people to receive such high praise from you!
Indeed. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to protect them.
Aww.
The reforms damaged the interests of some, and the more conservative faction took advantage of Carol's identity to instigate political unrest. Ultimately, they wanted me to yield more of my power.
Are we Game of Thronesing this?
The incident resulted in Carol taking her own life, and Vautrin being exiled. From then on, I've been especially careful when dealing with cases related to Melusines.
Yeah.
All Melusines used to live a secluded life away from human society.
Oh, it's good that I'm figuring this out now.
I granted their wishes when some of them, including Carol, asked me to bring them to the court of Fontaine. Many common folk believe that I share a special bond with the Melusines, and whatever they do can be traced back to me.
Yeah, apparently in some of the official thing is people seem to think that he's the only male mezzanine rather than what he is, which is the Hydro Dragon.
Some of them, especially those who hold a grudge against me, exploit that belief and stir up conflict over Melusines in an attempt to lay the blame on me. I have nothing against the opinions of others, but the moment a whirlpool of conspiracy forms, it inevitably affects the innocent. It has already happened once, and I want to make sure it does not happen again.
Good boy!
Even so, why do you have to be the one investigating? There's the guards, the Maréchaussée Phantom, and the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol. Aren't they more than enough to figure out what's going on?
Bitch, let me spend time with Neuvillette.
Based on prior experience,
Neuvillette.
there is a high chance that those who hold hostility towards me do not belong to the same department. The political system of Fontaine is relatively complex, and involves the interests of multiple different factions.
So just politics in general.
However, since I am technically an outsider in Fontaine, a lot of trouble could be avoided if I personally took on the case.
Being the Udix.
Outsider? But aren't you the Chief Justice of Fontaine? Why would you be an outsider?
I understand where you are coming from, but there is not necessarily a connection between my responsibilities and how I perceive myself.
You perceive yourself as hot because you're definitely hot.
You know very well about my true identity, and have even met others of my kind in other nations. Even though I was born with a human form, there is a fundamental difference between dragons and humans. Taking on the role of Chief Justice does not make me a part of this community. In fact, the status I was granted has prevented me from forming deeper bonds with others. I have lived in Fontaine for a long time, but I do not belong here. That is why I call myself an outsider, a fish out of water.
We're also outsiders.
Yeah, we have nothing to do with all those organizations anyway. So how about we come
We're
with
doing
you on
Hydro
your
Daddy's,
investigation?
you know, personal quest line. Because he's so hot. I mean, I would have done it anyways,
Let's team up and round up all the bad guys lurking in the dark.
Dinner, nom nom.
That does not sound like a bad idea. I rarely investigate cases on my own, but with professionals like you
I am
around,
no fucking
I'm sure it will
professional.
go
You
a
are
lot
making a
smoother.
huge leap in logic for that.
Oh, Paimon's starting to get a little embarrassed. Just leave it to us.
I will write my note of absence right away. Let us depart together once I'm done.
What you thinking about making dinner?
Let us go. We should visit Ciara first and try to gain a better understanding of the situation.
His walk, his shoots, thigh highs.
So Neuvillette feels like he doesn't truly belong here in Fontaine, but is that really true? Paimon feels like he has a kinda skewed perspective on a lot of things. Anyway, let's catch up with him first.
Is Traveler gonna teach him better?
Paimon's been thinking. You called yourself a fish out of water, right? But since you're the Hydro Dragon, would a dragon out of water suit you better?
Shut up, Paimon.
Thank you for your suggestion. I will consider using the more accurate term in private occasions. Please allow me to rephrase. Has a dragon out of water?
Ugh. That sounds kind of weird. Let's stick with the previous version instead.
It's cold out. The clam chowder sounds excellent, actually. I haven't had that in a while. Loading. Just realized how low my is. I'm smart. Could have probably teleported there faster.
The weather's amazing today.
Ciara.
Doesn't have wings.
Huh? Monsieur Neuvillette! And you are?
Just a traveler.
Oh, I remember. You're the Traveler and Paimon. I've heard about you.
Oh no.
Aw, she's adorable. Hey there, it's nice to meet you.
Thanks for the compliment. Is there anything I can do for you?
I heard from Sidine that you received a threatening letter.
A threatening letter? Oh, right! I remember now.
The letter fell through the crack in my door as I was
Yeah,
heading
she doesn't
out
have
this
wings. Why
morning.
does
It
Celine
said
have
something
one?
about catching me, so I thought someone wanted to play hide and seek.
Oh, sweet summer child.
But Sidine told me it was a threatening letter, and that I could be in danger. But that's not gonna happen with everyone looking after me, right?
Sweet summer child.
Have you run into any suspicious-looking people recently?
Other than the Traveler and Paimon.
Suspicious-looking people? What counts as suspicious?
Someone who follows you.
Ah!
Did you think of something?
Nope. I don't remember meeting anyone like that.
I want to hug you. You're so adorable.
Do you still have the letter with you? I want you to show me what it says.
Oh, let's see. Found it.
You carry it with you. I mean, that's...
Now then, get lost. If you don't leave the Maréchaussée Phantom, I will come and catch you in person. Don't say I didn't warn you. A simple threat. Neither the handwriting nor the content itself reveals anything about the writer's intentions.
I think the intentions are pretty clear.
We can't rule out that possibility. Since you can't think of anyone suspicious, I will be heading back to the Palais Mermonia to review some official documents.
I feel like Charlotte is over there in the bushes since we are out and about talking.
Kiara, you should come with us. It's safer if you stay close by.
Unless it's the bad guys.
Sure. Wait, no. I still have a case to work on. I promised Alof that I'd check on her place later.
But you are being watched right now. Going off on your own could be dangerous.
And that's where we come in to help. We'll stay with Kiara and make sure she's safe.
No promises.
With us around, anyone scheming to hurt Kiara can forget about it.
You're also volunteering me for this.
Thank you, Traveler. Big Sis Paimon.
What, I can't be Big Sis Traveler?
Don't worry, your big sis Paimon is super strong.
No.
All right, let us go our separate ways for now. Please take care of Kiara.
I want to spend time with you.
We'll take her to a lost place right away. See you around. So, Kiara, how old are you?
Let me think. 1, 2, 10? I can't remember.
Well, at least this is, like I said, revealing more about...
I remember coming to the Court of Fontaine with Carol and Neuvillette. That must have been a long time ago.
About 400 years.
Carol? Didn't Neuvillette mention her just now? That was more than 400 years ago. Why would Paimon be a big sister to you?
My memory isn't that good. But Carol told me I could address others based on how I feel about them. Paimon feels a lot more grown up than
Feels
me. So
on the bad
you're a big
memory.
sis.
Huh. Paimon sees. Hey, Traveler, did you hear that?
Russell, Russell, Russell. Hi, Charlotte.
Strange. Paimon felt like someone was following us.
Kiara, you're here. Huh? Wait, aren't these two...
Nobody's. Now continue with what we're doing.
They're the Traveler and Big Sis Paimon.
I thought so. What brings you here?
You're protected.
Did you run into any trouble?
It's not really trouble anymore with us around.
Up, Paimon.
May I begin inspecting the store as planned?
Of course. Go ahead.
No hazards detected. You've cleared the inspection. Seems like the criminal from that case last month never set foot in here at all.
That was quick. What were you inspecting?
Your brain.
I took a look around the shop. Neuvillette says that us Melazines have special eyes that can see things people can't. Things like bloodstains. No matter how hard you try to clean them up, we Melazines can see the residual stains for some time. Pretty cool, huh?
That may be a bit creepy.
All right. Now that you're done inspecting, can we have a chat? Hear me out. I'm planning to release an outfit for children next month and wanted to hire you as my model. Is that okay with you?
That's adorable.
Of course! Is there anything I need to do?
Keep being adorable.
Please wait a moment while I take your measurements. The sample should be a perfect fit.
Seems like they get along really well. Huh? What are you looking at?
Is it a Carol?
Is there really someone watching us? Shh.
I mean, a Charlotte?
Let's
Excuse
sneak
me.
over and take a look.
I mean, you can go over there and take a look, so we don't, leave.
I think light
Yes.
and frilly clothes look best on
Make
you.
it Lolita.
You definitely look cute wearing them.
I love them too! Especially the soft and fluffy kind.
And make it steampunk Lolita. That'd be awesome.
I love them too!
Normie. Hi.
Strange. Why isn't he back yet?
Ooh.
Gotcha! Charlotte, what are you doing here? Oh, wait, don't tell Paimon you're the one who sent Kiara that threatening letter. But you don't seem like the
Tell
type
her everything that's going on.
Threat letter? What threat letter?
No idea.
This is starting to feel like an interrogation. Okay, I'll be straight with you. I don't know the slightest thing about that threat letter you mentioned. I only wanted to follow Monsieur Nouvelette and request an interview with him.
You want to interview him?
That's right. I'm not the only one, you know. Interviewing him is every journalist's dream.
Cool.
But it's not an easy task to accomplish. The Palais Mermonia rarely accepts appointment requests from us, and we never have the chance to interrupt when the court's in session.
He's 40% more time. Yeah, I know, right?
So imagine how surprised I was seeing him out on the streets today. It seemed like you were investigating something too. The perfect opportunity to whip up an exclusive, don't you think? Of course, I'll make sure to turn in my manuscript to him for review. I have my principles, and I'd never publish an article without the consent of all parties involved.
Then that makes you a stenographer for the powerful rather than, an actual journalist. But that's just my opinion on the matter.
Yeah, we're doing a secret investigation that can't be made public knowledge.
I see. Well, if you say so, I guess I'll put this matter aside for now. Oh, what a shame. Chances like this don't come by very often, you know.
Like, if you let the people in power,
In
review it.
exchange, could you tell me what the threat letter is about? I swear I won't tell.
X it out. X.
All right, then.
Also, we're not looking after Kiara.
What? Someone's targeting a cute little Melazine.
We're still not paying attention to her.
Not so loud.
Can we look over and see if she's...
It just so happens that I did an interview with Kiara. Last month, in fact. It was well received by our readers, so I was planning to continue the series. And now someone's coming after
We
her.
suck at bodyguards.
I'll ask my colleagues about it. Who knows? We might find something. And don't worry, I know what I'm doing. This secret's safe with me. But I gotta warn you, even if I keep my lips sealed, others will know eventually.
Why?
People care a great deal about Monsieur Nouvelette's each and every move. Some may have already realized that something was up. Besides, the case involves Melazines, so... Anyway, I'll get going now. Watch yourselves, all right?
Well, that was a nice chat. Let's head back and check on Kiara.
I know, right? Be ashamed if she wasn't there. Oh, hi, Clorant.
What do you think? The design looks pretty good, huh?
I don't get to see.
Huh. It's very pretty indeed.
You know that button is having a hard time there keeping... Stop.
Clorant, what are you doing here?
Actually being a bodyguard?
It seems that you just showed up out of nowhere.
Nah.
As I passed by the Palais Mermonia, I heard that Nouvelette was investigating a case with you. Technically speaking, he and I are under an employer-employee relationship. It didn't feel right to have my employer personally take on such trivial cases. I happened to have some time at the moment, and came to take a look. I sometimes have my clothes custom made at this boutique, in any case, so we always have a lot to talk about.
Can we fix that button right there that looks like it's gonna burst? I mean, I'd love the view and everything, but I mean...
Neverlet sure is lucky to have someone like you.
Leave this to me. You should go meet up with Neuvillette.
Okay then, we'll leave Kiara in your hands.
Yeah, she'd be safer.
Let's go find Neuvillette.
How has your work been recently?
Same as usual. My schedule normally isn't too packed, so I have plenty of time for myself.
Especially saving, you know, blonde-haired diver from, say, the primordial sea.
Ooh, then shall we go out to play? How about a beach vacation, like last time? I've even signed up as a volunteer lifeguard. I'm really good at swimming.
That's not
so
a
I'm sure I can
vacation.
help.
That is not a vacation. But sure, little one, sure. Staring off into space.
Oh, you're back. Is everything all right?
Yes.
We ran into Cloran. She offered to help us protect Kiara.
That is good to hear. I trust her abilities. It looks like Kiara is in good hands.
We thought so too. Well, did you find any leads?
I've been looking over the case records, specifically inspection reports submitted by Kiara and major cases I've judged over the past decade.
Especially since she's been around for 400 years.
I've come up with two plans. On one hand, I could start with Kiara and track down the group behind all this step by step. On the other, I could also analyze the conflicting interests of these major cases and confirm my suspicions if there is indeed a mysterious
Don't
group
ask me
that
which
bears a grudge
strategy
against
for
me.
this. I just hit things.
They both sound like pretty solid plans, but can you really finish browsing through all these documents? That's a lot of reading even for Paimon.
Well, first of all, his memory. Second of all, he reads faster than you, most likely.
Don't worry. I'm a fast reader when it comes to official documents. After all, I have several hundred years of reviewing under my belt.
We'll help you read through them. We have nothing else to do.
Paimon, do you not understand legalese? Legalese is really hard to read for those who aren't inducted into it.
Thank you. I will continue looking through the ones piled up on the desk, but feel free to browse through anything else in this room.
If you couldn't understand what Al-Haytham was going on about with his book, I can't help. I have to read this. The defendant has confessed to his crime and was declared guilty by Lex Neuvillette for sexual. The Duke will be exiled to the fortress of Meripede, where he will serve in his sentence. During the trial, Neuvillette remained silent for a long time. There's been several severe bribery scandals within the Guards. Special Security and Surveillance Patrol has investigated the case. All suspects involved have been arrested. The suspects have confessed to their crimes. Of the Representative Council's proposal. Smuggling case was solved by the joint forces of the Guards and the Phantom. Principal offenders have received judgment based on the severity of their crimes. I don't know why I'm reading it like this. It's to keep me entertained. Please refer to the appendix for the list of names. That's not even a good accent. I don't know why I'm using that accent. The Representative Council has... I'm just jumping through accents at this point. Has filled a request to collaborate with... whatever Phantom on certain public events. Based on the research, they... Am I actually doing a stupid French accent that's horrible? That reminds me of the Monty Pythons. Oh well! Based on research, they believe... Yes, it is, actually, now I think about it. The hamster in your father's... Or is it your father was a hamster and your mother smelled of elderberry? Leave the Monsieurs and enhance the popularity of these events. The Phantom is yet to respond, however, it has not prohibited the Maisonniers from participating in such activities. Okay, I'm having one of those nights. Everything's making me amused. Calas, the boss of Spina di Rosia, has defeated in a duel and died of serious injuries. Okay, now I'm going with the Scottish. In defense of his honor, has now come to a close. Yeah, I'm going to the Scottish. I don't know what accent. It's going all the way across the European board. Defendant did not raise any objections throughout the trial. It reserves judgment in this case. The details are still under investigation.
Have you made any progress?
I mean, these weren't written in legalese, but I mean, cool.
We skipped through some of them, but there wasn't anything useful. Oh, there are so many documents lying around. Just how many cases have you handled?
Just a few.
I would love to answer that question, but the truth is I've never made a precise calculation myself.
Oh, sweetheart.
If memory serves me right, there should be at least 100,000 cases. The documents you see are just a small fraction of what's really there.
Whoa, that's a lot.
No, it's just a few.
Looks like the work of a Chief Justice isn't easy at all.
That might be how it seems from another's perspective, but trials and official duties are, to me, simply routine.
Yeah, but simple routine can get boring sometimes.
There are
How
many
about you go on a date
documents
with me?
here. Take a break if you are tired.
I don't wanna.
You read Paimon's mind.
Yeah, go rest, Paimon. I want to spend some more time here.
All right. Let us take a break then.
Us? Are you gonna autistic me? And I love it more? Going from an autistic person. Paimon, shut up.
Even though resting is a part of taking a break, shouldn't we at least talk about something?
I beg to differ. Sometimes resting involves not talking.
All this silence is making Paimon feel really awkward.
I'm quite good. Yeah. Okay.
Please pardon my lack of consideration. People rarely come to the Palais Memonia for matters outside of work. To be quite honest, I am not sure what we should do.
Sweetheart.
Would you like to have some drinks, perhaps? You must be thirsty after all that work.
Ooh, drinks! Thank you! Paimon wonders what Novelette likes to drink.
Water.
Oh, maybe he's a fan of really fancy wines.
Fancy waters.
He seems like the type of person who'd own an entire winery. You know, like D-Luke.
No. Novelette momentarily leaves and brings back several exquisite wine glasses.
What's inside these glasses? It looks just like water.
Paimon, shut up.
An astute observation. It is indeed water.
So it's just plain old water?
Paimon!
What did you think it was?
Since you're the Chief Justice and all, Paimon thought you'd prefer something more...
Foot in mouth, Paimon! Foot in mouth!
This water is indeed very special. It would not be an overstatement to call it sophisticated. I believe you've already tried Fonta. In fact, there are many other drink factories in Fontaine, including those that specialize in packaging pure drinking water. Said water is sourced from all across Tevat, including Mondstadt's Cider Lake, Liyue's Chintsa village, and Inazuma's Konda village.
Wouldn't it be hard? I mean, if you really think about it, wouldn't it just be easier just to get, you know, water from, you know, Mondstadt and Liyue rather than go across the fucking sea to get Inazumas?
Here is one of their latest products. Water from Sumeru's Apam Woods. If I were to comment on their mouthfeel, the waters of Cider Lake warm the heart. The waters of Chinza Village have a poignant touch, while one might call the waters of Konda Village placid.
I'm quite sure placid doesn't quite cover the, electric problems with the furnace there, but I mean...
Distinct differences exist between the waters of each area. You will appreciate their intricacies once you taste them carefully.
Really? Let Paimon try!
You will not tell a difference. Nope, tastes like water to me.
What do you think?
Nope. Paimon couldn't taste any difference at all. Isn't this just normal water?
How regrettable. It seems like you still have a long way to go in refining your tastes.
Hey, this doesn't have to do with refining our taste. Paimon's pretty sure most ordinary people can't tell the difference. How did you do it anyway?
I mean, I bet you could tell the difference between Dasani water and regular water.
Oh, could it be because you're the Hydro Dragon?
That could be the case.
We are allowed to bring that up, right? Since no one else is around? Oh, Paimon's been wanting to ask this for ages. If you're the Hydro Dragon, why would you become Chief Justice in human society? Sorry, Paimon was just curious. You don't have to answer.
There's nothing to hide. I was simply organizing my thoughts. I accepted this position because I wanted to seek out answers to questions that have perplexed me.
Oh?
Questions? Are there really things you can't figure out?
Paimon.
Many, in fact. But the one question that puzzles me the most concerns my own existence.
Don't become Garamuchi on me.
In essence, I neither know why I was born in this form, nor do I understand where my long life should take me. I lost many memories from the moment I was born. The primordial sea, for example. I can only vaguely recall its connection to me, but I am unaware of what that connection is exactly.
Is there anyone who can answer those questions?
Perhaps the elemental dragons of other nations may have some form of an answer. However, they are scattered across all
I mean,
of
I know
Tibet.
a few.
Abruptly visiting could very well pose an unpredictable risk.
True. Some of them have very unique personalities, too.
That we had to beat into submission.
I have been holding on to these unanswered questions for a long time.
We'll help you!
But there is one thing I've discovered along the way. My emotions easily resonate with those of others. Even I don't have the slightest idea what they mean.
As an autistic person, no. I get you.
My guess would be that there are at least some similarities between humans and myself. By observing their behavior, perhaps I could one day understand the meaning of my existence.
Have you made any progress then?
No.
Perhaps, but I find such progress difficult to describe. As an outsider, chances to engage in meaningful interactions with others are few and far between. That's why I'm quite thankful for this chat. Such opportunities are rare.
Yeah.
Alas, time is limited. We should move on with our investigation.
Verena may not be as good
Are we
a...
gonna continue reading these documents? Paimon's getting dizzy already.
I wasn't able to find any leads even after browsing through most of the documents. But while we were on the topic of water a moment ago, another idea came to me.
That's good.
Water? Do you mean...
The fountain of Lucerne.
That's right.
Not Lucerne.
The fountain of Lucerne is where all
Lucine.
the fontaine's waters
Lucerne
converge.
is something different.
It is the vessel of countless memories and emotions. If there really were an organization attempting to use Melusines against me, they should also hold an intense resentment towards me.
I mean, yay.
Perhaps we'll be able to find some new leads by sensing the hydro element within the fountain.
In other words, torture yourself to find the answers. Cool.
Why didn't Paimon think of that? Come on, let's go take a look!
Because
Perhaps we should go. There shouldn't be too many people near the Fountain of Lucine during the evening.
I would think it'd be a very romantic spot for dates, actually, but that's just me. Or like proposals, or stop thinking about it. Something. I keep wanting to call it Lucerne. Ah.
Monsieur Neuvillette?
I probably shouldn't disturb them.
Yeah, we're on a date. Fuck off.
Looks like we got lucky today. There's hardly anyone around.
Sure.
What should we do next? Oh, Traveler, can you still hear the voices from the fountain?
No, but I can still hear the voices in my head. Does that count as anything?
Perhaps leave the investigation to me. I need you to take a few steps back and keep a safe distance.
I go back to the teleportation. So,
Safe distance? Neuvillette, what exactly are you?
shut up, Paimon, and move.
Whoa, it's glowing!
Pretty. Also, we didn't take a step back. It's a waves of dizziness washes over you. Well, that's what happens when you don't step back when he told you to. What just happened? Everything looks a little different than how they are normally. I should continue forward and take a look around. I'm in memory. Ever surging memories. This feels like farther away from. Yeah, it's because down that way would be the fountain we were at earlier. Oh, it's his memories.
Thank you for bringing us here, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Horrible.
The Court of Fontaine is truly incredible. There's so many things I've never seen or heard before.
Do I have to block the thing if it shows her death?
I understand your excitement, but there's no need to thank me. Although I have responded to your wishes, it was not without personal interest. Melusine's special sight make them especially suited for joining the Maréchaussée Phantom. I'm certain you'll become an indispensable part of Fontaine's detective force.
I know, but I'm really glad to be of help. Not only can I repay you for your kindness, but also, it feels like my life has become a lot more meaningful.
Just stab it. Stab.
But a meaningful life also comes with its risks.
Yes.
It's definitely the safest to just stay in the village, but I want to see the outside world nonetheless.
Okay, Ariel.
In truth, I've never really understood the purpose of my existence, or what I'm capable of contributing to this world.
No wonder he resonated so well.
For almost 20 years, we've stayed in our village without finding any answers. That's why we wanted to leave our village and look for the meaning of our existence elsewhere.
I understand your confusion. In fact, I feel the same way. I too came here for an answer to my questions about my own existence.
Really? Could you tell us what we should do to fit in as you did?
I don't think he quite fits in.
The truth is, many people threw rocks at us today and told us to go back to our village. It hurt a lot when they hit me in the head, and I tried really hard not to cry.
Sweetheart!
Logically speaking, both time and effort are essential when different species attempt to peacefully coexist. It will be a difficult road ahead, with countless obstacles to overcome.
We can't even coexist with different races. Even now, it takes a bit longer than a little bit.
Different identities and ways of thinking all contribute to strengthening the barrier between one another. Removing it will be no easy feat.
Definitely not.
There aren't many suggestions I can share, because just like you, I haven't fully integrated into this society. Despite my social status, I am still an outsider.
Just because you feel that way doesn't mean that other people think of you that way.
Oh, I see. Let's all do our best then. I'm confident that we'll find the meaning of our existence one day.
I mean... Stab.
I believe in you, but you shouldn't lose sight of the difficulties ahead. If you run into any trouble, I suggest that you inform Vautrin, the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
Huh? Is he the person I met in the Palais Marmonia earlier?
Yes? Do you have any concerns?
Not yet.
That stone-faced human. He didn't even bother to look at me when I tried talking to him. It felt like he wasn't interested in anything but work.
He is an earnest man. There will be plenty of opportunities to work together in the future, so please try to get along.
I mean, good that, you know, of all the memories that he had, it's going over this. Well, the memories within the, you know, all waters go through.
Thanks, but no need.
Oh. Hello, I'm Carol, a Melazine. Is there anything you need help with?
Get away from here! I'm calling the guards.
Please, calm down. I don't mean to cause any harm.
Hard to say.
Bitch! Yeah, we should probably stay away from these monsters. Haven't you realized? Strange incidents have been increasing ever since they came.
Bitch! Why should we trust this species from who knows where anyway? I can't believe Nervilat allowed them into the court of Fontaine just like that.
I mean, there's illuminated beasts and Adapti. I know it's not in the same country as you, but I mean...
Exactly. That so-called Chief Justice even granted them official positions. Not only that, but they're now responsible for investigating cases as well. I swear, there's some hidden agenda at play here.
Bitch.
Go away! Quit acting innocent!
Bitch!
I'm not leaving. I won't let you say bad stuff about him. We joined the Mare Chaussee Phantom and solved lots and lots of cases. We've never done anything wrong.
Solving cases? With Nervilet in cahoots with you? You could have fabricated it all, and no one would know. So tell me, how can you guarantee that you Melazines aren't involved in anything that occurred recently?
If I stab you, I mean...
Didn't I tell you before? Don't go advertising if you're not a good talker.
Vautrin?
Hi, Vautrin.
Aside from spreading unjustified rumors, if you continue insulting members of the Mare Chaussee Phantom, the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol has every right to subject you to interrogation.
Good boy.
There have indeed been an increase in cases recently, perhaps due to the shifting currents of conspiracy, and I understand your concern. However, there's been no evidence pointing towards Melazines being involved.
Even the captain of the security patrol is on their side. Nervilet's newly reformed police force is already corrupt to the core.
Bitch. I mean, the thing is, I don't really like the police, but I mean...
How can two completely different species possibly coexist?
You heard that?
Yeah. I don't understand. Why won't anyone believe us?
Because they're bitches.
There have been rumors saying that you were born from calamity, and that you inherently bring danger to those around you. There are countless negative rumors about you floating around in Fontaine. It's near impossible for you to become a part of this society. Best if you give up before it's too late.
You know, spite can make people go very far.
Monsieur Neuvillette said that we needed to put both time and effort in. I don't know how long it'll take, but I can at least try making my best effort. I still want to try a little harder. Thank you for bailing me out earlier. Okay, I won't be taking any more of your time. I painted a lot of flyers last night, so I have to stay and hand them out to everyone.
Give them to me.
You're not gonna take them away, right?
We'll hand them out together. The faster we get this done, the sooner we can head back.
He's so sweet. I'm prepared to have to do a screen in the... They're together. Everyone. Yep, this leads back to this.
Monsieur Neuvillette, what's this?
What's this?
Medals of Peace, awarded to you and Vautrin. Thank you for your continued dedication in the past 5 years. You've taken one small step forward in helping Melusines gain the trust of humans.
I think I'll pass.
Hey, don't say that. We wouldn't have made it this far without you. It won't be long before Melusines begin living peacefully with the humans.
Foreshadowing.
Just the thought of it makes me happy.
Don't keep your hopes up. We've barely scratched the surface. There's still a long way to go before that dream of yours comes true.
You blockhead! Don't ruin the mood!
Vautrin brings up a good point. The trust humans have placed in you is still very fragile. Any small incident could undermine the hard work you've put in.
No pressure or anything.
Please
no
be
wonder
on
she
your
did
guard
that.
for the next few days.
Yes, sir.
Unalived herself.
Okay, got it.
Medal of Peace? Peace isn't going to give us back what's rightfully ours.
How does the saying go? If equality makes you feel like you're being oppressed, then obviously you were a part of the privileged class.
Are you sure we should do this? We're no match for Neuvillette, even
Originally.
with all our powers combined. What if...
Nah, not gonna happen. As long as he remains in his position, there's no chance he'd take us out personally.
True, but I can.
There are rules
I know
even
it's
he
fair.
must comply with in the political sphere. Unless he wants to become an enemy of Fontaine. So quit worrying and just go ahead with it. I've already planned out the murder. Once we lay the blame on the Melusines as the person who brought them to the court of Fontaine, Neuvillette will be left with no excuse.
I guess you're right. Ugh. If he just left things the way they were, it never would have come to this. But he's forced our hand.
No, he hasn't.
Time to
You
teach him a
decided to do
lesson.
this on your own. He forced none of your hands. You just decided this was how it was going to go.
Turn the murderer in!
Melusines can't be trusted! That goes for Neuvillette, too!
Peaceful coexistence? What a joke. Get out of the court of Fontaine and don't ever come back!
The results of the investigation are in.
Go on.
There is no direct evidence, but reasonable inference indicates that the ones controlling the situation are supporters of the old regime, whose interests have been undermined by the reform.
Surprise, surprise.
They tricked Miss Carroll into going to the crime scene and pressed charges against her. After that, they incited panic among the people in order to make Monsieur Neuvillette confess to his mistakes and yield up power. The guards were stopped by the enraged mob and couldn't intervene in time. Miss Carol chose to sacrifice herself to pacify the situation.
That's different from unaliving herself. That's being a martyr.
And she called me a blockhead. A little investigation would have
lynching.
cleared things up. Why didn't she wait until we'd established the truth? She didn't have to prove her innocence like that.
The situation had rapidly escalated to a physical altercation between infuriated citizens and the guards. Miss Carol might have thought there was no better plan.
That is indeed something she'd do.
Captain Vautrin, should I present these results to Monsieur Neuvillette right away?
There's no need. Notify the guards to restrict public access to all information.
Restrict access to... Wait, are you planning to...
There's something I've never told Carol. I had a little sister named Ilaria who passed away when I was very young. She's just like Carol in every possible way. Innocent, kind, always believing the best of people. People like her are the most vulnerable to deception and betrayal.
Yes.
From the moment I met Carol, I knew that she'd be easily manipulated by others. I kept a cold demeanor and tried lecturing her into giving up.
Looks like she was unfazed by that.
Nah.
Yes. In fact, some of her spirit must have rubbed off on me instead. Because I too began working towards that pie-in-the-sky dream of hers. I should have known. Those cowards don't have the guts to confront Neuvillette. They even avoided causing trouble for me. They were after Carol all along. Can you understand how I feel? Right now, there's only one thought on my mind. Only through bloodshed can their debt be repaid.
Is not how that works.
I understand, but I'm certain Monsieur Neuvillette wouldn't accept that as a solution.
That's exactly why we need to keep this a secret. Give me the list of suspects. What happens after this has nothing to do with any of you.
I think that might be...
I will take responsibility for everything.
And... There's a cat. Killing them will
Did you know?
not bring...
You're hearing a major case today, and the criminal is Captain Vautrin of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol. Apparently, he resorted to personal measures to seek revenge for Carol and settled the score with the group that framed his friend. Hey, why aren't you saying anything?
I'm thinking... we should try our best to bail him out when the trial commences.
That's not how that works.
Bail him out? Why?
Shh, keep it down! Haven't you realized? Both Vautrin and Carol are Nervillette's most trusted subordinates. After everything that happened to Carol, Nervillette's guaranteed to do everything he can to keep Vautrin around. Besides, now that the old regime has been uprooted, Nervillette's status is secure as can be. As long as we redirect public opinion, Neuvillette will be able to give Vautrin a reprieve. The benefits are endless.
No, it will not. It's going well.
Vautrin sought vengeance for his friend for a valid cause. This represents the justice he upholds. Please think about it. If the same thing had happened to you, wouldn't you feel the same way he did?
That's not justice, though.
Yeah, that's right.
It's not justice.
This whole thing started because of those despicable cowards who levied false accusations against Carol. How could Vautrin be declared guilty for seeking revenge?
It's revenge. It's not justice.
Monsieur Neuvillette.
Mr. Vautrin is innocent!
No, he's not! He admitted to killing them!
He's innocent!
Order! I acknowledge your arguments. Vautrin, your revenge could be seen as a form of justice.
No, it is not!
I understand your decision, which is why I cannot help but feel regret and even grief about the judgment I must now impose. Personal justice does not equate to justice as defined by the law.
Yeah.
To execute your plan for revenge, you abused your authority and conducted informal executions. Your actions have thus violated the law. Therefore, you will be declared guilty.
What? That can't be! Monsieur Nervilette, please give this a little more thought. He has done so much for Fontaine.
Vautran, my friend, is there anything else you want to say?
Neuvillette, what have I done to deserve this? I've closely followed every one of your orders. Can't you see? Everyone in this room believes that I'm innocent.
You weren't innocent, you still killed them!
Just let me off.
That's not how justice works! For once, I'm agreeing with this justice system, which is saying something.
Is this
how much
what
I bitch?
Justice means to you? Answer me, Neuvillette!
Order. Since there have been no further objections, the Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vautran. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Mr. Vautran will be declared guilty.
I don't think he's survived long enough to, bring his vengeance.
Goodbye, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Maybe his ancestors.
This all happened because of Carol's naive ideas.
How can different species peacefully coexist anyway?
I don't think that was the memories you wanted.
Stop stressing out!
Shut up, Paimon.
What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?
What was that?
Apologies, it seems like my memories got the better of me.
You need a hug. I don't think you'll let me, but you need a hug.
I tried my best to suppress the power of Hydro within myself, but it seems like it still caused the emotions within the Fountain of Lucine to boil over. Due to my negligence, the overflow of emotions and memories must have affected you as well. Are you all right?
I've been worse. I mean, after all, I had to watch Nihida and her mother. Everybody forget about her greater Lord
Hydro-Dragon is more powerful than Paimon thought.
Hi, Star.
Anyways, the last time we came here, the Traveler only heard voices from the Fountain of Lucine. No emotions boiling over or anything.
Screaming at Paimon has become... No, I was screaming at the justice system in this game.
It is as you said. This might be because I am different. It is not only the fountain. I can sense emotions from all waters in Fontaine. Rivers, lakes, and even the rain.
That sounds awesome!
No, it does not. That sounds horrifying.
But I rarely ever do anything like this. Emotions carried by water are always chaotic and disconnected. As an outsider, having my mind occupied with irrelevant memories isn't exactly a pleasant
I don't think they're
experience.
irrelevant if they affect you.
Which ones?
Look.
It's fine. I prefer not to speak of those memories. That does not mean I am deliberately hiding them.
Bullshit!
It was a coincidence, but perhaps it is a good thing that you saw everything in that form. You should now understand why I believe there to be a conspiracy behind all this. These two cases are much too similar. I felt like I needed to do something.
Paimon's starting to lose track of what you're saying.
Head pat Paimon. Yeah, it's fine.
Paimon out of the conversation. Paimon wants to help too.
You can help by going away and me and Neuvillette going on a date.
Then let us get back to the point. While I was investigating the fountain, I discovered something strange. I did not sense too much hatred towards me within its accumulated emotions.
Cool.
However, I did find some resentment directed towards Kiara. If I remember correctly, it seemed to be related to a smuggling case.
Oh, we read that, yeah.
I don't know what caused this to happen, but it seems like there won't be a shortcut to finding the organization that may be pulling the strings here.
Oh! Didn't we read about that in one of the documents?
Yes.
You've read about it? In that case, the resentment should have come from that incident.
Huh?
what are you doing here? I was just about to look for you at the Palais Mermonia.
Navia! Nice to see you again! Is there something we can help with?
You know, this is kind of out in the middle of nowhere. I don't know why you'd come looking for us immediately here.
I've heard some things, but I'm not purposely asking around or anything. Don't worry.
X to doubt.
Rumors are abroad that someone's scheming against Melusines, and that you're investigating the case.
Charlotte can't keep her fucking mouth shut.
So I told the Spina di Rosula to keep an eye out for leads. We've had unfamiliar faces showing themselves at the Fleuve Cendre lately. Maybe you'll find the suspects among them.
Thank you. Where did you hear about all this?
Paimon!
The Chief Justice out on investigation, accompanied by the Traveler from afar. No matter how you conceal your whereabouts, there will be countless eyes watching you.
Also, Paimon doesn't know when to shut the fuck up.
We talked to Kiara, but didn't ask her to keep things secret. People curious to know asked around for information, then it was only a matter of time before word of the threatening letter spread all across Fontaine.
Paimon.
So that's what Charlotte meant.
Shut up.
Indeed. I did not expect that this could be kept hidden for too long, but the rumors still spread faster than I imagined.
You know, it could be because you attract more attention than you think.
I mean, look at him! I could understand.
Anyway, any progress with the investigation?
The suspects who threatened Kiara might have to do with a certain smuggling case, but it is still uncertain if there is in fact another party behind all this. We are planning to return to the Palais Mermonia to revisit some details and identify the senders of that threatening letter.
All right, then I'll round up the Spina di Rosula and follow up on their progress. Wait for my word. Ta-ta!
Neverlet, do you think there'll be any problems now that the word is out?
I wonder, Paimon.
I have already considered that possibility, and I do not think that there will be any. As a matter of fact, once the word gets out, no one would dare to harm Kiara in broad daylight.
I mean, you are making assumptions here.
What is more important is how the case is perceived by the public. 400 years ago, they chose to side with the old regime and direct their resentment towards the Melusines. I hope the same won't happen again. Let us head back to the Palais.
Palais. Palais.
Strange. What are these people doing out on the streets so late at night? Did something happen? Let's take a look around.
Nosy?
Have you heard? Someone's plotting against a Melusine. This is 100% the truth. Even the Chief Justice is investigating in person.
What? That's it! Who's been threatening Melusines? Show yourself!
Our enemies are lurking in the shadows and won't easily reveal themselves. But no
Just
amount
keep
of hiding
shouting.
will keep us
They'll
from
show
finding
up.
them.
Keep shouting.
That's exactly what I wanted to say. The guards have already begun to take action.
So they're
we can't
standing
just
about.
stand by and watch. Think about how much we owe them. Now that they're in danger, how can we just sit back and do nothing?
Everyone, please stay alert to your surroundings from now on. If you see any suspicious persons, report them to the guards immediately.
Keep yelling.
It feels like you've been following me this whole time. Did something happen?
We were informed that. Nope. We just finished our shifts and happened to be strolling by.
Have you had dinner yet? Why don't we check out the new items at the dessert shop together?
They're just so adorable!
This isn't a good time to be out and about. Come on, don't act tough. I bet you're hungry too. All right, let's go buy a cake or something.
If you're hungry, dessert isn't where you go for right now.
You shouldn't ever skip meals, especially if you have another shift scheduled for later.
I heard even Nervulette's keeping an eye on the situation. This is the perfect chance to get promoted.
Say that even fucking louder, dear sir.
Seriously? Were you planning to shirk your duties if Nervulette wasn't involved?
Bruno!
Relax, I was just playing. We've worked together for years now. If something happened to them, I'd be haunted by regret for the rest of my life.
That's more like it. We should stand guard until the criminal has been caught.
Come and fight me instead, you cowards!
I repeat!
Have you heard? Even the special patrol came to help.
Shh, look. Is it that Nervulette? I think he's looking at us.
No.
Looks like there's nothing to worry about.
This is truly wonderful.
So, wanna go over and say hi?
This is an autistic person, coming from an autistic person.
No, I should stay where I am. My appearance could give rise to unnecessary commotion. Let us stick to our plan and return to the Palais Mermonia. The faster we uncover the truth,
No,
the better.
seriously. There were certain interactions I'm like sitting here going... I'm not saying that to point and say everybody is autistic, but I mean, he's just... Hey, excuse me, we're gonna take a break. I don't know what to talk about during this break. I'm used to, you know, not understanding small talk. Or like with the Farina during the first visit with the knave. Him just not being able to... My god. Smuggling case.
The smuggling case was solved by the joint forces of the guards and the Maréchaussée Phantom. This is the one.
Yeesh one.
The list of involved suspects should be... Ah, found it.
Can we murder him as well?
What does it say?
I'm joking.
The principal offenders Domenico, Inica, Yuna, and others have been caught. They have been sent to the fortress of Meropide following trial. Those with close connections or mutual interests with the offenders but who did not participate in the case will not stand trial. Among them, surveillance of Essin has ceased on account of his good behavior. All other personnel remain on our watch list.
I beg to differ. There are actually more annoying characters.
So many names. Is the one who sent that threatening letter to Kiara on the list?
Yes, there is something suspicious about Essin, to be precise.
Why?
It seems like he's closely related to the core members of the smuggling case, and he moves around without much restriction.
Of all the companions of, or close connections, relating, whatever, why did you pick that name out?
Someone claiming to be from the Spina Durasula.
Why does she have wings and none of the other ones do? I know it's adorable, don't get me wrong. But is there a meaning behind her having wings?
He said, and I quote, "We have located the suspect. They're chatting at the cafe." Huh? How did Navia find them so quickly? We've only just figured out the suspect's name.
Plot.
I too am perplexed. The cafe isn't too far from here. We should head over and take a look.
Is that a date? Go away, Paimon. I'm gonna say this, even though her character is written that way. Farina, the Hydro Archon, is kind of really bad. And she's written that way because, there's an importance to why she's written that way. Because Paimon, more or less, was, from what I could gather, was accidentally written to be annoying. They weren't planning on it being annoying to players, but Farina has this, it's I guess a mixture of inferiority complex, therefore she overcompensates, and it's just so fucking annoying.
Hey Navia, we're here! Whoa. Check out all these people! Hey there, are you Navia's friends too?
Why are you talking to people at another table? That's so rude!
These are the people who have had recent dealings at the Marechaussee Phantom. They're usually hidden in the Fleuve Cendre, but I sent for someone to invite them over.
Why?
Invite them over.
Exactly. Now, I heard there's great coffee here, and so I asked them if they'd like to come and have some.
They look so happy to be here.
Yeah, it's our pleasure to be guests of the Spina di Rosula.
Like I said, they are so happy to be here. How many knees were broken just to get everybody here?
I've wanted to have a meetup like this for ages.
How many kneecaps were broken?
Something feels off.
Good, Paimon, you picked that up too.
But, oh well. Let's get back to business. Is there anyone called Essan here?
Essan?
Yes, that's me.
You're Essa?
Yes, monsieur, Nervilette.
Did you write that threatening letter to Kiara?
I did, but I was just following orders.
Orders from whom?
Step on me, oh my god.
Domenico, he was my boss. I couldn't disobey his orders.
And thrown completely under the bus.
Domenico, where is he now?
The fortress of Meropide.
Well, I'm afraid even the Spina would have trouble looking into that place.
Oh, shame. I still have like 40 something days to, you know, finish my sentence down there.
Looks like you'll have to make the trip yourselves. This was as much as I could do.
You've done more than enough. I'm extremely grateful for your help.
Like an autistic person, I will not show it.
Leave the formalities for later. You should find Domenico first. If he really is the one setting up the conspiracy, it'd be best if he's exposed as soon as possible.
All right then, let's head to the fortress right now.
Yeah, unfinished comedy is one that I'm interested in, but I mean... No. Because apparently... I bet, Siegewing would be happy to see that Neuvillette is back down here. Hi.
Welcome to the Fortress of Meropide, dear esteemed guests.
I know, right? We can't stay away.
Oh, and a greeting from none other than the Duke himself. Guess we made a name for ourselves at this place.
That's probably not a good thing.
This isn't anything new. I figured you had important matters to discuss when the two of you, not to mention the Chief Justice, showed up.
It's so funny watching his voice actor, now that he's in it, start playing Genshin.
Let's assume we've gone through the pleasantries and,
And yes,
cut
he
right to the chase.
completely started ragging on Paimon too.
I do remember a thing or two about Domenico. He once attempted to round up the other inmates and instigate a protest.
I have a love-hate relationship with Paimon. Sometimes I just... It's like an annoying little dog. Sometimes it's sweet, sometimes it's... I just want...
What does this guy think he is? Paimon hopes nothing came of it.
He once attempted to, I said, meaning that it was over before it even started. And now he's threatening Melazines, is he? To be honest, Domenico doesn't seem like much of a conspirator. The fact that the three of you bothered to personally investigate raises a flag. Is there something else going on behind the scenes here?
Well, personal problems by which I couldn't save a mezzanine like 400 years ago, and therefore I am trying not to repeat the past.
He's got the same concerns we do.
I am concerned about this incident because something similar has occurred in the
good that he's
past.
explained now.
I wish to meet Domenico in person and have my questions answered.
That's an easy one. Let me think. I think he's at...
Did I hear someone say Melazine?
Sijuin!
What happened?
Sijuin!
Sijuin! Yeah, and we're investigating. The person who threatened her seems to be imprisoned here. Really? Is Kiara gonna be okay?
There's no need to worry. Clarand is protecting her as we speak.
Well, that's great. But if the criminal's still...
I'm absolutely pulling for
Is
her.
there anything you can do about this?
And him.
Ah, head nurse. Do you require me to personally deal with the criminal?
Wriothesley.
Wriothesley.
Okay, I get it. I'll bring Domenico to you. That's your only demand, correct?
For now.
Think of it as more of a humble request. I'm here on my own accord, not to formally transfer a criminal for trial. I urge you to set aside any concerns. Thanks for the trouble. Consider me in your debt.
You know what? I bet there's now fanfics of the two of them together. I shouldn't be surprised, actually.
If Paimon were you here, Grace, Paimon would take this chance to ask for something really important.
Can we think about that later?
Well, were I still a criminal, I'd probably ask for a lighter sentence. But I'm sure Monsieur Neuvillette would reject that. But enough jokes. I'll look for Domenico and bring him to you. Make yourselves at home. Our dear head nurse has mentioned you quite a few times, so I'm sure she has a lot to say.
Please come with me to the infirmary.
Why do I have to rest?
And watch your step. There's some pretty dark areas, so make sure you don't trip over anything.
My baby. All the mezzanines, they're so adorable. Ah.
Did Neuvillette just walk by?
No.
Now that I think about it, I can leave this place soon. Huh?
She's gonna make us drink those milkshakes that,
Please rest here for a
cuteness
moment.
overload. What Wriothesley
And would anyone like anything to drink?
describes her milkshakes as desolation. It's not even a...
Paimon's not that thirsty, but thanks anyway. Thirst is a warning sign that you're dehydrated, which means you have to drink up even before that.
Save yourself.
I'll bring you some tea. I'm sure you'll have a lot to talk about.
Oh, it's not the shakes. Milkshakes. Or whatever.
Typical Sijuin. Concerned about everyone's health as always. Why aren't you two saying anything?
The criminals who passed
You
by.
noticed them too. The badges they wore on their chests looked quite familiar.
Oh, yay! Revolution.
Familiar? Paimon didn't even realize they were wearing them.
Neither did I, because I was looking at all these out.
But if both of you say so, let's go ask them about it.
Actually, no, I was having the cuteness overload of the mezzanines. Not exactly.
It's not a bad idea. I will stay here and wait for news from you. I place great trust in Wriothesley, so I
Wriothesley.
rarely visit the fortress of Meropide. However, exceptional circumstances call for exceptional measures. I hope I didn't cause him too much trouble.
The mutual aid guy.
Anything you need?
The badge you're wearing.
Oh, this? Are you interested in joining the Mutual Aid Network?
What's that?
Socialism.
We have a very long history, going back as far as 400 years ago.
I've talked to you before.
We have never had many members throughout our history, nor do we have much of a reputation, but everyone treats each other like family. Helping each other is our purpose. At the same time, we seek to maintain just dealings as much as possible.
Sounds like a pretty neat organization.
All we want is to defend ourselves. None of us have ever committed serious crimes, and we're not especially powerful either. We're at a natural disadvantage here in the fortress.
I can understand that.
But people won't give us a hard time if we stick together.
Interested in joining the mutual aid network?
Maybe.
If you'd like to learn more, here's our flyer.
Help each other. Do all you can to further justice. Do not detest just judgment. Above all, the 3 principles of the mutual aid network, all are welcome to join and membership is free. There are no compulsory group events. Good! The mutual aid network encourages members to do what they are able, including to, but not limited to, cleaning, exercising, tutoring, and studying. It is hoped that all mutual aid network members will, during their time in the Fortress of Meropide, face up to the crimes they've committed, encourage each other, support each other, and welcome the future together.
Our slogan may have evolved over the centuries, but our goal has remained unchanged.
Whoa.
Here, this book is for you. You're welcome to come and sign up anytime.
You two look kind of familiar.
No, we don't.
It's the symbol of the mutual aid network designed by our first president. From what I've heard, it's based on something called a Medal of Peace. I've never seen one of those medals for myself, though.
This is the guy that...
The first president of our network was an amazing person. Powerful as he was, he never used his strength against anyone.
Could it be the
He
guy with
encouraged
the
the
V
weaker
name
criminals to
that
stick
I'm
together
already
and look
forgetting?
out for each other. All of us have a lot of respect for him.
We should have gathered enough information. Let's head back and talk to Neuvillette.
The V guy that he sentenced for taking vengeance. He should have known Neuvillette better. And key things?
It ruined Paimon's appetite for the... If we
Okay, yeah,
bet they
yep.
bet there'll be a new...
The answer is no, we don't get to read that book. Yep.
Did you manage to gather any intel?
No. Keep walking.
The people who wore the
I mean,
badges
I
belong
wasn't
to an
looking.
organization called the Mutual Aid Network. According to them, the badge's design was inspired by the Medal of Peace. Have you seen any of those before?
No.
I personally crafted 2 of them myself. They were awarded to Carol and Vautrin.
Voltron, yeah.
Carol's medal was destroyed in a fire. The only one that remained should belong to Vautrin.
Oh.
Tran, Voltrin? Not Tran? How's that?
So the network
I may be
was
sucking at
inspired
phonics, but...
Monsieur Neuvillette, His Grace has requested your presence in his office. He's found Domenico.
All right. Let us talk to him first and get to the bottom of this situation.
Maybe I should keep informing you of what happened, but I mean, can we talk and walk and talk and talk and walk and whatever fucking combination that is? No, they sometimes do, actually. They make you walk during it. And other times it just appears at the bottom of the screen.
Allow me to introduce this fine gentleman, Domenico.
Yes, fine.
Why don't you explain everything to him?
Neuvillette?
Yeah, bitch, we got the strong one.
What do you want? What are you gonna do? Kill me?
I mean, he won't. I might. It's according to how this works.
Calm down. I merely want to ask you a few questions.
You've heard a mezzanine. I will kill you.
Was it your idea to send that letter to a Melusine? Hassan has already confessed, so there really isn't any need to keep hiding.
That idiot! I can't believe I trusted him.
Let me ask this another way. It was your idea to send that letter, correct?
Since he did the threatening letter to the mezzanines, I want to kill him more right now. Come back to me when I'm not doing this quest. And maybe I want to kill Paimon more.
Yes.
Who is pulling your strings?
I mean, you could...
What? You're not trying to frame me for something I haven't done, are you?
It's best if you realize the gravity of your situation. The Chief Justice of Fontaine has been personally investigating your case. I assume your previous attempt to incite unrest at the Fortress of Meripede has something to do with this as well.
I admit I acted on impulse. I'll tell you the truth. But before that, you must ensure my safety.
Sure!
I can do that.
You see, we're all reasonable people here.
Yeah.
I only intended to do some small business at first. Someone contacted me about delivering some goods and promised me a generous sum of more in return. After making a few trips, I was suddenly approached by the Marechaussee Phantom. They accused me of smuggling prohibited items, and I was put on trial. But I refused to accept any of that. The ignorant can be rightfully absolved from guilt, right? Well, I suspect that someone got me locked up here so they could get their hands on my goods.
And then you decided to take revenge on the Melusines? Over that?
Ignorance can be an excuse, but not for something like this.
My initial target was Nervilette. Everyone in the Fortress of Meripede was declared guilty by him, after all. So they must more or less hold a grudge against him, right? If I could get them to strike back...
That's not how that works.
But for some reason, no one wanted to team up with me. That mutual aid network in particular. What did those nobodies even gain from trying to challenge me? Seriously. In the end, I had to redirect my focus onto Melusines to salvage things.
Did you?
I recall that Kiara was the one who confiscated my goods for inspection. So I asked one of the more approachable guards to send a letter, claiming that I meant to contact my family. But the letter was in fact addressed to Essa. I requested that he write a threat letter to Kiara and force her to resign from the Marechaussee Phantom.
Am I to assume that the claims you've made are your own thoughts? Have you been in contact with any suspicious people recently?
No.
Is it true that all members involved in the smuggling scandal have been caught?
Yes. And that's all I know.
Why'd you need protection then?
Sigewinne, please take him back to the detention center. I'll deal with him later.
That's not protection.
So, Monsieur Neuvillette, you were concerned that there might be a shadowy faction looking to capitalize on the delicate situation with the Melusines to stir up greater chaos?
To put it succinctly, yes.
Yes. I experienced a similar incident in the past, so I had to be prepared for any possibility.
And how long ago was this incident?
400 years.
More than 400 years.
You might be overthinking this.
I know, right?
Time can change a lot of things. Everything's different now.
What do you mean?
400 years ago, you and the Melusines you brought to Fontaine were the outliers in society.
Come here. No, 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 come here.
But in the present day, if someone were to threaten the safety of the Melusines, people wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. I trust that they would make different choices from before.
Yeah, I would kill anyone.
That's right! We saw lots of people people standing up for Melazines on our way back to the Palais Mermonia.
Mimonia.
Monsieur Neuvillette, the Melazines are a species you introduced to Fontaine. How the public treats them is also reflective of their attitude towards you.
See, you're not an outsider.
When people refused to place their trust in Melazines, it was because they were still on the fence about you, their unfamiliar Chief Justice. For almost 500 years, you've conducted every trial with impartiality. You made the right judgment each time, regardless of whatever nonsense went on. People no longer have any reservations about you and even consider you a symbol of the law. Right now, your every decision will impact all of Fontaine. In other words, you've gradually transformed the whole nation.
Paimon gets it now. No wonder no one wanted to join forces with Domenico.
I know it says tragedies like that won't ever happen again, but humans have this whole problem with, repeating the past.
I am undeserving of such high compliments. From my perspective, I have simply been fulfilling my duties. It isn't anything special or worthy of praise. I'm simply fulfilling the promises I've made and searching for answers through my judgments.
I'm gonna have to brush. You're gonna hate it, but I just remember this month.
It is unnecessary to hold me in such high regard.
Sorry, talking to the cat.
The complexity of human emotions and willpower far exceed those of mine. As a matter of fact, I believe that you are the ones who deserve my respect.
Don't hold humans in that high regard, please.
There's no need to be so modest. The current state of affairs says it all. You're no longer that outsider you were before. Even if you wished to investigate something on your own, many would take the initiative to lend you a hand.
We did.
I must say that you've made a fair point. Thank you for clearing my doubts. Now that the case has been settled, I should get going.
Huh? You're leaving?
Would you really expect anything about this workaholic?
And so soon, too? Why not stay for a cup of tea?
Yes!
Thank you for the offer, but I know how this place works all too well. While some are here to redeem themselves, there will inevitably be those who harbor resentment towards me.
Yeah, and we can kick their asses. Sit down for tea. This is coming from another tea lover. There's always time for tea.
The less time I spend here, the better. My presence could very well result in an unwanted disturbance.
In that case, I'll have to insist. I still have 2 more things to say.
Go on.
Please, go ahead.
The first is about the guard who helped Domenico send that letter.
Lady, great. Nice.
I know of what you speak. The guard was indeed deployed from the Palais Mermonia's staff. However, as I mentioned earlier, I visited today on personal business. Therefore, I leave that matter in your hands.
Beat him. I mean...
Well, that makes things a lot easier.
You're not going to... Yes, we are going to beat him.
Hey now, don't let your imagination run wild.
I will let it go.
Those from up there have a tendency to sympathize with others. However, down here, such thoughts will put you at high risk. I'll have a chat with the guard and remind him to take precautions in the future.
I see no issues with that.
Chat, sure.
Great! That's one thing out of the way. What's the other thing you wanted to say?
I bet there's a lot of fanfic between the two of them.
The other thing was born from my own sense of curiosity. Now, I've heard that you investigated the mutual aid network. Is that right?
No.
Yep. Neuvillette thought their badges looked familiar.
I noticed the small gang as well when I first took over the Fortress of Meripede. They were not great in number, but every member always made sure to stand up for what was right.
Cool.
I've looked into their founder, Vautrin, who once stood trial and was sentenced to imprisonment in the fortress.
Yes.
According to existing documentation, Vautrin remained disciplined throughout his imprisonment. He had never once engaged in physical or verbal aggression. In other words, how he presented himself in prison was very different from his behavior in court.
What?
Did he hate Neuvillette?
During his trial, I could sense that his feelings were complicated. He appeared to be full of resentment, and I believe he had every right to feel that way.
Perhaps he had been putting on an act.
An act?
Neuvillette and Vautrin had a close relationship as superior and subordinate. Vautrin must have known that the Chief Justice would make an impartial judgment.
Yeah, the thing is, Veltran is... But Worsley says it correct, which is Veltran.
Thus, the more resentment he displayed, the clearer it would be to those present that you were upholding justice. And to those who had been sitting on the fence, Vautrin's act was a very meaningful one. That's all from me. Does anyone else have anything to say? Now's your chance.
Have that tea, please? Please?
I don't have anything to say. Apart from expressing my gratitude, that is. Well then, let us head back. No need to see us off.
Tea! Why? Tea! Come on!
Please, take care.
Tea! I am offended!
That trial is
walk and
something
talk.
I rarely bring up in conversation, but I have always felt deep regret for what happened to both Carol and Vautrin.
They're walking and talking.
The words he spoke in court often replay in my mind, as if urging me on to do something.
But Risley said he never resented you, right? Isn't that a good thing?
Time itself.
I believe I now understand what he wanted to tell me. I feel conflicted about those words. How should I describe it? Surprise, relief, fear, and regret. But this blend of emotions has led me to finally understand some things.
Yeah, that's good.
I would like to hear your thoughts, too. What do you think of me?
You're hot.
Paimon agrees with everything Risley said. As Chief Justice, every single one of your trials makes an impact on Fontaine. What do you think, Traveler? Hey, any comments?
Patience! It's a virtue!
What I really think is...
Oh my god. My character's...
Every trial you've ever judged has left its impression on you. And that's what makes you who you are today.
As the Hydro Dragon Sovereign, Neuvillette still thinks of himself an outsider due to his identity. So much time has passed since then, perhaps the lines between him and humans have long since blurred.
That is indeed a reasonable assumption.
Good you're coming along with me on this one.
As I said, I find it difficult to express my emotions because I cannot fully understand myself.
As another autistic person, yes, I have that feelings.
But I trust your judgment. Since some time ago, I have begun to notice the changes that have occurred upon my person.
Was it when I got involved with you?
These changes were not due to any specific occurrence, but emerged as a result of time itself. I will try to contemplate this further. Thank you both.
I mean, we can go out and, you know, bounce ideas off of each other's. Go away, Paimon.
Oh, huh? It's raining. Oh no, Paimon forgot to bring an umbrella. Come on, let's hurry before it rains harder.
But I like the rain standing in it. Use Paimon as an umbrella.
It's raining again? I've had enough of this weather.
There go my travel plans.
I love the weather. Like, I used to play out in the rain as a kid for far too long.
Quick,
like, too old for that.
When is this rain going to stop?
Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
They're planning to reanimate the monster. We have to report this to the Chief Justice.
The Fortress of Meripede. It's a good place for me.
He owes
owes me so many answers.
Nervulette? You could say he's the real symbol of Fontaine's justice.
Watch him closely. He could be trouble.
I mean, was he there for that conversation? And they didn't notice?
How can two completely different species possibly coexist?
Who's been threatening Melazines? Show yourself!
Keep screaming. Saying once again, the bad guys will totally come out because you scream.
You will see much in the human world, from the delightful to the depressing. And one day, when you have dwelt among humanity long enough, you will be placed to bring judgment over all as a spokesperson for Fontaine's past.
Good morning, Monsieur Neuvillette! The rainy season's almost over! The skies are supposed to clear in a few days!
I hope you find time to enjoy the sunny days ahead.
Looks like you didn't get the umbrella. That was kind of sweet.
Is the matter resolved?
Yes.
Yep, we found the person who sent that threatening letter. Risley said he'd keep a close eye on him, so the Melazines should be safe now.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Sorry for dragging you all into this.
There's no need to apologize.
Yeah, you didn't drag us in. We got involved of our own accord.
By the way, where's Kiara?
At the Palais Mermonia. More than 50 people offered to protect her. Some even hid within the bushes to look out for danger. I was worried that the excess of protection would make her feel uneasy, so I asked her to stay inside the Palais. It's very safe in there.
What a relief.
Well, now it looks like the dust has finally settled.
Yeah, you got a news story.
To celebrate this joyous occasion, Monsieur Neuvillette, would you be interested in an exclusive
Not now,
interview?
Charlotte!
That's not how you celebrate.
I know, right, Paimon?
I will consider it.
What?
Really?
Of course. My schedule is full for the following weeks, but I should be available next month. Come up with questions during the intervening days, and I will answer them to the best of my ability.
Okay, Charlotte. Breathe, 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 woman.
Yes! Thank you so much, monsieur!
Now, if you'll excuse me, I must head back to the Palais and issue a communique to publicize our investigation results. I hope it will assuage the concerns of all.
Oh, an exclusive interview! Am I dreaming? What should I ask him?
Is he single?
Don't let anything hold you back. Make the most of this opportunity and ask away.
I mean, there are some questions that are better not, you know.
I agree. He'll decline any question he can't answer anyway, so you might as well give all of them a shot.
Oh no. He might regret this. He might absolutely fucking regret this. Hi, sweetheart. She's sleeping, standing up. Oh.
Kiara?
Monsieur Neuvillette? Sorry, I accidentally fell asleep.
It's quite all right. I'm here to tell you that we have caught the sender of that threatening letter. You're safe now.
Thank you, monsieur. And thank you too, Traveler and Big Sis Paimon. Everyone's been so nice to me, so I've always felt really safe.
Do you remember Domenico? He was the sender of that letter.
He has the memory of, like me, of a sieve, so maybe.
Let me think. I can't remember. My memory isn't that good, so I easily forget things. By the way, I saw Carol in my dreams just now.
No, coincidence.
Where's she gone, by the way? I haven't seen her in a long time.
She's dead. She's dead. She's dead. Shut up, Paimon.
In my dream, she looked really happy. She held my hand and said, "Kiara, our dreams have finally come true."
I mean, knife?
I can't remember what our dreams were anymore, and I don't know why. But I felt really happy too.
I can sense your joy. It is indeed a delightful moment.
Monsieur Neuvillette, are you happy too?
Yes.
Oh, I almost forgot. Am I allowed to go out now?
No, you need to stay in here and I keep you safe.
I promised to model for Alov.
Fine.
Of course. Off you go.
See you next time, Monsieur, Traveler, and Big Sis Paimon.
See you next time.
Yeah, when they walk in, so cute. Wait, for personal reasons, we'll be back in a day. Personal Karina's response. Personal reasons? Oh me, oh my. Has our Chief Justice finally come to his senses? If I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. You should follow my example and go out more often. You need to go get to know your people better. Even if something unfortunate happens, you'll still run into a lot of unique characters along the way. What do you think? The human world isn't too bad, is it? Funny that she write that out. Anyways, hi, hon.
I really can't fathom what goes on in her head sometimes.
I don't know what goes in my head either, so I don't think I could do it with Farina either. At all.
I really can't
They have an interesting relationship, like a father who has to put his child. Alright. Now that we finished that. Why did I do that? Wasn't thinking. Quests. Can't wait for Risley's one. I unlock this with him. Risley doesn't have a story quest. Let's do Lenny's. And then we'll finish off with doing a hangout and see how quickly my mind decides to stop working again with it. Like last time with cars. As I make bad comments. Let me be smart about this. No.
Huh. We're always running into her.
I know, right?
What's she doing this time? Oh.
Annoying.
I see.
So you believe that this warning letter was sent by the Phantom Weasel?
Warning. Phantom. The fuck?
Absolutely. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The Phantom Weasel never acts as you expect. He must have faked his own death 10 years ago using a body double.
But...
Now that he's back, I'm sure the guards who worked on his case back in the day are in for a headache, but however this turns out in the end, the one thing it won't be is boring.
Couldn't agree more. As a journalist, I'm gonna get a lot of mileage out of this one.
Couldn't admit that aloud.
Thank you, sir, for your time. Now, whom should I interview next? Huh? Hey! What a coincidence! Fancy meeting you here.
Do I need to garlic to keep you away?
Perfect timing. So, the Phantom Weasel's latest warning letter. What are your thoughts?
Stay away from me. Phantom Weasel.
Yeah, this is the first time we're hearing of this one. Could you clue us in?
How about you do not clue us in so I can get, like, disappear?
Sorry. Yes, this case is from a decade ago. I guess you wouldn't know about it.
Yeah, really?
Well, not to worry. You're in good hands because I'm a professional.
No, you aren't.
The story goes like this. 10 or so years ago, a phantom thief became active in the court of Fontaine. Known only as the Weasel, nobody knew his true identity, and the authorities never managed to catch him.
Wow, cool! He sounds like one of those mysterious night burglars that you read about in novels.
Yeah, but he needs to figure out a better name.
Well, except the part where they actually have a good reputation. Our Weasel targeted whatever people held dear, and no one was safe from his predations.
Oh no.
He would just as soon steal a necklace from a rich merchant's safe as he would a toy doll given to a commoner child for their birthday.
Sounds like an absolute yes, I agree.
I know. The phantom thieves you read about in novels rob the rich to pay the poor. But
Robin
this
Hood.
guy did not discriminate. Unsurprisingly, this didn't work wonders for his public reputation. Every man and his dog wanted to see him behind bars.
Include mezzanines in there too.
Yeesh. So, did they catch him?
Oh, there was a thing about a body and...
Not exactly. There's a good chance that the Weasel would still be at large to this day if it hadn't been for an accident 10 years ago. A magician named Caesar fell to his death in a botched high-altitude escape performance. When the police went through his personal effects, they found a hoard of stolen loot and gadgets used for criminal activities. And that was how the Phantom Weasel's identity was revealed to all. Sure enough, thefts in Fontaine went down after Caesar's death. But today, 10 years on, the notorious thief has once again issued one of his warning letters and pasted it on the gate of the Opera Epiclese for all to see.
I thought it was given to the merchant or whoever you're talking about. Put it on.
I through the crowd this morning to get a photo as soon as I heard. Here, it's this one.
Lovely.
So, this is the warning letter, huh? Let's see what he wrote. 3 days from now, when evening falls, I shall take from you that which you hold most dear at the Opera House, just as you did to me 10 years ago.
This is, without a doubt, a clear declaration of criminal intent. After years of laying low, the Phantom Weasel is back with a vengeance.
X'd it out.
What once seemed like an open and shut case has been blown wide open again. But why has he reemerged now? And what does he want? I sense an epic scoop, and I'm going for it.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. If this thief will steal anything that other people value, does that mean even we might be targeted?
You might try to nab you a little, Paimon.
But Paimon doesn't want to get kidnapped. Well, he'd have to go through you first. You would stop him, right?
Depends.
Okay, the people have spoken. It's clear that the public are very concerned about the Phantom Weasel's reappearance. Let's see, I've got a photo of the letter, my interview notes. Yep, that should be enough to form the skeleton of my article. It does feel like something is missing, though.
Nah.
Something exclusive. Who should I interview next? I need someone with a more concrete connection to the Weasel. Is that who I think it is?
No.
Lenny!
Looks like he's performing some magic.
Magic. Magician. Caesar! The Phantom Weasel! That's it! Let's go interview Lenny!
I don't think those are tangentially related other than being a magician.
You see, the original Phantom Thief Caesar was a magician too! And what do Phantom Thieves and magicians have in common? They both have an air of mystery about them.
I mean...
Perhaps there's a connection there.
That's... fine.
Are you serious? What sort of a deduction
Paimon's agreeing with me on this!
Oh, relax! My journalistic instinct tells me that an exclusive news story is beckoning. Let's go! No time for delay!
Well, no, actually I'm gonna delay because I need to use the restroom. How does that feel, Charlotte? Yo. Back.
Wow, Mr. Magician! How did you know which card I picked?
Magic.
Oh, it's simple. Come closer and I'll let you in on my secret. Magicians have a special skill called telepathy, which means we can read other people's minds.
Sure.
Really? Then, what am I thinking now?
I don't believe you.
Well, first you need to relax, because I can see that you're clenching your fist in your mind, as if to say, no, I mustn't let him guess it.
I mean...
Aww.
And now you're getting a little flustered. You're trying to find a way to empty your mind, to think of nothing at all. But the more you try to hide a secret,
we're gonna psychologically...
the easier it'll come out.
Fuck with this kid.
You snuck out from home today, didn't you? You told your family a little lie so you could come out and play. Now, that's not a good habit.
You can tell? Oh boy, you really can read my mind.
Of course. Oh, and that's the end of my performance. You should really be heading home. Remember to apologize to your family, all right? They must be worried about you.
The fuck did you figure out that last part?
All right, got it. Bye, Mr. Magician.
Hi, Lenny, who's supposed to actually be in the prison, but since this story quest came out before that part of the Archon quest did.
Hey, Lenny?
Hi, this isn't awkward.
Why, hello, we meet again. Are you looking for me? What's the situation?
Well, why don't you guess, Mr. Telepathic?
Shut up, Paimon.
Oh, please. You didn't believe that spiel, did you? The power of telepathy is quite beyond me.
I'm sure that child would beg to differ. Seemed like you were right on the money.
That was nothing more than a little trickery. I made an educated guess based on his micro-expressions.
Yes.
That, plus the fact that he was the only kid here without his parents, and he looked as guilty as sin. He made it easy for me. You guys, on the other hand, let me guess. Don't tell me you're here for the Phantom Weasel, are you?
Can't stand that name. Phantom Weasel.
Wow. Got it in one. Is this more of your
Any
trickery,
thief called the
Edward?
Phantom Weasel, I will never take seriously.
Wait, really? No trickery this time. It was pure luck. His warning letter's been the talk of the town, so I figured that maybe you were asking around about that.
Bingo! I plan on writing a column reporting on the latest news about the Phantom Weasel.
Uh-huh.
So, Lenny, what are your thoughts on this infamous thief's reappearance?
To be honest, it makes me angry.
Angry? Why?
You read his letter, right? The Phantom Weasel claims he's planning something in 3 nights' time at the Opera House. That's the night I'll be performing there.
Again? They're letting you back?
Huh. What are the chances?
They're letting you back!
Wait a minute, you don't think he's after you, do you?
Farina, maybe.
Well, if he is, then his warning is clearly a direct challenge to me personally.
Cool.
And if he's not, then it's still going to be a huge headache for me.
So, there was a murder in his performance the last time. I mean, we proved it wasn't him, but I mean...
The mere mention of the Weasel's name is enough to scare people off. So once the contents of that letter get out, barely anyone will be showing up to watch my show. But I've been preparing for this for a long time. I'm not about to let him ruin my big day. This leaves me with only one choice. I have to expose the Phantom Weasel's identity before the show begins.
Oh, good.
Really? So what you're saying is, we might get to see a live duel between a famous magician and an infamous thief? Wow, this has exclusive written all over it.
Go away.
To be honest, I'm not sure if I'll emerge the victor. The Phantom Weasel is a notorious crook, infamous for his inscrutable methods.
You're being far too modest, Lenny. I think your magic tricks are even more inscrutable than those of a thief.
I mean, he did pickpocket people so that he could get into the prison, because it was under the order of the knave, but I mean...
I have to say, I don't care much for the comparison. A lot of people liken magicians to thieves because we both have the ability to make things disappear without the person noticing. But there's an important difference that these people overlook. Allow me to demonstrate with a quick magic trick. Here, I have a flower, just an ordinary flower that was picked not long ago. Watch it carefully.
Sleight of hand.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, the sleight of hand with the fucking camera.
It's gone!
That's the question. Where did it go? Therein lies the difference between us. Thieves make precious things disappear, but only magicians make them reappear.
I mean... kinda.
If I could now invite you all to check your clothes, there might be a surprise in there somewhere.
That's not how that works.
A surprise? Let me see!
It's nothing amazing.
It's right there!
Stop flirting with me, Lenny.
This whole time!
What an outstanding trick! Sorry, Lenny, it seems that my previous praise was woefully inadequate. Clearly, magic is the superior art form to theft.
I mean, I didn't realize there's a comparison.
Don't worry, I didn't take offense. I just wanted to take the opportunity to perhaps change some of the preconceived notions you might have about magicians. Since Caesar's death, a lot of people associate magicians with criminality. It can be quite frustrating.
I can imagine. Coming back to your trick just now, might I presume that you are well versed in floral symbolism?
If that's a romantic overture, I am worried.
For example, magicians often use rainbow roses in their flower-related performances to represent
good,
passion
it wasn't that.
and romantic encounters. But you used a Lumidu spell, which, if I'm not mistaken, allude to separations. I'm curious to know if there was any deeper meaning behind this choice?
Impressive knowledge. It's no wonder you're such a successful journalist. But I'm afraid I don't know the first thing about floral symbolism. I'm just in the habit of using Lumidu spells in my magic. It sounds like something I should look into, though. I'll buy myself a copy of Fontaine's Floral Language Facts when I have some time.
How do you know the exact
it'll
book?
Have to wait
How?
until this phantom weasel business is behind us.
Well noted. In that case, this brings us to the end of our interview. I, for one, am looking forward to the final showdown between you and the thief. Please feel free to get in touch to update me on any further developments. Otherwise,
please don't.
I will of course see you at your show in 3 days' time, but let's hope the Phantom Weasel is caught by then. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. You've given me lots to work with here, and I've got no time to lose if I want to write that exclusive piece. I'll see you all later.
What do you have to write down? There's no information for right now.
So, Lenny, are you gonna tell us how you did that flower trick now?
Shut up, Paimon.
I'm afraid that's my little secret.
Well, magicians are entitled to their secrets. But
do you not remember what Nouvellette says, that it's the mystery that's the cool thing?
You feel it
at
too,
the
right?
last performance.
So itchy.
Not so itchy then, huh?
The beauty of the performance is the fact...
Well, since you're so concerned, how would you like to serve as my temporary magician's assistant and help me investigate?
Can we just do this as friends? Why do I have to...
Magician's assistants? Oh, that sounds fun! Assistants are technically magicians too!
No, they are not.
Also, it'll bring us one step closer to figuring out how that darn trick is done! Shall we go for it?
Excellent. Thank you for putting your trust in moi.
Moi?
The first thing we need to look into is who Caesar really was. If he truly was the Phantom Weasel, that means that the Weasel is dead, and whoever wrote this warning letter is just a copycat criminal. But if he wasn't the Weasel? Well, that'll make things more interesting. It would mean that the Weasel lives, and he's been laying low all this time in some corner of Fontaine.
Yes.
And if we're investigating Caesar, his fiancée Gemma is a good place to start. Word is that she visits the cemetery often, so I asked Lynette to wait for her there.
Oh, you're already doing this?
We should make a move. Let's go and rendezvous with Lynette.
You're already ahead of us on this. I really shouldn't be surprised with him.
Fresh fruit, sweeter than syrup.
I think he gave me the parting thing was because we said we couldn't hang out with him anymore because he's Fatui, but we're right now hanging out with him with this story quest, but I mean... I bet the fiancé is gonna love the fact that everybody's probably gonna be asking her all these questions.
You took your time.
I mean...
Sorry, I bumped into the Traveler and Charlotte en route, and we ended up chatting for a while.
Because none of us know when to shut up.
It's been a while, Lynette!
No, it hasn't.
We're working as Lenny's temporary assistants in the investigation of the Phantom Weasel.
I hate...
Thank you. It's good to have you helping.
Anything for you, but I mean, nothing for Paimon.
So, what's the situation? Have you seen Gemma?
Nope. I've been here a while, and she still hasn't shown up.
Maybe because the whole Phantom thing level.
Maybe it was bad intel. Well, we won't get anywhere by standing around waiting. Traveler, Paimon, let's go ask around.
I mean, do you really think the other people at the whatchamacallit would know anything? Hi, I'm here to interrupt your...
Do you by any chance know a Gemma?
I'm here to interrupt your grieving and, you know, solitude moment.
Gemma? You mean Caesar's fiance? Sure I do.
Good that you know about it.
I'm just trying to get a hold of her because I need her help with something. I heard she comes here a lot?
I guess the guy comes here a lot, too.
Yeah, she does. Poor thing. It's no secret why, either. She's heartsick. Ever since Caesar passed away, she's been coming here once every week to clean his grave. Often, she just sits there in front of his headstone, lost in thought. Sometimes she talks to herself.
As somebody who knows grief and all this other stuff, and usually not to say it's really bad to tell somebody to move on because people heal in their own time, but I don't think she's healing. I think she's making it worse.
I asked her what she was doing once. She said she wanted to speak to him again.
That other work.
She knows he's gone and can't hear her from the grave, but she just likes to spend time there, telling her fiancé all about how her life is going.
And she's been doing this ever since Caesar passed away? Oh, so 10 years.
I'll bet. Caesar's reputation fell apart after his identity was revealed, so no one else visits his grave. Gemma's the only one who still thinks about him after all these years. I don't know if the mind lives on in the waters after death, but if it does, I'm sure Caesar must be grateful to have someone who remembers him fondly.
I mean, if you have the primordial water, yes.
If I'm honest, I think this is all so unfair to poor Gemma. Her fiancé was a low-life crook. He doesn't deserve someone like her. Anyway, all of that said, she's running later than usual today. Normally, she'd be sitting in front of his grave.
You come to this grave just so you can hang out with her and watch her and try and get her attention. General question.
Well, that's everything I know, I'm afraid. You might have more luck asking some other people.
All right, well, thanks for sharing all of this with us. We'll keep asking around.
You're welcome. I just hope she'll be able to move on one day.
Did you hear the news? They're saying the Phantom Weasel's back.
No.
You're kidding. Wait, isn't he dead?
He came back from the grave. He's a zombie.
I don't know anymore. All sorts of news flying around nowadays. I can never tell what's true and what isn't.
Mood.
But what if, just hypothetically, I mean, what if this weasel's the real deal and Caesar was framed?
Maybe.
Called it. Seriously, 10 years ago, on the day it all went down, I said to myself, you know what? This guy's been set up. The Caesar I knew was a good guy. He gave balloons to children on the street, for Pete's sake. What, are we supposed to believe that he was a balloon thief or something? Give me a break.
So...
Oh, please. Weren't you the one cursing his name to high heaven when the police announced the news? You were all, that gosh darn lousy son of a, you think you know a guy, or words to that effect.
Instant emotions with finding that out. Could be yelling that, but I mean, he's had 10 years to reflect.
Wait, did I say that? I don't seem to recall.
Sorry to interrupt.
Hello
We're being
there.
nosy.
Sorry for disturbing you, but I couldn't help but notice you were discussing the Phantom Weasel. We're actually quite interested in this topic as well, but we're struggling to get to the bottom of it. Do you think you could spare a moment to tell us a little bit about Caesar?
You've come to the right people. Yep, I was there. Back when Caesar used to perform magic tricks on the street. He was a great magician. The best trick I ever saw him do was pop a transparent balloon, only for a whole bunch of doves to fly out from the inside.
Those fucking poor doves.
I was right up close and didn't blink or look away once. But for the life of me, I still don't have the faintest clue how he pulled it off. Really incredible stuff.
I mean...
I saw him perform too. He always used to bring some gifts along for the kids who came to watch his show, and he'd hand them out after he was done. Sometimes he even got the kids to write their wishes down, and then he'd make the items on the wish list appear in his next show.
It's adorable.
Huh. He doesn't sound like such a bad guy.
I know, right?
But after he died, there were also rumors that he used the wish list to find out what was precious to people, with the intent to steal it later.
That sounds like rumor.
As I'm sure you know, the Phantom Weasel would steal just about anything from anyone.
That
Whatever
sounds
the
stupid.
case, now that the weasel is back, Caesar's become a hot topic once more.
Yeah.
I bet Gemma must be pleased. If Caesar's name gets cleared, maybe it'll finally give her some solace after all this time.
Doesn't sound like his name's being clear.
Speak of the devil. That's her over there. If you've got any more questions about Caesar, she's definitely the one to ask.
Yeah, hi, widow. Kind of widow
so
fiance.
That's Gemma. Is it just Paimon, or does it look like something's wrong? Wait. It looks like she's injured. Come on, let's see.
How could you see that when it's on the other side of by which you were standing? Are we gonna see what's wrong, or are we just gonna...
Hi there. You're Gemma, right?
Who's asking?
A flying lady.
Don't be afraid, we mean no harm.
We're aliens.
It looks like you're injured. How bad is it?
Thanks for your concern, but you didn't answer my question. Who are you, and what do you want with me?
My name is Linny, and this is my sister Lynette.
And these are, over on this side is, the Traveler and somebody fished out of the water.
My name's Paimon, and this here's the Traveler. We're investigating the Phantom Weasel.
The Weasel posted a warning letter this morning. If he still lives, that means that Caesar was falsely accused. You knew Caesar better than anyone else. So if you're willing, we'd love to hear what you think about all this. I promise you can trust us. We won't hurt you. In fact, we'll do all we can to keep you safe.
X to doubt.
I never believed that he was the Weasel.
Huh. I suspected as much. Okay, so going back 10 years, do you remember anything strange in the weeks leading up to the accident? Did Caesar have a falling out with anyone, for instance?
No, not that I know of.
Noxiousness given form.
Got it. All right, sorry for disturbing you.
If you don't have any more questions, please leave. I want to be alone with him.
Judging by the look on her face, there's definitely something fishy about her.
Never.
She's lying. She definitely knows something.
She doesn't trust us. I mean, yeah.
We're just a bunch of strangers who showed up and started questioning her about things that happened a whole decade ago.
I know, right?
It makes sense that she'd be wary around us. In any case, I doubt we'll get any further here, so let's call it a day. Meet me outside Hotel de Boer tomorrow,
we have
and then we'll
3
start
days.
the next step of our plan.
Sorry. Taking a drink. Down. I'm forgetting where things are. I was halfway right. Just walking.
Over here.
Hi.
Lynette's not joining us today?
I've had her follow Gemma and see if we can make any inroads with her. They should be at a cafe right now.
Was this done? Were you allowed to play this quest before you finished the first Archon?
I don't think that Gemma's likely to open up to us. So, we need a contingency plan.
Break into her house?
Today, we'll be looking into a guy named Lorenzo, Caesar's former pupil and assistant. When Caesar passed away, all the stolen goods discovered in his home were confiscated and returned to their rightful owners. But Lorenzo was the only one privy to all his magic secrets,
Maybe
and
it was
he
Lorenzo.
inherited his craft. Before long, Lorenzo was the next big magician in town, his fame surpassing even that of his master, and it made him very wealthy. He's since left the magic scene, though, and these days, he's a wealthy businessman with his fingers in a lot of different pies.
Maybe we should get those fingers out of those pies.
I had to pull a lot of strings, but I managed to get him to agree to a couple of drinks with me. Be warned, though, I hear he's got a hair-triggered temper. We'd best be careful.
Why are you bringing me into this? You're asking an autistic girl to not cause somebody to get mad. With it. I tend to do it without trying. It's just my natural state of being.
You neglected to mention that you were bringing 2 other people with you.
Bitch, I'm adorable.
My apologies. These 2 are my assistants. When they heard that I was meeting with the former magic maestro himself, they begged and pleaded with me to bring them along.
Oh yes, I begged and pleaded.
If it's no trouble, a couple of autographs would really make their day.
Yeah, it'll make my day when I'm in the wilderness and need something to start as kindling.
Oh, forget the pleasantries, just sit.
Bitch.
Get a load of this guy. Forget the pleasantries, he says, but he looks pretty happy about Lenny stroking his ego.
Paimon, shut up! They can hear you.
I only agreed to meet since we're both magicians. Do me a favor and cut to the chase. I have more important things to do than drinking.
So do I.
Much obliged, sir. As it happens, the matter I want to address is also related to magic. Yesterday morning, a warning letter from the Phantom Weasel appeared on the entrance to the Opera House. He claims to be planning something for the same evening that I'm scheduled to do a magic show there. As such, I believe that I may well be his target.
Nah.
I have to get to the bottom of this to ensure that my show can go ahead as planned. Naturally, any investigation into the Weasel starts with a few questions about Caesar, who...
What is there to investigate? Caesar was the Weasel, and he's been dead for 10 years. So what if some sick creep thought it'd be funny to write a warning letter? It changes nothing. Are you trying to tell me you actually bought it?
You're being quite defensive.
Please, sir, no need to get so worked up.
I thought you said he had a hair.
I do concede that a copycat is but one possibility.
Possibility? It's a fact, Linny. Look, my patience is limited, so listen carefully while I'm still willing to put up with you. The Weasel is dead. Period. Everyone knows that, so do yourself a favor and quit this investigation. It'll lead you nowhere. Look, if this affects your magic show in any way, I will personally compensate you for any losses.
Oh, sir, I'm honored, really. But this isn't about finances for me. My pride as a magician is what's at stake here, Lorenzo. Copycat or not, this person has thrown me the gauntlet, and I must meet their challenge head on.
Your pride? Don't mince words with me, boy. Just tell me, what exactly are you seeking to do?
I think it's quite obvious.
I want to find out the Phantom Weasel's true identity. I have to know for myself what really happened 10 years ago.
What would that accomplish? And what do the events of 10 years ago have to do with you, anyway? Look, you of all people should know that a magician never reveals their secrets. And in any case, dead men don't talk. So if you really care about your magician's pride, then you'll forget about Caesar and move on.
This is getting awkward.
Just because you say it doesn't make it any less awkward.
Lorenzo? Is that? Oh, it is you!
Oh, look, plot convenience.
I know that big, booming voice anywhere. What's up, my man? Want to grab a drink with me?
Another day, I'm busy.
Oh, come on. You can't be all business all the time. You know what they say? Live fast, die young. You gotta learn how to kick back and relax once in a while.
If I wanted your life advice, I'd ask for it. Now get out of my face and go be drunk somewhere else.
Sorry, my good sir. I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Oh, hey! Edmondo. He and I are business pals. We worked together a bunch of times.
Oh, good. Plot convenience.
This is your first time meeting him? Oh, he's always like this. Foul-mouthed and hard-nosed. Never heard a kind word out of this guy the whole time I've known him. And he wonders why he can't get a girlfriend, despite being, what, pushing 40, 30, something? Anyway, point is, a lot older than when he first got rejected by the girl he was into. And is still into, from what I hear.
Oh, could it be Caesar's fiance?
Shut up and get out of my face. Another word out of you and you can forget about doing business with me ever again. Do I make myself clear?
Oh, scary face is scary.
Sorry, I may have had a little too much to drink. All right, I'm gonna leave. Don't work too hard.
So, about that girl you're still into.
I think it's high time I made a move as well. If you really want to investigate this, Linny, be my guest.
Oh, you're allowing it?
But if nothing good comes of it, don't say I didn't warn you.
So, they're good at doing red herrings sometimes.
That fell to pieces in a rather spectacular fashion. Any thoughts?
The fact that she's injured, I wonder.
And what was all that about compensating you for your losses? Why would someone you just met make an offer like that? He's gotta be hiding something. And not like Gemma. She was a little suspicious, but this guy's definitely covering something up.
The Phantom Weasel might be Gemma, and she wants to not make sure
I think so too. We need to look into Lorenzo more closely. That guy Edmondo seems to know a thing or two about him. He only just left. Let's see if we can catch up with him.
I mean, he's drunk. He couldn't get far. He... He fucking got far. Not too far, but far. They need to think while being drunk.
You okay there?
Did you throw up in the bushes?
Who are you?
Nobody important.
Oh, it's you guys. Don't worry about me. I must have had one too many. I just need to ride it out.
This seems like a common occurrence with you.
I said way too much back there, didn't I? I nearly talked myself into complete financial ruin. Note to self, no more drunken chats when Lorenzo's around.
Or no more drunken chats with any business partners. How does that sound?
So, he was serious about threatening to cut you off? Ugh, Paimon knew he was a bad egg.
We were told that he had a hairline trigger.
Hey, keep your voice down.
Paimon doesn't understand the keep your voice down thing.
Don't go prying into Lorenzo's personal affairs. Bad things happen to people who ask too many questions. Or make an enemy out of them.
I mean, I'm good at making enemies of people.
What kind of bad things?
They die.
Don't even ask. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to cut this conversation short. I'm not crossing that line again. And take it from me, trouble with Lorenzo is one thing you don't need in your life. You saw him flare up back there. I don't know what you said to him, but Clearly, it touched a nerve. That's not a good sign. You're too young for this. Don't get in over your head. I'm leaving.
Good for that announcement.
And there he goes. What do we do now, Lenny?
Investigate.
Shh. I think we're being watched.
Oh, really?
Someone was listening in to our whole
The
conversation.
person that's not wearing, you know, sunglasses in the fucking dark.
Don't say anything and don't look back. Any altercation in the city will attract the guards. We'd better take this elsewhere.
Aww. Out of the city. I mean, sure, I feel like kicking people's ass. Why that far out of the city, though? I mean, probably because we don't want... Hi, I'm here to kick your ass. You want to work together on that?
You followed us a long way. Why don't you come out and introduce yourselves?
Come out, come out. Yeah.
So you're Lenny. And where's your sister?
Smooth plays.
Ain't she with you today?
Where's Zeus? I can't do it.
Save us the trouble and go fetch her for us. Let's not drag this out.
You need to do more of a, you know, I can't do any Italian.
Like the tone of your voice, mister. Who sent you, huh?
I wonder.
Save your questions, missy. You ain't gonna need answers where you're going. Capiche?
You know that's Italian and not French.
Looks like we can't avoid this fight.
Good! I feel like beating things.
Now, I'm not the strongest fighter, so I hope you're ready to back me up.
Oh, shut up.
Don't worry, we got this.
Oh, right, he uses a bow. I'm not using you. Oh, you
Now disappear!
Motion to compel.
I have no...
Solidify!
You get closer. No reason.
Allow me. Incinerate. Motion to compel.
Curses. They're tougher than we thought.
No. You're just weak.
Vision wielders are always trouble. Intimidation ain't gonna work like it did on the lady.
Oh, really?
Come on, let's scram!
Wonder which lady we're talking about.
Guys, we ain't through with you yet.
Oh, I get to bring back this joke, don't I?
Oh,
so in France, the mafia is known as
did you catch what they said
Goodfellas,
just before they
or
left?
this word
Something
here
about intimidating
that I
someone
keep
else.
fucking up. So I just bring up this phone and play this.
Milieu.
Whenever there's mafia involved. Kind of. So we're
Sounds
bringing
like
that
they just
back.
wanted to rough us up as a scare tactic, and they've already done it to someone else, but who?
Yamina.
You're right. She was injured when we saw her yesterday, and she acted like she had something to hide. Maybe she was too scared to tell us the truth because those guys had threatened her.
Yeah.
Well, if that's the case, she should be more willing to open up to us once she learns that those thugs won't be bothering her anymore.
I think they'll be bothering her just as much because we didn't
Let's
kill
head back
them.
to the cafe and see if we can get any information from her.
Just because we beat them does not mean correlate to them not beating her up. They know that they can't beat up me, but I mean, that doesn't mean they know that suddenly decide that suddenly they cannot beat up her. Hi. This looks like a riveting conversation. Wonderful.
Gemma?
You again. What is it this time?
We just ran into the men who've been threatening you, and we gave them a taste of their own medicine.
We should have killed them.
So, you can relax now. We're here to protect you.
Do not make promises we cannot keep because most likely we will not protect.
What? Why? I didn't tell you anything. Why would they come after you?
Because we like sticking our noses in places it doesn't belong.
Sounds like they're no strangers to you.
That's putting it mildly. I know them all too well, and I hate them with every fiber of my being. It's been 10 long years, and still every time I try to look into Caesar's death, they show up and warn me not to do anything stupid.
Well, good thing that I am the embodiment of stupid as the Traveler.
How do I know I can trust you? Do you really think you can get to the bottom of it all? And why are you doing this?
Because not doing anything is not Paragon.
I'm afraid I can't reveal all the details just yet, but I can promise you this. I will expose the Phantom Weasel's true identity. Because you see, this is a personal matter of the utmost importance. I give you my word. Trust
Did you
me.
know Caesar? Yeah, I'm the protagonist.
Okay. How can I help you?
I've heard that Caesar used to have a magic workshop where he kept a lot of his personal effects. If possible, I'd like to take a look at them. Do you know where it is?
The Fleuve Cendre. But the place was sealed up by the police after his death, and
for 10
no one's
years?
been there since. I also know that the Fleuve Cendre is dangerous territory. Lots of hostile groups lurking around. If you're serious about going there, please be careful.
You know, you saying dangerous territory makes me want to go there even more.
Understood. Lynette, you stay here and take care of Gemma. Don't let her come to harm.
Oh, good that it's not us trying to protect her, because me and Paimon have a...
But if I'm staying here, I'm ordering dessert.
I love you.
I mean, bon appetit, but stay sharp too. They're likely to come for you while I'm away.
Okay. Alright. Power saving mode off. I'll start taking this more seriously now.
Sweetheart.
Looks like no more free coffee for me.
Whatever you do, please be careful.
I refuse.
If anything happens to you because you're investigating Caesar, I'll never be able to forgive myself.
With me here, nothing will happen.
Yeah, because it's not me and Paimon, because me and Paimon seem to have the, you know, distraction rate of, you know, goldfish. Below? That's symbol for below. Okay, yeah, that was correct. Les Miserables time. Yo.
If Gemma gave us the right location, then the workshop should be right nearby. Huh. Looks like these boxes are blocking the entrance. Let's shift them away first.
You have the fire ability. Burn them.
There we go. It should be just down here.
Okay. Cool. Look around for, you know, items to steal. No. 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 Why? Why? platforming. Why?
So this was Caesar's workshop.
Fuck him for doing platforming.
Nothing suspicious here, just normal magic props. What's
You think that's a normal magic prop?
What was that? Oh,
They're cute and fluffy.
is this one of Caesar's gadgets? Guess we must have triggered some sort of device.
Attack them when they're... Just secure them in place. You know, you do have Yanfei. Let me... I get it. You're gonna make me do this.
And
Wrong
voila!
button. Hi, how you doing?
Germinate! Boom boom!
Have some plant problems.
Motion to compel!
Whoa. Look. The doll in the box is glowing.
They're possessed. I mean, I'm not off. Wrong on that. They're moving on their own. I make that joke, but no, they proved me.
There's something written on the card on this doll. Let's take a closer look.
Huh, where? Which, this one? What a bucket of fried chicken that never runs. I wish! Like a new bag. No, there's no such thing as fried chicken that never runs out, just as there's no such thing as children who never grow up. I mean, Peter Pan would differ. Also, eating too much fried chicken is bad for you. Make sure to pair it with something healthy, like a salad, alright? Oh? I like a little dove. I want a robot with cool powers. No, you need your parents' permission to own a pet, and you also need to take good care of it. I bought a fluffy toy dove for you this time. If you're ready to own a pet, I'll make a real dove appear for you next time. That's sweet.
These magic boxes are moving. What do we do?
One of them looks different from the rest. Let's investigate.
One of them looks shinier than the other. Did it like appear when I looked away?
We're supposed to find the box that lit up at the start, right? There should be another wish list inside. Let's keep trying.
Step right up.
Wrong button. My parents would get back together. Maybe it's better that they're apart. I wish for good grades on my next exam, then study. I wish for my little sister to have a normal life free of danger. Note, I want you to know you can always share your troubles with me, children, but some wishes are more than magic can true. They need power of your hard work. I wish you the best of luck and hope all your wishes come true. Do not put parents back together if it's better if they're apart. Also, just general statement. When do we get to go to your wedding, Uncle Caesar? Ah! I want to watch your shows even when I grow up, Uncle Caesar. Do you have to go on tour? Can't you stay here with us, Uncle Caesar? Oh my, this round of wishes has rather exceeded my expectations. The wedding will be held very soon. Don't worry, you're all invited. The tour has already been scheduled, but I'll definitely be back. And you'll always be welcome at my shows if you like magic.
Looks like we've reached the end of this route. Shall we try a different one?
No, I'm looking for treasure chests. You know, the thing that you're always bitching about.
That's weird. Have we reached the end already?
No.
There's nothing here. Maybe this was a wasted trip.
This place seems a little too ordinary for a magician's workshop. There's a distinct lack of mystery.
It's a
We've triggered
workshop.
quite a few devices on the way here. I'm starting to wonder whether Caesar built this whole place as one big, elaborate magic contraption. If so, then there must be more to this place than meets the eye.
Transformer?
Maybe a hidden room somewhere. Aha! If I just move this book, then hopefully... And... presto!
How the...
A secret passageway! How did you know?
I'm a magician too, and apparently great minds really do think alike.
Harkigo?
Looks pretty big inside. Let's head in and take a look around.
The TARDIS? Also, chest?
Propagate! Boom boom!
If this is a secret room, why would there be these guys here? Because they wouldn't know about it. Just general statement. The guard wouldn't know to leave these things here if it was a secret place. Oh, here am I missed? They just need me to fight things. Got it. Yeah, with no logical holes or anything. Hi. How are y'all? Wanna get together?
Order guide you.
Incinerate! Ha! Sia! Ta! Ha! Sia! Ta! Sia! Boom boom!
This is perfect as a justice. Yeah, I know, right?
Why have you stopped, Lenny? Is there some device in that box?
Nah.
Huh. It just looks familiar somehow. Let me check this out for a second while you guys go on ahead.
Sure.
If anyone makes a major discovery, let's rendezvous here.
Being that this is a huge magical contraption thing, how well do you think that we won't get trapped?
All right. See you in a bit.
Any of us.
The placement of this device inside. If I remember correctly...
Ba-da-ba. No. No. didn't step on it.
Can't step on the same tile.
Shut up, Eilon.
Guess we've got to finish it in one run, huh?
Eight. I planned poorly. Oh, that's counted as cheating. Damn. Not good with any of this. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. Or does it work? I feel like I cheated along that line. Because I stepped off one of the platforms to move. Oh well, I got it done. Doesn't fucking matter.
Wow! There's a hidden room here!
Okay, Paimon, if you look, that doesn't look like a hidden room. It looks like a doorway.
Caesar's own notes. He wrote a lot about the principles of magic. Whew. Much too advanced for Paimon.
I mean...
This book's thick as a brick! Let's take a peek inside it, shall we?
I've seen... that's not as thick as a brick.
At one of my shows a few days ago, a child asked me how I pulled candy out of my hat. As a joke, I told the kid that the hat has a built-in wish-granting machine. Next thing I know, today a whole bunch of kids were pestering me to pull all sorts of things out of the hat.
It sounds like a you problem that you dug yourself into.
So I told them another white lie. The machine needs time to power up, but in the meantime, you can write your wishes down. Well, they took me up on that offer, enthusiastically. As I write this, I've only just got back from running around all over town, buying the things they wanted. Boy, are my legs sore.
First of all, that's sweet. Second of all, exercise is good for you. It says me.
I wound up saving very little this month, but that's not a major issue. I now have a bigger problem. How am I going to hide all these things inside my hat?
That also sounds like a you problem.
2 children came to talk to me after today's show. I don't know why they were out on their own. They looked much too young to be unsupervised. I do hope they got home safely.
I wonder... Lenny and Lynette said that they watched a magician from the streets do his performances and figured out how he did them and then did it on a corner.
Anyway, they said that they wanted me to teach them how to do magic. It's not uncommon for children to ask this, of course, but I've never seen any of them as serious about it as these 2. I told them that learning magic is very hard work, but that didn't faze them at all. It's like they already knew. They seemed so committed. I couldn't turn them down.
I'm betting this is Lenny and Lynette.
It seems like something's bothering Lorenzo lately, but he won't open up to me about it.
Lorenzo sounds like the ass that absolutely would steal candy from a baby.
Surely he's not upset that I agreed to teach those 2 children. I'll have to talk him around.
It won't work.
I have a good feeling about those kids.
They're naturally talented, and it seems like they're not new to the world of magic. They have all sorts of fantastic ideas. All I'm really doing is helping them develop a more professional standard training plan. They wanted to call me Master, but I told them they absolutely mustn't. Any magician worth their salt could have taught them what I have. They're the geniuses here. Compared to them, I don't deserve to be called any sort of master. With time, I have no doubt that they could become far greater magicians than I. My only concern is why they're so mature for their age. I fear they've had to grow up too fast.
I mean, orphans?
I don't dare to imagine what they must have been through. Gemma thinks so too. She doesn't like being around them. Says that their eyes are too piercing. They don't bother me, but then again, I've never been the sharpest tool in the shed.
Same.
It's nearly time for me to go on tour. I asked the two kids if they'd like to come with me, but they shook their heads. I once overheard them talking about their father and their mission. Sounds like their parents have other plans for them.
Yeah.
I guess we'll be parting ways soon. It's only been 10 days since I first met them, but I think that I've gotten a feel for their personalities now.
That means that they had already, if father and the mission, they already had done the magic stuff, and this was after they got brought into the House of the Hearth.
They're very tough, but also very cautious, and they trust no one but each other. This, I fear, is not a good habit to have.
I mean...
They hide things from me too. For example, when I asked them where they live and why they wanted to learn
But you weren't the
magic,
sharpest tool in the shed.
they lied. That's the thing about children. Whenever they're trying to cover something up, it always shows somehow. I can sense that their lives have been hard, possibly even dangerous too. They're not like other children. It's a shame that I can't do more to help them. After thinking things over, I decided to tell them a bit about how I see the world. It's full of lies and falsehoods, and that is why we must find our own truth. P.S. I hope they won't find my nagging annoying. Children are so opinionated nowadays. Will it do them more harm than good for someone they've only known 10 days to lecture them like that?
Well, I mean, they're not teenagers.
P.P.S. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Children aren't interested in grand philosophies. It probably just
You're still
went in one
overthinking this.
ear
You
and
are
out the
still
other.
overthinking this.
I bet they've already forgotten every word I said. Oh, Caesar, Caesar. Just mind your own business next time.
Stop reading.
Two magic geniuses with a father and a mission, huh?
Oh, good that you kept up with me, Paimon.
Sounds a lot like he was writing about Linny and Lynette, don't you think?
Nah.
So did they meet Caesar when they were kids? Let's go
No.
ask Linny.
Bring the book with you. Or leave the book there. You know, whatever floats your boat.
Linny?
Shh, hold that thought. As I expected, there's a lot of fishy things going on in this place.
Oh?
Fishy? Uh-oh, what have you found?
A fish?
All in good time. Before we go over our new leads, I want to tell you how a high-altitude escape is performed.
But that's revealing secrets.
First, the magician slots themselves into a magic box in full view of the audience. The box is then suspended high in the air, and a short while later, the base automatically opens.
Cool.
At this point, a dummy will fall out of the box, but it looks real enough to grab the audience's attention, and they start wailing and screaming.
I mean...
Meanwhile, the real magician, who has by now blended into the crowd, waits for a good moment to make their appearance and put on a hysterical performance. Oh no! Is that me? Did I just fall to my death?
How did he get out of the fucking box? I know that there's a secret box, but I mean...
Very vivid description. Paimon can really picture it. And then
Get down there.
The audience's gaze then turns to the magician, and by the time they realize what's happened, the dummy has vanished, as if everything that just happened was some sort of shared illusion.
Cool.
Of course, that's just how I think the process should work, theoretically speaking.
What did you mean?
The inventor of this trick never performed it successfully. When the box opened, Caesar was the one who fell out, and not the dummy.
Ouch!
He fell right to the ground from the highest point of the opera house. No one could hope to survive that fall. Not without a vision, at least. And no one else has ever attempted this trick since. My understanding of how it works is just based on what I could gather from his notes and the relevant gadgets here in his workshop.
So Caesar's famous high-altitude escape has never been done,
I mean, it was done, but it was failed.
Paimon was about to say how cool it would have been to see it in person, but if it's that dangerous,
I mean,
it's
how
probably
scarred
for
was
the
the
best that no one else
audience?
tries to do it.
Lenny's gonna try it, isn't
Wait
he?
a second. So if a dummy's supposed to drop out of the box, then
Oh, good that you're keeping up with me, Paimon.
Glad you asked. That brings us to the secret of said box. This box right here is the one that Caesar constructed himself to use in the performance, and it's not as simple as it looks.
I mean, it tends not to be because it's
Inside,
magic.
There's a device that only the magician himself would know about. Once the magician's inside and the box is lifted up into the air, the audience's view of the box is fixed at a certain angle.
Optical illusion.
From where they're standing, they have a clear view of the front, sides, and bottom, but the back and the top are now no longer visible. At this point, the magician presses a button inside the box, opening a secret door out of view. He then escapes through this trap door onto the opera house roof, waits for the dummy to fall and distract the audience, and quietly returns to ground level.
Cool.
That's way simpler than Paimon imagined. Even Paimon could probably do it.
Bitch, you float.
Well, there's a little more to it than that, of course. The hardest part of this trick is controlling the audience's mood and reactions. That takes an exceptional degree of showmanship. There's the falling dummy, the miraculous reappearance, the pompous performing. Maybe the magician would even have themselves tied up before it begins to strengthen the impression that there's no escape. Many days and nights of careful research and painstaking practice would have gone into this, all culminating in a performance just a few minutes long, but one that still manages to transform the shock and grief of a tragic accident to the joy and laughter of a mesmerizing magic trick.
Yeah, but there was no joy and laughter. It was
Caesar was a highly accomplished magician. But unfortunately, even he didn't manage to pull it off.
I wonder if it had something to do with his, apprentice.
So, how did it go so wrong? You said you found some fishy stuff here. Have you figured out what really happened?
I wonder. Keep up, Paimon.
I can make a pretty good guess.
Whoa!
I looked into the case files. The magic box Caesar was using at the time of his death had the secret button I mentioned positioned on the right-hand side. And, sure enough, he always used his right hand as his dominant hand in public.
Okay. Nothing suspicious there.
It was on the left side.
But here's the strange thing. Most of the devices in this workshop have the mechanism on the left-hand side, including this box right here, which leads me to believe that Caesar was in fact left-handed.
Okay, cool.
Because a magician can't afford to have their most basic habits stand out too much. People naturally focus their attention on the most important details of the task or situation at hand.
But, I mean, he could be ambidextrous.
But a magician needs to be able to redirect an audience's attention at will, so as to avoid arousing their suspicion. The essence of magic is getting people to believe a lie. If even the truth raises eyebrows, the falsehoods become all the more difficult to mask. And so, Caesar trained himself to use his right hand to align with his audience's expectations.
How was the
Great magic
expectations
always
for a right
requires
hand?
sacrifices. But in his most stressful and nerve-wracking moments, and when no one was watching, reflex would kick in and he'd use his left hand. That's why he set his gadgets with the mechanism on his left.
And somebody exploded them.
Exactly. I think that's likely what happened.
Nah.
Caesar would have been under a lot of time pressure during the escape. He'd have had mere seconds to open the hidden compartment, retrieve the dummy, then open the secret door and make a swift escape. But I'm sure he was confident. He would have rehearsed countless times to the point where it was second nature. He'd barely need to think about what he was doing because muscle memory would guide him through. So he opened the compartment, took out the dummy, checked everything was in order, and then went to leave. With his left hand, he reached for the button, and suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. It wasn't there. Much like when you reach for your keys but find your pocket empty, his mind needed a moment to process what was going on. Instinctively, his left hand would keep feeling around for the missing button, maybe for another second or two, until the bottom of the box gave way.
I'm gonna throw something out there here. He should have realized, because it goes up higher than because he's gonna step up off the roof, off to the roof, so that the people are still, because the optical illusion will make it look like he's not doing that. But
with the stakes being as high as they were, just a 2-second delay cost him everything. The authorities would find nothing suspicious.
So if he realized the fact that he kept going higher, then, you know, what would be the good position to...
When in reality, someone switched the boxes, and they did it to murder him.
Nah.
But how would they be able to make the switch without being noticed? That would be difficult to pull off, no?
I'm on. Think.
It would have to have been someone who knew that he was left-handed, and who could move his props around without arousing suspicion. Someone who was always by his side.
Someone with, you know, very bad temper and was crushing on his lady?
Isn't that right, Lorenzo?
Oh, good that he's here.
You just couldn't let sleeping dogs lie, could you?
I have so many comments.
There's not a lot of people who'd go to all this trouble for some magician who died 10 years ago. I didn't want to have to do this, you know. Silencing you the hard way just creates more problems for me to deal with.
Oh, shame, really? So, I'm gonna ask this for you now. Do you have any, you know, last will and testament? You know, anything you wanna, you know...
But I gave you your chance. I hoped you'd do what's good for you and back off like the lady, but... you disappoint me.
I live to disappoint people. Sorry.
You mean Gemma? So you are the one who's been threatening her!
Paimon, keep the fuck up.
Yes, although however stubborn she might be, she was never much of a liability. But you people... you never even knew him, but for some reason you just wouldn't drop it.
Bitch, I'm the protagonist.
Which is why you can't leave this place alive. Take them out, and make it quick.
Okay,
Do your worst!
Bitch, you won't do anything. I'll take them out quickly. You ask for it.
Rust and Rebit!
Just keep standing there in the background and watch me take out you and your men.
Ha! Motion to compel.
So, bitch grovel. Oh, you have...
Time for your ring.
Allow me.
You have more.
Stabilize.
Here, I thought.
Boom boom.
This was going to be not a challenge, but I mean, you... Just kidding. It still was not a challenge. Bitch, I killed them. I mean, good that hopefully knocked him out rather than...
You kids are tougher than you look.
Would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you,
Had
little
enough
kids.
yet, Lorenzo? Your cronies can't help you now.
Yeah, grovel, motherfucker.
I think it's high time you started talking. And what I'd really like to know is, why did you murder Caesar?
I know you're smarter than that.
If I had a Mora for every time you've said that man's name.
I will keep saying it. Caesar, 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 Caesar.
But I was the real genius magician. Me. He was just an amateur who did cheap tricks for gullible children. I was the one who made magic into the fine art it is today. The aristocrats doffed their hats to me.
This is JoJo. Yeah, I know. I could go for a salad right now.
So it was jealousy.
No shit. Also, he had my girl.
Jealousy. Hatred, more like. I hated Caesar. All he cared about was his magic. He lived and breathed it.
Then who makes that the better magician?
Everything into his street performances and his stupid tours like it was just a hobby to him. Never bothering to think about Mora. What sort of fool devotes their life to the art of deception and never has a Mora to show for it?
A better person than you.
But the people loved him, didn't they? Oh, how they looked up to him. No one gave me a second look. All I ever heard was, "Oh, your master's amazing, isn't he?"
Maybe you should, instead live up to what he is.
Amazing. Yeah, so amazing that he was completely broke. Every other apprentice was living it up at their master's expense, but no, not me. I put in all the work, mastered all the skills, and it brought me nothing more than the life I already had.
Why didn't you just leave?
He forbade me from using magic to trick people out of their Mora. There was nothing he hated more than that.
I mean, just because he forbade you doesn't mean that if you leave his apprenticeship, you still have to follow his orders.
And with his reputation in Fontaine, it was too risky for me to go it alone. As long as he was alive, if I dabbled in my own brand of money-making magic, he would expose me, and it would destroy me.
Leave fucking Fontaine.
I had to kill him. There was no other way.
There was about 1,000 other ways. You just picked what you consider the most simplest.
And this was your only motive?
X to doubt.
It was reason enough. What other motive would I need?
Crush.
Well, I was under the impression that there might have been other factors at play. For instance, maybe you were in love with Gemma, but she was engaged to Caesar.
In love with Gemma? Don't be ridiculous.
I can be ridiculous when I want to be.
Guess I was wrong about that then. Next question. Are you the Phantom Weasel?
God, I just can't take that seriously.
I am. Caesar was so strict with me. He insisted that his way was the right way. That the sole purpose of magic was to bring joy to the world.
Yeah, it is, because it's magic. What you were being was a fucking thief.
I never bought into any of that. I was more interested in the practical value of magic. Sure enough, it helped me fill my pockets with all kinds of valuable treasures.
It's not magic, that's thievery.
Oh, yeah! Charlotte told us that the weasel would steal whatever people valued, no matter how much it was worth.
That's just how it looked from the outside. What would any thief want with second-rate loot? I've only ever targeted high-value items.
Well, I mean, you are a second-rate magician.
I stole cheap things as a way of practicing my craft. It was other people's overactive imaginations that conjured up the preposterous image they then dubbed the Phantom Weasel.
What does it say about you and your abilities that they named you the Phantom Weasel? I mean, seriously, Weasel, come on.
So, that's the story, huh? Well, I hope you're ready to tell it all over again during your trial.
What choice do I have? You're a pack of wolves, and you've got me between your jaws. You've seen what's here, and my last-ditch effort to stop it getting out has failed. What else can I do?
Beg, bitch.
so be
I'll
it.
still do it, but I mean...
I've enjoyed power and wealth for the last 10 years, the likes of which Caesar could never give me.
I mean, I'll still take you to court, but I mean...
But I regret nothing.
Love Marigold.
Very well. In that case, I'll contact the guards. Traveler, Paimon, keep an eye on Lorenzo for me. I'll meet you just outside the workshop when I'm back.
Oh, no worries. I will keep him under my boot and not enjoy it. Anything else to say?
At least I can finally stop looking over my shoulder now.
Except when I have to worry about Shanks.
Lily has told me the whole story.
Hi, Bruno.
Lorenzo, do you confess to the murder of Caesar and to framing him for the Phantom Weasel's crimes?
Words. Use words.
Look who's finally developed a conscience.
He didn't develop a conscience. I beat the living shit out of him, so he didn't have a choice.
What kind of disciple murders their own master?
Actually, there's many that do that.
I hope it was worth it. Because there'll be hell to pay.
I don't know why you're getting these digs in. It doesn't fucking matter to you.
Looks like it's all over. What should we do next, Lenny? Should we start preparing for your show?
Let me think. Let's rendezvous with Lynette and Gemma first. With Lorenzo in custody, Gemma will no longer have to fear for her safety.
I mean...
Good point! We should go tell Gemma the good news right away! It'll give her some peace of mind for sure!
Did she have her cake? Did she have her dessert?
Ah, you're back.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh,
You
look
were
so happy.
Quick. I've only just finished my third dessert.
I love you so much.
Your third? Lynette, come on, we've talked about this. Everything in moderation. You're not gonna have any room left for dinner now.
Bitch, this is a cafe dessert. I do what I want.
I'll shift to exercise mode and jog off the excess sugar.
That's besides the point. Well, it's done now, but try to eat a more balanced diet in the future.
I refuse.
Point taken.
Did everything go okay?
Yeah.
Of course! Lorenzo was no match for us. The guards are taking him into custody as we speak.
He already has him in custody.
Gosh, that's amazing. I'm sorry. I still didn't know if I could
Yeah,
trust
point
you,
taken, tossed
but
in the trash.
Now it seems I can. I had my suspicions about Lorenzo, but I...
It's okay. We understand. He did threaten you. Paimon would find it hard to trust strangers in your position, too. But you don't need to be scared anymore. Everything's gonna be okay.
Sorry.
Sweetheart.
Sorry. My emotions are all over the place right now. I've been waiting for this day to come for so long. I always wanted to report Lorenzo. He took all of Caesar's property, which I found suspicious, but I had people watching me all the time, so I couldn't risk looking into it. I was so afraid. I was scared he'd do something terrible to me, and then no one would be left to visit Caesar's grave. So I never had the courage to speak out. Thank you all. Truly. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for clearing Caesar's name. I never would have guessed that Lorenzo was the real Phantom Weasel. He never showed any signs that there were problems between him and Caesar in public. From the outside, it looked like they got along great.
I mean, just 'cause...
To think that lowlife's been living life to the fullest all this time, while Caesar's name was getting dragged through the mud. It's a travesty.
Yeah.
At least his soul can finally rest in peace now, thanks to your efforts.
If only I'd realized before it was too late.
Don't blame yourself, Gemma. This isn't your fault.
Yeah, you still have the rest of your life to live. Caesar wouldn't want to see you spending it feeling guilty.
I know, right?
Cheer up, Gemma. My brother's doing a magic show at the Opera House tomorrow evening. Would you like to come along? It might raise your spirits. This show will be a special one. We're holding it in Caesar's honor.
No.
In Caesar's honor? Really? Thank you. I'll be there.
Great. We'll see you tomorrow evening. Traveler, Paimon, don't be late.
Us late? Nah.
Don't worry, we'll be there. No way are we gonna miss out on a free magic show.
Who said it was free?
Wait, Paimon feels like we're forgetting something.
Nah.
Oh yeah, Caesar's diary! We never found out if the two kids Caesar taught magic to were Linny and Lynette or not.
I mean, we could ask them later. One of the things I just remembered that I pulled up on my phone. Y'all know that there's gonna be a solar eclipse tomorrow. And okay, I'm reading out the certain times. No, let me find the certain times.
Seems like the stories here never have a happy ending.
Okay.
I'll remind you again. The law can be both a help and a hindrance.
God damn it. Okay, the site that I was using is being opinionated.
Seems like the stories here never have a happy ending.
So say in the chat your location. And general location, not actual location, and I'll try and see. Yeah. My room, I mean...
Seems like the stories here never have a happy ending.
Oh, it's... on...
Seems like the stories here never have a happy ending.
I'm switching off. I'm...
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Yeah, that would be smart, wouldn't it? It starts at 8 a.m., by the way, for y'all.
Boats are made for transferring commodities.
Yes, it is.
and those that come across Lior tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Seems like the stories here never have a happy ending.
That is it. And you go back through and you pick where you need to look for. Too bad most of us probably aren't in the actual area that it'd be a full eclipse. Starts at 10. It's only gonna be a half, barely anything, but it's still. Oh, I missed it by an hour. Oh, woe is me. Some areas will be more eclipses than others. Hi! Nuvilet's bathwater is going well. We finished earlier Nuvilet's story quest, and now we're on Linny's. I think we're almost finished with that. Love the name, by the way. Why is Lynette in the... I thought she was his assistant. Why is she in...
Paimon's excited to see another of Linny's
Paimon,
magic
keep up with
shows.
me.
Wait. Lynette, shouldn't you be on stage by now?
Not this time. My brother's going solo today.
Sure.
So, I'll be watching with you.
Cool.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody's ready because the show is about to begin.
Looks like Nuvilette didn't show up for this one.
The great magician Linny has prepared a spectacular show for us all tonight, concluding with an all-new grand finale that no audience has ever seen before.
I mean, oh, Robert Houdin. Is that a reference to Houdini at all? Sorry. No, an audience has seen it. It's just they didn't like the outcome of it.
Thank you all so much for coming. Now, prepare to join me on a journey through the mystical and miraculous.
Uh-huh. Wows the audience with a skill. Good that we got to see it.
Exciting stuff, isn't it?
Yes, it's just... It reminds me of him.
I mean, I wonder why. I wonder if they learned anything from him.
Caesar was a famous magician too. So, how did you two first meet, Gemma?
Well, I was out on the street once, and I saw him performing for little children.
Aww.
Children love magic, because they're willing to believe in things that can't be rationally explained. Caesar had this
Paimon.
amazing way of bringing them into a dreamlike world.
Maybe you should learn that about, you know, magic tricks instead of trying to figure them out.
And somehow, I felt drawn to him too. So I went up and asked him to do a trick for me.
Aw, that sounds so romantic. What trick did he do?
It was with a flower. He took it in his hand, snapped his fingers, and it magically appeared on my head.
Linny, why'd you put the magical flower that appeared on my, you know, the scarf thing? Were you trying to say something to me?
I was so happy that day. No one had ever given me a flower before that.
Oh, that's so cute. Actually, now that you
Paimon,
mention it,
do not ruin
Lenny's
this
done
for
that
me.
one
Do
before.
not.
Is that right? Then I suppose he's a romantic at heart, just like Caesar. So let's treasure the time we have with him.
Yeah, shut up, Paimon.
After all, you never know when the people dearest to you might be gone.
That's right. It's all over now. Paimon doesn't really know how to comfort you, but at the very least, no one's gonna be intimidating you from now on. You can breathe easy at last, right?
Right. Yes, you can breathe easy now, Phantom Weasel.
I was right! Oh my god!
See? Even Lynette says... Wait, what?
I was fucking right!
The Phantom Weasel? Lorenzo escaped? Where is he?
What do you mean, Phantom Weasel?
As Lenny once said, a performer's job is to commit fully to their role and put on a flawless performance for their audience. But once the bag of tricks is empty and the curtain falls, it's time to end the show. The spotlight is no place for someone with no more cards up their sleeve. It's been 10 years, Gemma. Aren't you tired of the grieving widow act? I think it's time to put an end to it.
I was right!
What are you talking about? Paimon doesn't like this riddle.
It's not a riddle.
Traveler, Paimon doesn't like where this is going. Come on, say something!
I figured this out like an hour ago.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're all enjoying the performance so far. There will now be a brief intermission, after which Linny will perform the most electrifying act of tonight's show, the one we've all been waiting for.
And has not described.
The final performance will take place outside of the Opera House, so please make your way outside in a calm and orderly fashion.
Being that you had just one day or so to, practice this.
The Phantom Weasel never did like public places, did they? Don't worry, this place will be quiet soon. Let's talk somewhere else for now.
I had my suspicions. I had them. Speak.
Dear me, this is awkward, isn't it? And unfortunately, I'm all out of gadgets, so I'm afraid I can't do any tricks to liven up the mood.
You mean?
This is a big mistake for a magician to make, but thankfully, I do have a backup plan. Now, who wants to hear a story?
Sure.
Lenny, don't we have more important things to address right now?
Shut up, Paimon.
Lynette accused Gemma of being the real Phantom Weasel a moment ago. Oh, what the heck's going on?
Had my suspicions.
All in good time. Magicians are good at guessing what people are thinking. I know the questions you want to ask.
Yeah, good thing
and
you
as
can
it
say
happens, the story I'm about to tell might answer a few of them.
Good, because then she won't be talking while you tell this story.
Really? Well then, let's hear it! Paimon's dying of curiosity here!
Let's go back to the very beginning. A decade ago, when the Phantom Weasel was terrorizing the court of Fontaine. She never missed a target, never left a trace, and no treasure was safe from her thieving hands. But as her infamy grew, so did the readiness of the police.
I mean, that's
and
a
her
gorgeous outfit.
opportunities to act became ever fewer.
Oh, sorry, was I...
Every day, she ran the risk of being exposed for who she was. Of course, she could not simply take this lying down, and before long, she found her ticket to freedom. She would create a scapegoat, a false weasel to close the chapter on her behalf.
Bitch killed her lover.
After weighing her options, she set her sights on a renowned magician, Caesar. After all, magic and theft shared enough similarities for people to buy the story when the truth came out.
So then what?
Being the master deceiver she was, the weasel easily earned Caesar's trust. Now all that remained was to frame him for her countless crimes. But as she was considering how to make her move, she noticed Caesar's aggrieved pupil, and a new thought entered her mind. Maybe I don't need to get my hands dirty
he wrote in
after
the
all.
book that she did seem to distrust the two kids because their eyes could see too much.
At her encouragement, Lorenzo tampered with Caesar's magic box, causing him to fall to his death. Afterwards, Lorenzo seized his master's property, and the weasel set about tarnishing Caesar's reputation. Two co-conspirators committed the perfect crime.
I've got to hand it to you. You're both exceptional storytellers. It's enough to make even me wonder whether there was really another mastermind behind all this, pulling the strings.
Bitch, they're getting even because they were the two people that.
But I
Caesar
just have one question. You seem to think that I am the villain in this tale. What's brought this on, Linny? Is it something that Lorenzo said?
Don't worry, Lorenzo said nothing at all. But I never believed that he was the weasel, and in fact, my investigation only made me more certain of that. He was too forthcoming with his confession, as if there was something else he was trying to hide.
How disappointing. So you'd sooner trust Lorenzo than me? Even without a shred of evidence?
Yeah.
A magician is an expert at playing the audience to get the result they want. And I have no doubt that you, Gemma, are equally talented in this regard. With a little help from Lorenzo, you put on a very convincing performance. The lovesick fiancé, whose devotion to her betrothed is unshakable, even under threats of violence. Caesar was maligned and hated by all for 10 years, but you? Everyone sympathized with your plight.
Martyr complex?
Who would suspect for 1 second that the lovely young lady always seen weeping in front of Caesar's grave was actually the mastermind behind his demise? No, not that poor lady. Perish the thought.
I know, perish the thought.
Wait, so you mean the whole intimidation thing was just a hoax? Gemma and Lorenzo were both in on it?
Yeah.
But why would Lorenzo agree to that? And why didn't he sell her out even at the end instead of admitting to being the weasel himself?
Yes, why indeed? Maybe Gemma herself could enlighten us on that question.
Well, Linny, if you're so confident in your version of events, then I think the answer should be obvious. Having killed Caesar with his own hands, Lorenzo was plagued by overwhelming guilt. Revealing the Phantom Weasel's true identity would serve no purpose. But if the weasel remained free, then she could take care of Lorenzo's loved ones.
An excellent answer, though sadly a little dull.
Can we not?
Is that right? Well, don't let me bore you. If you'd care to change the topic to something more interesting, I'd be much obliged.
As a matter of fact, there's one thing I'd really like to understand. Why would the real weasel have targeted things that only have value to other people? Could you shed any light on that?
Because you're a bitter old maid.
Of course. After all, we're just telling stories here, aren't we?
No, we are not.
If I had to guess, I would say that the real weasel must have had a terrible childhood.
That does not make it a good excuse for what the shit you did.
Left to fend for herself after her parents died young. Betrayed, scorned, beaten.
Still does not mean you're allowed to do
She'd
that stuff.
scrounge waste paper from garbage bins to draw on, using twigs and dirt for lack of ink and pen. She'd sew ugly rag dolls from whatever scrap material
And you
she
just
could
wanted to
get her
get the
hands on.
revenge on the world. Yeah.
This was her only source of happiness in life. But it was all she needed, and she was content. Until the world decided that even this was too good for her. Once again, she was betrayed. And this time, everything was taken from her. She felt like life was a miry pit that dragged her further down the more she struggled to escape. At that
She was really quiet.
age,
Yeah, I know her.
she should have been happy. Instead, she stood in the shadows and watched with envy as all good things in the world passed her by. This
Caesar was a
fate
good
too
thing.
cruel
He
for
was
anyone
nice.
to bear. Her pain became a breeding ground for dark thoughts. Thoughts which festered and grew into a twisted solution to her troubles. I detest the happiness of others, in all its forms alike. I will rob them of everything they hold to be good and true, and it will fill the void in my soul.
Well, did it?
That's some pretty heavy stuff.
Look, she's angsty McAngst.
Now it all makes sense.
Does this story satisfy you, Linny?
Yes, it is quite to my tastes. Thank you for helping to clear up my confusion.
Huh. That's right. What drove you to write that letter, Gemma? What were you trying to achieve there? Because without that, none of this would have ever come to light.
I know, right?
She didn't write the letter.
After 10 long years, I'd hoped that the Phantom Weasel would be consigned to the history books by now.
I'm not, yeah,
But it
pretty
seems
much.
like someone still wasn't ready to let her finally be at peace. Linny. Or should I call you the Phantom Copycat now? You were the one who posted that letter outside the Opera House. But why?
Because fuck you and fuck you for what you did.
Very sharp, Phantom Weasel. Still as shrewd as ever. Well, no need for me to be coy about it. Our goal was to clear Caesar's name. The most straightforward way to change the public's impression of Caesar was to force the Weasel to show themselves.
Yeah.
That's it? You had no other agenda?
Like I said, because fuck you.
Of course we did. We made it quite clear in the letter, I believe. I shall take from you that which you hold most dear, just as you did to me 10 years ago.
10 years ago? You mean Caesar's death? You met him?
Nah.
Wait. Oh, I get it. You were those two obnoxious kids. It's been so long, and you're all grown up now. I didn't recognize you.
They are obnoxious, but they're awesome.
He taught
Not
you
as
magic
obnoxious as
back then,
Paimon.
didn't he? For what, 10 days or something? And you went to all this trouble. Why? Because you feel like you still owe him something?
Because he was a fucking good person. How does that sound?
We remember all our debts, however great or small. 10 years ago, Caesar's reputation was torn to shreds, and his legacy was thrown out. 10 years on, and no one cares what the truth is anymore. But we did not forget. And so
There's a
we
quote
came
from
to find you.
Game of Thrones of something, the House of whatever doesn't forget or whatever.
And what exactly did you take from me? I'm still standing, as you can see. Lorenzo has admitted to everything. I'm free.
Are you?
Free? Do you really think so? Caesar once told me that even though the world is filled with lies and falsehoods, we must find our own truth. I think that applies to you too. Truth can take many forms. Prized possessions with nostalgic value, fervent hopes and dreams, and irreplaceable people. Life took many things from you, and those wounds never healed. When they...
What are you trying to say?
Oh, didn't mean to hit that.
I'm saying that for the last 10 years, you've been living a rather uneventful life. Perhaps that's because you found something other than a life of crime to fill the hole? Back to Lorenzo for a second. He murdered his own master, played along with your act, and took pains to make sure any suspicion would be directed towards him. But what did he have to gain from all that? He knew who you were and the things you'd done, and despite that, he was willing to give everything up for your sake. He's the reason that you haven't felt the compulsion to steal in all these years.
I can fix her with love. Is that where we're going
You're
with?
more than just accomplices in murder. You're the only real friends each other has. So I think you know, deep
I think it's one of the
down,
friends.
that he is the only truth you have in your life. But that truth is gone now. And I guarantee you, you'll never see it again.
I mean...
Congratulations on your freedom, Gemma.
Your freedom will cost you dearly. From now on, you'll be all alone in a world full of lies and falsehoods. I do hope you'll be able to bear it. You've still got a long life ahead of you after all.
She's probably gonna go back to stealing.
Gather round, one and all. The time has now come for the amazing Linny
Perfect
to perform
timing.
his final act in tonight's show.
What's this? The justice system is just fucked up in this world.
I'm sure you're all wondering what he has planned for the grand finale. Well, wonder no more, for the answer is a death-defying high-altitude escape.
A high-altitude escape?
I'm sure you all remember the magician's
Oh, good that he's bringing it up.
This was the very trick that led to his fatal fall, after which he was dubbed the Phantom Weasel. But we have now learned that Caesar was wrongly accused, and that the real Weasel has now confessed to their crimes.
Guess that's my cue to leave. Whew. I've been practicing this one for ages now, but I'm still a little nervous. Traveler, Paimon, I hope you enjoy the rest of the show. There may be a lot of people watching tonight, but you alone are my true witnesses.
Did you explain to me how we're in, but are you using the same contraction?
Lenny, wait.
Bitch.
You two hid a lot from Caesar. He went to his grave without ever knowing your secrets. So what about now? Are you an open book? Or are you still the same as ever?
Bitch, they're open books when they trust you and feel like you're worth it.
You don't have to tell lies to end up isolated and alone. One day, you'll end up exactly where I am today. Maybe then you'll finally understand.
I just don't really think that because
You're wrong.
me as the protagonist.
I'm nothing like you.
So, what are we, doing now?
Like Lenny said, when you're ready, let's head outside and watch the show.
But what about Gemma?
I think we've punished her.
She'll figure out what's best for her soon enough. Oh, and if you'd like to see Lenny after the show, you know where he'll be. The usual haunt.
At the usual spot?
Alright, well, let's go and watch Lenny's finale then. This trick's a pretty dangerous one, but he should be able to pull it off.
Oh, Paimon, have more faith in him. Also, have faith in the fact that the censors won't allow us to see something like that.
What is my truth? Sometimes I think I'm like a gambling addict. All I care about is winning.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter what's at stake. By the time I come to my senses, I'm left with nothing. Oh, if I had my time again.
Magicians are not like thieves. Thieves only tear things apart. But good-hearted magicians, they put things back together.
You know, real magicians in the past used to kill the birds. Like, when they had the bird disappear, they actually killed the motherfucking bird and then had a different bird, you know, to pull it out of their hats or whatever. So, that's not really putting things together, but I guess this is a different, you know, universe.
Magic should be mysterious, surprising, and defy logic. Magic is hard work. Every single movement has to be practiced thousands of times.
Right?
It's alright. We're used to that.
She had a cat tail when she was
We're
younger.
sorry.
I don't know why
You
she
taught
has
us
it
so much,
and
but
he
we
doesn't.
can't tell
and
you
they're
the
twins.
whole truth.
I just.
It's okay. Do you still remember what I told you?
Well, since they're
This
not
world
identical.
is full of lies and falsehoods. I only hope that one day you can find your own truth.
What about you? Have you found your truth?
Magic is my truth. I want to perform a magic trick so great that people will always think of me when they talk about it.
Yeah, they are adorable.
For a magician, what greater honor could there be?
Look! Behold! Linny is sealed inside the box. Will he manage to escape?
I know, right?
10 years ago, Caesar attempted this very trick, and it was at this precise moment that...
Watch out!
Mysterious.
He changed it up, didn't he?
Surprising. And logic-defying. Isn't that right? This honor belongs to you, Caesar. I'm just sorry it's a little late.
Did you see that? 1 minute he was falling, and the next, he turned into flowers.
How could he possibly have done that?
How mysterious. I didn't blink once. He just vanished right in front of my eyes.
What a heart-stopping magic show! This was really worth the trip. Caesar's name has finally been cleared, and Fontaine's new star magician Linny has fulfilled a wish on his behalf. Oh, I couldn't ask for a better grand finale. It will make a great headline for the Steambird tomorrow, even if I do say so myself.
Whew. Looks like everyone really loved Linny's grand finale.
Even though they don't know the full story, yeah.
Paimon doesn't see Linny anywhere. Where'd he go? Oh, Lynette said he'd be waiting for us at the usual hunt. But, where is that?
I tend to hate journalists in a lot of different places.
Oh, you mean the one where Caesar's buried? Yeah, that's probably it. This whole magic show kinda seemed like Linny's way of saying goodbye to Caesar.
What, is he not gonna show
So it
back up
makes
to
sense
go,
that that's
haha,
where
I
he'd be.
survived?
Alright, let's go look for him there.
And they're okay with this. We're gonna do a hangout, one ending, I think, and then after that we are going to end this stream.
Linny! There you are.
No, figment of your imagination.
Are you alright? Paimon was scared to death when the chain broke. Paimon was sure something had gone horribly wrong.
Magic is a performance art. A magician has to get creative to keep the audience on tenterhooks. That's our job. So I tweaked Caesar's original setup a little to keep it fresh. I was honestly a little nervous during the live performance. The thought of falling, suddenly feeling weightless, seeing the sky and the ground spinning and spinning.
And meeting it?
Sometimes, I can't help but wonder what Caesar thought in those final moments.
I don't think you want to think about that.
Did he regret taking Gemma and Lorenzo on? Or did he believe that it was his own slip-up right until the end?
I'm thinking the latter because that's just the kind of personality I get from him.
You know, Paimon's been wanting to ask you about something ever since we were in Caesar's workshop. You learned magic from Caesar once, didn't you? When was that?
After I joined the House of the Hearth. To be honest, Lynette and I had an agenda when we approached him.
Surprised?
I told you about my past before, remember? As a young boy, I survived by secretly learning magic from street performers. I'd watch their tricks and try to figure out how they were done. But I quickly realized that observation alone could only get me so far. What I saw was the polished final performance, but the rigorous training they put in behind the scenes remained invisible to me. I needed to learn how to improve my sleight of hand, hone my misdirection skills, and make niftier props. We were gifted enough that we'd made some progress by ourselves, but without proper guidance from a professional magician, we quickly plateaued.
So that's why you sought Caesar out?
Yes, we figured there was no harm in asking, but it took us by surprise that he was so willing to teach us. In all, we only spent 10 short days together, but he was very good to us. By contrast, we hid so many things from him. For instance, when he asked why I wanted to learn magic, I answered, "It's my passion." But in truth, there was already a lot more to the story by then. After being taken in by an aristocrat for our magic talent, then betrayed soon after, this was no longer about me doing what I loved. What amazed me was how the lie escaped my lips even as I was hesitating over whether to tell him the truth. Trust is a beautiful thing. Sadly, I'd forgotten how to trust by then.
Winnie.
Still worried about the way I feel? You really are a gentle soul, aren't you?
I mean...
But don't worry, I'm used to it now. From the mansions of the elite to the House of the Hearth, lies and selfishness have followed me and Lynette everywhere we go. After Caesar went on tour, we became busy with our missions. The next we heard of him was that he'd fallen to his death, and was now declared to be the Phantom Weasel.
Can we just give him the book?
That night, I remembered his smile. But as I lay there, I didn't know what to say to him. To keep secrets is to put up walls. The longer you keep them up, the less you let people in. Then, one day, you look around and realize your life is like an empty auditorium after a show, full of seats once occupied by all the people who left. But I guess that's the price we have to pay.
Do you have to?
You only realize how much someone really meant to you when you lose them completely. That's why I was so confident this would hurt Gemma. Because I felt it for myself.
We're in your auditorium, we're not going.
Cheer up, Winnie.
We don't know what's best for us.
We've had to say our fair share of goodbyes during our journey, too. But whatever happens, Paimon always believes in what tomorrow brings.
Because it gives her food.
Delicious food.
Hey, I called it!
And the traveler by my side. Paimon just needs to focus on things like this, and all the unhappy stuff goes right out the window.
I mean, a simple way of...
You know, Traveler, doesn't that kind of make you Paimon's truth?
Me, child.
Exactly. It's the same for me and Lynette. We are the truest thing each other has in the world, and nothing can replace that.
See, it's almost like these that I like Paimon. It's just...
Life has taken plenty from us, like it did from Gemma. But at least it left us with each other. That's what gave us the strength to get through the darkest days. That's why the darkness never consumed me, and why it never will. Maybe we live in the shadows too, but we
what
remember
happens if
every
Lynette gets
precious
taken
ray
from
of
you,
light
huh?
that shines through. All right, time to lighten this conversation up a little. What did you think of the show tonight? Were you happy with it?
It was amazing! Paimon just wishes we hadn't been so distracted with the Gemma situation. We spent most of our time in the Opera House just talking and pretty much missed the entire first half of the show. Winnie, could you do just one more trick for us?
Whoa, that's a bit of a tall order, I'm afraid. The show's just finished, so my sleeves are decidedly card-free right now.
Aw, come on! Surely you can think of something. The Lenny Paimon knows can do anything if he puts his mind to it.
I mean...
Oh, all right then. I'll give it a go, but only because it's you.
Because it shuts you up.
Watch closely. I have a flower in my hand.
You liar! There's nothing in your hand! We ain't going along with this!
Huh? My goodness, you're right. But I could have sworn I brought one here with me.
You're gonna do the camera trick again,
okay,
so...
try this. Count down with me. 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1.
Now, have another look around.
You are
Maybe
a
the flowers
fucking
appeared
flirt.
somewhere else.
Really? Let's see. Wow, there it is! Oh, this is a different flower from the last time, right?
Key! Oh my god!
Oh yeah, a rainbow rose.
She's fucking flirting with me. That's romantic passion.
But more importantly, Paimon has to know how the trick is done. Please, Lenny, pretty please.
Fucking flirt.
Well, if you want to learn magic, you'll have to start by addressing me as teacher.
Fine. Please, teacher, please.
The rose means romantic passion. Fucking flirt. God damn it. I'm blushing.
Since you asked so nicely...
And it wasn't even me!
I'll share one little tip with you. Namely, the student of magic cannot solely rely on others being prepared to reveal their secrets. You have to observe, think, and find the answers for yourself.
Is that it?
I mean...
Look at the time. We shouldn't linger here too long. Thanks again for coming to see my show. I bid you both good night. I look forward to seeing you again.
All right, fine. See ya. Shall we head back down too? Oh, Paimon can't wait to read The Steambird tomorrow. Paimon bets Linny and Caesar will be plastered all over it. Let's head to the Steambird's offices tomorrow morning and see what we can find out.
Alright. We're gonna have to read this. Yeah. I'm having a moment. Ignore me. I would think that it'd be in here. There. A flower accessory given away by Lynette. As magic shows, its arrangement of luminous, the bells, which symbolize parting, and romantic roses that represent passion. Parting and passion are two separate perspectives sharing the same nature. What really matters is the present we are living in. I just really... fucking... Morning. The fuck? Not. Okay, what's this? Guess I didn't do that. Well done, me! I'm good at what I do. Save me. I think I was supposed to go to them after I finished the first Archon part of the quest to talk, but I guess I forgot. Nothing new on that one. Because talking to journalists isn't worth it. Alright. Yes, truly on the weather. Speaking of it, dear interview for the troubleshooter position. More choice, well accepted. Take aside for the moment, tales of all victims of misfortune. Oh, it's the commission. Oh, what did I get out of that? Yeah, I get your commission guy. Girl, come on. No need for an interview. Okay, that's all I had to do. Cool. Alright. See what the fuck I was doing.
I'm very sorry, Charlotte, but my sister and I are quite busy today. I'm afraid we'll have to decline this interview.
Pass it on to me. He's gonna pass it on to me.
Oh, please, Linny. I'll only take a moment of your time. If you would be so kind.
Huh? What's happening here?
Begging.
I spent all night writing my piece about the Phantom Weasel, and it was going to go to print this morning. But just as dawn broke, I suddenly received news that Caesar's fiancée, Gemma, had contacted the guards and confessed to having been the real Phantom Weasel all along.
So she gets to be in jail with her friend.
Too late, bro. That was quick, you say? It sounds like I've got some catching up to do. Please, fill me in.
Shut up, Paimon.
Aha! My instincts did not lead me astray.
Shut up, Paimon!
Have something to hide. Gemma turning herself in must have something to do with Linny's performance last night.
You should have known better, Linny, than get us anywhere near her with Paimon.
Maybe watching my high-altitude escape trick reminded her of a better time with Caesar, and she could no longer ignore the voice of her conscience.
Huh. Okay, then. Wait, no, there must be more to it. If that's all it took for her to have a change of heart, how did it take her 10 whole years?
Well...
Charlotte's journalist experience. Spirit is burning red. We'll have to distract her somehow.
Oh, I remember now. You and Gemma were nowhere to be found after the show. What happened between you? Quickfire question. Where did you all go after the show?
Oh, we went to the cemetery and Linny did a private magic trick just for us.
Yeah, because he's a fucking flirt.
Actually, glad you mentioned it, because that reminds Paimon. Guess what? Linny started using rainbow roses in his
Thank you,
tricks.
Paimon, for... distracting. Linny, you were just doing it with me.
What? I don't recall ever having received a rainbow rose from you myself. Is this supposed to mean that they're more important to you than your own sister?
No, I just...
Just a fucking flirt.
What now?
Thank you,
Did Paimon say something wrong again? This is getting pretty awkward. What do we do, Traveler?
Back away.
Seems like this interview wasn't meant to be. Well, never mind. There's always next time. Forgive my persistence, but when there's explosive news waiting to be found, I can't turn away. The news about Gemma has already made waves, and I'll stop at nothing to get to the bottom of it all.
You're just stopping right now that you're not getting...
Apparently, one of the things she said to the guards was that her final wish is to see Lorenzo one last time. There's clearly a web of complicated relationships.
Well, I mean,
there.
the fact that he killed
Can't blame me for being curious.
his master doesn't mean that he should not go to jail. I mean, he did a crime. They should go to the prison thing together.
All right, I guess I'll leave you to continue the rest of your conversation in peace. Bye for now.
Lynette? Paimon didn't mean to...
I don't want to be muscling in with your brother unless you approve it. Actually, no.
Don't worry, I wasn't angry. I was just trying to distract her.
Good job. I mean, harem.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, thank goodness. You scared Paimon there.
Phew. You and me both, Paimon. You and me both. At least it did the job, right?
Please, take good care of that rainbow rose.
I will.
I'd be really upset if you lost it.
I see. Oh, incest? No, I mean, I have a harem, but they won't be together in that sense. It's a distraction thing. But it also means, it doesn't just mean... Anyways, we're gonna do... I'm not even gonna... That broke me. Okay, let's do one hangout quest and see how badly it breaks me on this one. Because Goro's one, I mean, the last thing absolutely fucking broke me. Because I made a joke about cake and eating it, and then it just went, like, literally my mind went gone when he made a response. Absolutely gone. I don't remember which video it was. Alright, let's see this flirt. Oh my god, I just realized I'm going into the lion's den from what I've seen of this character being a flirt. I'm not gonna survive the night. Oh my fucking god. I don't know what to do when people flirt with me. I just don't.
What if the Traveler is also unavailable?
Oh, good thing I'm here.
What am I supposed to do?
Looks like you aren't fucked up.
Well, that's your problem.
I know, right?
It was your choice to get into this mess.
I mean...
Oh, but fortunately for you, it appears your savior has just arrived.
Ark.
Hmm? Ah, Traveler. Great, you made it.
I'm not available in that way, but I'm available to help you.
Huh. Well, it's not like you were ever really busy to begin with.
Hey!
Songo? Compared to the Traveler, you're the one who has too much free time.
See?
No, I'm very busy. I'm busy standing here. I have to stand here all day.
I mean, that can be really busy work.
Even if it's a commission you're unwilling to take, your excuse is just pathetic.
I mean...
Yes, that's why I've asked you to come over. Allow me to explain.
Allow my eyes to glaze over.
A key member of the Tenryou Commission has recently gone missing. No one has seen them, and their whereabouts are currently unknown.
I don't know how to flirt back! You're expecting that my mind will, like, work after being flirted with.
The Tenryou Commission has entrusted us to find this person.
The other key thing is for me to realize that I've been flirted with, and then my mind stops working, and then I don't know how to respond.
Their name is...
'Cause a lot of flirting goes over my head, and then, yeah.
Kujo-Sara. That's right. The General has gone missing.
If the General was really missing, the Tenryou Commission would have flipped Inazuma on its head by now. And do you think they would only commission us for a case like that? Please ignore Songo's nonsense, Traveler. In fact, the missing person's name is Shikanoin Heizo.
Yeah, Heizo.
He works as a special detective at the police station. Although his rank is merely a doshin, he is quite competent and held in high regard by the police station.
I'm just gonna
Do they think he's
die
more
from
competent than
blushing
me?
too hard.
We get that you don't want to help Sango, but could you at least try not to make things more difficult here?
It seems like Sango, her entire point
Sorry,
is to...
Traveler. Even though I accepted the commission, as you can see, Sango's less than thrilled to be involved in this case.
Because the pay is too low?
Nope, not even close.
Oh, my guess is you two have a relationship that makes you hate each other.
If you really want to know why, it's because I absolutely refuse to deal with that brat's nonsense.
Oh, good thing I guessed correctly.
The only news that could make me happier than Shikanoin has gone missing would be Shikanoin has been missing for 100 years.
I mean, that's kind of cruel.
Needless to say, Sango and Heizo have a bit of a history.
Nah, I didn't get that impression.
Well, it's a little more serious than that. According to Sango, Heizo was an obstacle in her path to the Temple of Truth.
What the fuck?
Like a yappy dog that was constantly in the way.
Alright.
Even though Heizo has a unique personality,
unique.
He's actually a nice guy. Really, I've learned a lot from him.
The sad part is, I've actually missed a lot of overt, flirting, and I've had people from my high school from classmates come up to me and said, a while back, I mean, after high school and stuff, and said, I flirted with you a lot, and I thought you were cute, and it was like, that was, what?
So I can't just ignore this case, even if Sango doesn't approve. At the very least, I could entrust the commission to someone capable and trustworthy, like you, Traveler.
Oh, good. Yeah, I am the middleman.
Huh? No, it's not like that. Listen, I'll pay the entire amount originally promised by the Tenryou Commission, and I'll even personally throw in some additional funds. I'm really hoping you can take this commission, Traveler.
I don't know where he comes into the story, because he doesn't show up in
If Heizo
the
truly
Archon
is in
quest.
danger, I know he'll be safer with you by his side. Great. We've learned that Heizo had
I don't know,
expressed interest
outside of
in
this, the
Watatsumi
hangout,
Island
if there's
before
any
he
main
disappeared.
quests with him.
During the war, he apparently carried out some mission on Watatsumi Island, and once the war ended, he made frequent visits to the island. I heard you have a good standing with Sango no Miya. I think it might be a good idea to use that as a starting point for your investigation.
I mean, I have her here in my party, but let's go.
Well, that's about all I have to tell you. Oh, please take this commission letter from the police station. If you find Heizo, return there and report back to them.
Usually when I figure out that they were flirting with me, or figured out any line of that, is usually after I finish talking with them and it's like the night, later that night. I'm hopeless.
Oh, it's you, the captain of Swordfish 2? My name is
hate that
Shibata.
name.
I'm in charge of the watch here. May I inquire as to what the captain needs? So his name is Shikanoin Heizo, huh?
Heizo.
Yes, I'm familiar with the detective. He used to stroll around the area.
Oh no.
Her Excellency had assigned me to keep a close eye on him at the time, fearing that he would do something unpleasant, but I eventually realized that he acted more like he was on a trip or something. Come to think of it, I believe he was recently spotted in the area east of the Sanganamiya Shrine. Please
I
feel
don't
free
leave
to go
this
there and
house
take a look for
unless
yourself.
there's a party that my family and or friend, no, just my family is throwing, so. But I will keep your suggestions in mind. I am a homebody, though. And... Thinking about it, most of the people who
Come on, you guys.
used to flirt
I'm
with me
nothing
at
but a
those
poor
family
tourist
parties
with
all
empty
are married.
pockets.
So, I mean, I'm not
Please,
going
you
any
just
further
let me
than that. I
go.
should shut up.
Just shut up and stay put.
Ja, boom, boom! Ja.
But I like, you know... Oh, you're in a cage. Do I get to make sexual jokes right now?
Motion to compel. Yikes! Ja.
Well, well, look who it is.
Hi.
I was wondering who could be valiant enough to wipe the floor with these guys so easily. Turns out it was the distinguished traveler.
Your voice. Oh my...
Really, I can't thank you enough.
Yeah, he's a detective. We somehow never met, but he knows me.
Of course I was aware of you long before you arrived in Inazuma.
I don't know what to make of that.
Though the Sakoku decree managed to keep the country locked up, it wasn't able to stop the incredible stories about you.
Yeah, I beat gods into submission.
Every day, all of those little stories would come scurrying over to my desk, like files with little feet.
That's a creepy description.
I was actually thinking about going to meet you once I wrapped up the business at hand. Who would have guessed that you'd show up first? I got so excited, I nearly forgot to introduce myself.
Cool.
The name's Shikanoin Heizo.
That
Special
is
Detective of
adorable.
The, Tenryou
The
Commission.
fact that he has a pose.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Traveler. I wish you all the best on your journey through Teyvat, by the way.
For the commission.
Huh. I guess that means I've taken over as the main character in your story today.
I mean, at this moment, yes.
I've always heard that you take commissions from all kinds of people, helping everyone out with everything you can imagine.
They pay me.
So now it's my turn to take your help, huh? Don't mind if I do.
You're curious about...
That was already obvious to me. It's no coincidence that you've arrived here. Because that would be the stuff of an epic novel. The two protagonists of the story both travel to Watatsumi Island by chance and cross paths as if by fate.
He's still my heart. He's a writer or reads a lot of books and stuff. That's okay.
The traveler from afar heroically rescues the weak and defenseless detective from the clutches of the ruthless Nobushi.
I wouldn't say it's heroically. Can we get rid of the adjectives here?
Traveler, you are so dreamy.
Oh yeah, sorry. My guess this time around, my brain also decided to stop working for a second.
Unfortunately, though, I don't believe in coincidences. So, guessing you came to me on the police station's commission, didn't you?
Yes.
I'm a detective. Can you guess what gave it away?
No. I just... From what I said.
Sounds like you already have some ideas about the work of a detective.
I end up being pulled into being a detective more than I actually really want to.
Let me ask you this. What's that your little sidekick is holding? If I'm not mistaken, it's a commission letter from the police station.
Paimon's actually being useful by holding shit? What's this? Hold, my new little sidekick hastily hides. I mean, being...
Paimon's just here to kick
yeah, I'm a protagonist. Also, if our stories have walked across your fucking desk, you should probably know Paimon's name.
And hey! Who are you calling a little sidekick? Paimon was worried she might be in danger, so Paimon came to help.
What would you do? Nag them to death?
Why are you two staring at Paimon? Is Paimon not supposed to be here?
I mean... Not gonna finish that statement.
Yeah, I'm also just taking a look.
She can look, but you can't.
Oh, come on. Don't be like that. After all, this is the first time I've seen a voice.
Damn, does she have a
I
voice?
must admit, I'm most intrigued.
Huh? Voice? What are you talking about?
If you're implying that she's like a manifestation of the voice inside my head and saying things that I want to say but don't, you're wrong.
A vision is an external magical focus, right? Well, similarly, a voice is an external voice box.
Bitch, she has her own.
I've heard that the Traveler isn't very talkative, but given how chatty you are, you must be her voice, right?
I hate that statement.
That sounds awful! Paimon's not somebody's voice! Paimon's emergency food!
She admits it. Oh my god.
No. She can't think straight. Paimon is Paimon. How dare you give Paimon such a terrible nickname? We came here
It comes from
to
a while.
rescue you.
That's from the beginning of the game.
Cage yourself. You were only pretending to be captured by the Nobushi, weren't you? Pretty suspicious if you ask
Yeah, because look at that
Paimon.
fucking cage. No. No, Faustus, no!
Come out with it, mister. What kind of schemes are you up to?
Sheesh. For someone who says they don't want to be a voice, you sure do talk a lot.
Thank you! Yes, what are you doing here, detective?
Well, let me think for a moment. Yes, all this started a long time ago, during the war.
Which one?
Kujo Takayuki, who was head of the Tenryou Commission at the time, had secretly asked me to investigate the military capabilities of Sangonomiya.
Uh-huh.
But I had already grown tired of the guy for a while, so I simply treated the trip as a paid vacation. I had heard that Watatsumi Island is really beautiful.
You're amazing.
As for the mission, I thought I'd just come up with some random excuses or whatever when I reported back. But guess what? The first night I arrived on Watatsumi Island, I had a dream.
Is this a good or bad thing?
The dream contained only one message, an echo resounding from the depths of the earth that kept ringing in my ears, saying,
You might need to see somebody for your ears. Saying something vital.
Something vital is missing on this
He
island.
presses it to you. Oh my god!
Isn't that bizarre? Something vital has gone missing on this island.
Not get this close to me and do that.
Evaporated into thin
Oh,
air.
you fuck! That was ASMR, and I wasn't expecting it. Ah!
Paimon bets it must be something delicious. You know, because the soil of Watatsumi Island can't grow crops. There's a shortage of food here.
It's not. I went to Atlantis and fixed that.
Oh. Food, huh? How about you, Traveler? What do you think is missing?
It's missing Paimon. Missing a deity.
You mean the Great Serpent? Well, that's an interesting answer. But the Electro Archon hasn't abandoned this place. Interestingly, I didn't have the same dream again after I left this place, so I became even more intrigued. Was this really just some random dream?
Could be, but the fact that we're doing this now means that it is not.
Some people believe that dreams represent the Divine's helping hand, which I suppose is understandable.
It sounds like you do too.
However, if you ask me, dreams have nothing to do with the gods. Instead, they are flashes of intuition.
I mean, yeah, because your mind is working things out, but it's not
It
always
was my
true.
intuition telling me that there was something important about this island that, poof, suddenly vanished.
The fact that he has, like, you know, musical things around him when he does
So I
it.
decided to accept this little commission from my intuition and investigate to see if I could come up with any compelling findings.
Is that why you found yourself in a cage?
Unfortunately, the investigation has had little progress up to this point.
Does it have anything to do with...
Who knows? I felt there was something peculiar about them, so I pretended to get captured to see if there were any leads that would surface. And that's when you showed up.
I guess I'm a lead? Sorry for interrupt.
Nah, don't worry about it. These guys were just a bunch of small fries. Besides, your arrival is much more important to me. I have a feeling you can help me find the answer to my dream.
No.
So how would you like to partner up on this one? We can work together to solve the mystery. Yes, of course, I understand. But let me ask one more question. Did the police station say they are looking for me because of something important?
If I say no, are you gonna fucking run? No, they didn't.
Well, then it's probably nothing major. Most likely they're short on staff or something petty like that, and they happen to remember their model employee.
You don't feel like a model employee.
So since we're already here, why don't we just solve this puzzle together?
Sure.
Once everything is settled, I'll gladly accompany you back to the police station, or anywhere else you'd like to go. What do you think?
Can we underline the anywhere else you'd like to go? I'm curious about your dream too. Yeah, I'll just go with that one.
It's a deal then, partner. So, let's get started, shall we? First, we can search the camp for clues.
A clue! A clue!
Hey, isn't this Crystal Marrow?
I'm just gonna switch back to it.
Ooh, what's the shiny thing? Oh, it's a Sango Pearl!
I have like too many of those.
So, have you found anything?
Crystal Marrow and Sango Pearls.
Yes, I've found
Sango.
pretty much the same. And there really are a lot.
Not particularly. Not as many that I needed to use to, you know, level up Kokomi.
Aren't these all super expensive? Oh, these must be the valuable things that went missing from the island! That's it! The Nobushi must have stolen them all!
I mean...
I don't know if I'd go that far. The Nobushi would be very hard-pressed to find many opportunities to get their hands on commodities like these.
Bitch, I went around every 2 days to get it. It wasn't that hard.
Huh? What do you mean? Did the Nobushi gather all this themselves?
Probably
no,
not.
That's unlikely. Crystal marrow is a rare material for crafting weapons, and Sango pearls are an even more precious
like 20!
commodity.
And if you do more quests, there's like 30 that you can get. And as for, well, I mean, Crystal Marrows, there's like an entire place where the...
Due to Watatsumi's poor soil, the island's economy is quite fragile and heavily reliant on the trade of these special resources.
I mean, I repeat, I went down to Atlantis, you know, did the whole light thing, killed a couple things, I mean, more than a couple things.
So, it's absolutely vital that they keep them under lock and key and well out of the Nobushi's reach. Which means they got lucky with a huge batch like this. My guess is they ambushed a caravan. If we go ask around the Sangonomiya Shrine, we can find out if there have been any recent instances of caravans being plundered.
I know someone at the shrine. I know a lot of people at the shrine, but yeah, follow me.
Perfect. I knew you'd be a huge help.
Well, duh! The Traveler is Paimon's companion after all.
Captain, I see you found the detective.
No.
Watatsumi Island sure is a beautiful place. I don't think I could ever leave.
You can stay as long as you like, granted you don't cause any trouble, that is. Her Excellency has stated that all friendly visitors are welcome.
I'd like to know whether any merchants or caravans have recently reported incidents or stolen goods.
Incidents of stolen goods? Not that I'm aware of. Her Excellency has recently launched several measures to boost the economy, including the development of trade routes and establishing our own caravans.
Cool.
Troops have also been deployed to protect them, so it is only reasonable to assume that the current trade routes are already very safe. Any looting or theft would be practically unthinkable.
That sounds like kind of like unsinkable, like the Titanic.
That's strange. Then where did the Nobushi get those goods from?
You know, they could, actually collect them like I did.
Huh? You mean you found goods of unknown origin?
Maybe.
Yep, and it's all Sango pearls and crystal marrow, so we know it's local.
You don't get crystal marrow from here. You get it from one of the other islands.
Could there have really been a theft that hasn't been reported? That shouldn't be the case. Well, perhaps you could go ask Todoroki.
No, seriously. The crystal marrow is literally like blood from the dead god in the island next to us.
He's responsible for the caravans and is usually in the village at night preparing the goods. If something has happened, he should know about it.
Great. Thank you for all the info. Let's go.
Hey, traveler! It's been a
Sweet
while.
boy!
I missed you.
Good
why
you missed
didn't you
me.
inform me that
You
you'd be
want some
coming
cake?
over today?
General Goro.
You're dismissed, Shibata. You may go about your other duties while I catch up with the traveler.
Yes,
Good boy.
General Goro.
I overheard you discussing a case of stolen goods. Is that right?
Can I pet your tail? Sorry.
We found a lot of Watatsumi's valuable products in a Nobushi camp.
Give the items.
I see. So you've come to ask if we know of any relevant cases. Well, I'm ashamed to say that, yes, the caravans have been plundered.
Yeah, unthinkable. Kind of like unsinkable.
We had already dispatched additional forces to protect the caravans, yet the crooks still managed to get away with the goods.
And you're concerned that if this kind of news were to get out, it would undermine the confidence of other caravans.
Thank you for the
So
follow,
you didn't make it public,
Anonymous.
and instead kept the news to only a select few.
That's correct. I never expected you to be so concerned about Watatsumi's affairs, Detective Heizo.
Just a force of habit, really. As a detective, I notice these kinds of things.
Oh, so you two already know each other?
No.
Actually, I've only heard of Detective Heizo from the soldiers' reports.
Oh, I was
We've
actually
never
right
met
with
in
my
person.
sarcastic no.
Darn it. You're right. Now that you mention it, I've been on Watatsumi Island all this time and still haven't properly introduced myself. Man alive, please forgive me. It's a pleasure to meet you, General Goro. I'm Shikanoin Heizo of the Tenryo Commission.
Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you too. I'd like to express my gratitude to you for stepping in and helping recover those goods.
Don't mention it. You never know what you'll find when you're out for a stroll.
And decide to get captured.
But if the source of the problem is not addressed, I'm afraid this sort of situation will continue cropping up for you.
I had a thought. Might have been a bad thing. You think he likes being caged? Like a kink thing?
Yes,
Damn
of
it.
course. Not only have we reassured the affected caravans, but we also dispatched personnel to investigate the culprits. The reports indicated that the stolen goods were being delivered to a merchant of the International Trade Association named Godot.
Okay, cool.
It all seems pretty unusual. We suspect that there are bigger players behind Godot, and that their target is none other than Watatsumi Island's valuable resources.
I mean, I still stand by the fact the marrow does not come here.
But unfortunately, it would be difficult for us to investigate further, given that...
Given that Rito, the island where the International Trade Association is located, is not part of your territory, yes. They have cleverly picked their base of operations.
I can see you catch on quickly, Detective Heizo.
He's a detective.
It's my guess that you're telling us this because you're going to ask us to assist you in finding who's behind all this, right?
What? Never!
You're always thinking one step ahead. Yes, those were exactly my intentions. And of course, we will prepare a generous reward for you. the recent end of the war, trade and commerce have now become an important component of Watatsumi Island's development. Ensuring safety of the trade routes is critical, and we can't afford any further incidents. So, will you please help Watatsumi Island, Detective Heizo?
I'm willing to assist, but it all depends on what she wishes.
Great! With both Detective Heizo and the Traveler on the case, I'm sure it'll be solved in no time.
Or was my good friend. Let me pet your ears.
The situation is now in your capable hands. I look forward to hearing your report when you get back.
All right, we'll take care of it. Traveler, let's go discuss where to head from here.
Okay, let me be clear. This is where you get the marrow from, because it's from literally the bones of a dead fucking god. You don't get it over here because there is no dead fucking god. Okay.
Exercise caution when traveling to Rito. If you come across any unexpected dangers, retreat first. Your safety is the priority. You must approach this issue with a long-term strategy in mind.
My strategy is run in there and kill them, but I don't think the game will completely allow that of me. That is my strategy. Hit them until they agree. Or renounce their ways.
Hey, why are we talking way over here? Oh, you're not trying to get away from Goro so he can't overhear us, are you?
Yeah, he has dog ears. I don't think that we're gonna do much.
Very perceptive. Seems even Paimon has her moments.
I know, right?
Let me ask you, do you believe in intuition?
Kinda.
Huh? Intuition? Where are you going with this?
My intuition tells me that General Goro is lying.
What? How could you say that? Although he did seem a little on the serious side today, but Goro's a good guy.
The Shiba Inu can't lie. He's a good doggy.
Good people can be deceptive, too. After all, everyone has their secrets.
Makes you say that?
Well, in my opinion, the timing of his appearance was a little too coincidental.
I mean, he could have,
Sangonomiya's soldiers have been keeping an eye on me for the entire time I've been on Watatsumi Island, yet I had never seen General Goro even once.
Well, maybe because he likes me?
But today he came out and met with us, and even commissioned us to investigate a case.
I repeat, he likes me. I'm a, good protagonist.
The Traveler is here today, and Goro thinks she's more capable.
No, he's a part of my harem, even though I don't have him yet. Shh, Paimon.
Really? Huh. Then that makes things even more peculiar. If there are powerful players behind this case, and he needs to draw upon external support, then he should have taken action sooner rather than wait until today.
I mean, you're not wrong.
A more plausible explanation is that the items we discovered are linked with some unspeakable secret, and he had to intervene to prevent us from digging any deeper.
Is there something about that pose just...
Then he put up a smokescreen to mislead us. I surmise that investigating the merchant Godot on Rito will yield no results.
Whoa, are you serious? But this is all just a hunch you have, right?
Intuition.
Actually, there is another key factor behind my reasoning, though you may not believe me. I sense something special about Goro.
I mean, his ears and his tail.
Something special?
Yes. Whatever is missing on this island, I sense it in him.
Could it be somebody taking the form of Goro?
Whoa! Hold it right there! Are you saying Goro's a thief? As in he took something valuable?
It's not that simple. I can't fully explain it. It's just my intuition.
Yep.
Sure, I trust your judgment. But perhaps you're overlooking someone else.
Because somebody
the
needs
true
to
leader
pet
here.
his ears. Kind of like Tanari. Somebody has to pet their ears. And Tanari will actually let me. And his tail. But Tanari will. But I mean, Goro's kind of cute about it. And it convinced me that
It's simple. We should just investigate whatever it is they're trying to hide from us. And what were we planning to do just before Goro showed up?
Oh, we were going to talk to the leader of the caravans. Yeah.
like, there's a lot of characters that have totally stolen my heart.
Bingo. There's no time to lose. Let's go talk to this Todoroki.
Todoroki. Whee! But I don't know, I'm just throwing that out there. If it feels like what he's missing, what is missing for this island, like I said, could it be that wasn't the true good puppy dog Hoyo?
Todoroki, the shipment has arrived and is ready for inspection.
Good. Let's go.
Yeah, Paimon, shut the fuck up.
Shh, keep quiet. Let's follow him and see where he leads us.
I don't sneak well. Just too far away. Fucking hell, this is almost as bad as. I'm hiding! Which one is it? Too far away or too fucking close? God fucking damn it, I hate.
Man alive. We strayed too far and now we've lost him.
Bitch!
Todoroki, the shipment has
I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. Shut up. No! Fuck!
General goods, handy and cheap.
You would? God damn it. Yes. Kind of like gravity.
Your intel was spot on. When we arrived, the Nobushi were all still asleep. We captured them all, and the goods were retrieved and brought back here.
I'll take a look. Everything seems in order. Good work.
It's nothing. Thanks to the efforts of your caravan, the price of grain in the village has decreased.
That's sweet.
That's right. And who would have thought that the injuries we sustained during the war would have such a lingering effect on our bodies? But thankfully, you also brought back some life-saving medicine.
Things are improving thanks to the help from those up top. Oh, by the way, what is the state of the village's inventory? Make sure that it's confirmed tonight. I have to leave tomorrow morning after I go to the Sangonomiya Shrine and get instructions from General Goro.
Don't worry. We've already prepared the list. Just follow us.
Huh? The soldiers from Sangonomiya seized the Nobushi stolen goods? But didn't Goro say all the stolen goods
But we already handed
to
over.
the International Trade Association?
All right. Let's see what we can...
I am...
Glaze lilies? What are these doing here? Shouldn't it be crystal marrow or something?
That's medicine. Sweet.
This box is packed so tight. It looks like it could burst. Let's see what's inside. Huh? What are all these plants and flowers? Oh, there's a
Also
song
medicine.
here.
Writing smudge by making it only Foreign Trade Association.
And Todoroki said he'll get instructions from Goro tomorrow. Interesting. It appears these seized goods were never stolen. There's something else behind all this.
Oh, cool.
Now's our chance to look around and see if we can find any leads.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for you to... I'm just waiting for me to get the carrots. Because I didn't mean to...
Whoa! Chingshin? Paimon was expecting
Medication.
to find
Medication.
pearls.
Also food seasoning, all this other stuff.
So, did you find anything?
A few things.
Whoa! Look at all the Chingshin! And glaze lilies, too! There are also tons of other plants and flowers Paimon doesn't know here.
These are valuable raw ingredients for producing medicine.
I was right.
If these few crates were to be imported from Rito, the price would be jaw-dropping. On top of that, these items seem to lack a tax clearance certificate, meaning that they were most likely smuggled. Yes, very interesting. Now, where did the Nobushi get these goods?
I wonder.
How about you? Did you find anything else?
Sexy? I mean, that was a... That was me trying to be...
Foreign Trade Association? I've never heard of such an organization in Rito. And if it's regarding foreign trade, then smuggling is an even more likely possibility. All right. In which case, I have a rough hypothesis. First, we...
Huh? Who goes there?
Nobody important. Oh no. Oh no, I'm the great traveler.
Wait.
Oh,
Captain?
yeah, Captain. Yeah.
Is that you?
No.
Oh, so it's you, Captain. You had me worried there. We almost mistook you for bandits.
Yeah, I look bandit-y for you.
Captain, do you remember us? During the war, I was in the field hospital with Masashi. Teppei brought you to see us and helped find medicine for us.
Yeah, we used bugs.
Hey, come on now. The captain wouldn't forget.
Yeah, I totally forgot. That's why I said we use bugs.
I gotta tell you, Captain, we all miss you. We haven't seen you ever since the end of the war.
I've been here plenty.
When we heard that you were coming here, we just assumed you were only going to see General Goro and Her Excellency. The guys are all really hoping to see you.
Yeah. Hi, how are you?
We're fine. You don't have to worry about us, Captain.
Oh, good. I'll stop then.
No, you're not fine. Captain, you may not be aware, but Masashi previously fainted on the front lines. The doctor thought that it might be a neurological condition caused by overstimulated emotions. It's pretty serious.
Ouch.
According to the doctor, if it hadn't been for the medication he's been taking, he would have developed dementia. And that was assuming the best case scenario.
Okay.
You're one to talk. Don't forget why I fainted in the first place. It's because I heard that you got yourself killed by an arrow. I couldn't handle all the emotion.
Good bros. Good bros.
Later, I found out that he'd been shot in the buttocks. It was only a mild injury. I had an emotional breakdown for nothing.
What do you mean for nothing? I got shot not by one, but 2 arrows in a row. The first arrow was to the left cheek, and the second arrow was also to the left.
Yeah.
And because the arrows were poisonous, the wound still hasn't completely healed yet. I have to apply ointment every day, and I'm constantly worried it might reopen while I sleep.
Can we not have this conversation in front of me? Like, this is too much information.
Look on the bright side. At least we're still alive.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. But enough about us. What brings you here, Captain?
Tell us about these goods.
These goods were all seized from the hands of Nobushi and treasure hoarders. Todoroki was the one who provided us with the intel. He mentioned there were bandits here and there, so we went and took care of them while also confiscating the goods.
By the way, Captain, you still haven't met Todoroki, have you? He's the one we're working for now.
Oh good, I wasn't stalking him like 5 minutes ago.
Her Excellency recently announced plans to stimulate the economy and created the caravans, with Todoroki at the helm.
Yeah, he's proven to be quite capable. Even though he was just a farmer before, he's now successfully running the caravans. And his two sons are also our brothers in arms. Both received a special medal of honor from General Goro, which is quite remarkable, don't you think?
Where the fuck is my special medal of honor? I mean, I'm joking. Please don't pay attention to me.
So, as injured veterans, we've been reassigned to Todoroki. He's the one who gives us orders and pays our salaries now. What do they call that again?
Wages?
It's called changing careers, dummy.
Ah, right. Changing careers. Anyway,
I'm
I
sorry
think the
for
whole
your
caravan
loss,
thing
Star.
is wonderful. Our region wasn't very prosperous to begin with, and the land can't grow any crops. We have to pay a hefty price just to get basic food from outside.
I repeat, I fixed that problem.
I can't even imagine trying to maintain and feed an army like we did during the war.
I mean, there were sacrifices, and there might have been some cannibalism. I'm joking on that one.
I see. I think I understand the general situation now. May I ask where the apprehended criminals are?
Oh, and you are?
Don't worry, he's a friend of mine that I made like 10 minutes
see.
ago rather than
The
5
captain's
minutes
friend.
ago.
It should be okay to tell you then. We apprehended all the culprits and escorted them to a temporary location not far from here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Masashi and I have other duties tonight and won't be able to take you there. Why don't you wait for a moment and I'll find someone else to show you the way.
It's alright, we can return to your duties. We'll find the way ourselves because we are that fucking nosy.
I'm pretty sure I've already got a grasp on what's going on. All I need now is to confirm it with the apprehended bandits. Let's go. Are you still a little confused?
No.
Let me help connect the dots. This whole thing was actually quite similar to a case I once worked on previously.
Oh?
It was a case involving the trade of prohibited items.
Oh, good.
And they employed an old trick to execute the deal.
Oh?
The culprit would first go strolling down the street until they knocked over a pedestrian on purpose, using the
I should have.
Sir, please forgive us, sir. We are nothing more than petty thieves.
Sir, what do I look like? A commissioner? Does my friend here look like a commissioner to you?
I look like an executioner, get that right.
Officer!
First, I'm gonna need to ask you a few questions.
Sure. Go ahead, ask anything.
I might do it one more just to see this character.
The soldiers discovered many valuable goods in your camp. The goods don't appear to be from around here, so the question is, where did they come from?
Where did they go? Where did they come from,
goods?
Cotton Eye Joe?
Right, we picked them up at the beach.
Which beach?
You picked them up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, we,
Good job! Good that we've got this out of
Be
you.
honest now. Tell me the whole story.
And nothing but the whole story.
Yes, sir. I mean, officer. We took those goods from a small merchant ship just off the beach, but we didn't exactly steal them.
X'd out.
You see, the ship's guards all took off running the moment they saw us. They abandoned the goods, and we simply came and picked them up.
What's the distance between me kicking you off the edge, or like almost kicking you off the edge, and then holding you by, you know, that belt that you have against your chest?
Next thing we know, a group of soldiers arrives, and we're all apprehended. Talk about bad luck. We didn't even have a chance to stash away the goods before we got caught.
You say that the merchant ship's guards fled without putting up a fight. You expect me to believe that?
We just assumed they were scared witless and didn't have the guts to fight. I'm not bragging or anything, but our boss is pretty intimidating. With his massive muscle and strength, he could scare anyone.
I could kill you and I don't look scary with massive muscle and strength, so it really doesn't matter on that math.
You really expect us to believe all this?
I mean, you, Paimon, can sometimes have that moment.
No, you gotta believe me. Just the other day, we scared off an entire squad of soldiers. When they noticed us, they went running and dropped their goods. I swear. I still remember seeing tons of Songo pearls and crystal marrow in that load. All nice and shiny, too. Whew, it was amazing. Unfortunately, a bunch of pirates came later and snatched those goods. It just happened that our boss had diarrhea that day and couldn't hold off the pirates.
I bet if he diarrheaed all over them, that they would go away.
Wait a tick. Pirates?
Pirate mommy?
Yep, no doubt about it. They came on a massive ship, and their captain was a pretty lady with an eye patch.
She's
We
mine.
had no idea how powerful she was. It was like boom, boom, thud. Only took 3 hits before she knocked out the boss.
A pretty lady with an eye patch?
I wonder.
Oh. Does this description remind you of someone, Paimon?
Yes.
No! Doesn't remind Paimon of anyone.
Okay. And how about you?
I'm not allowed to say. I mean, it's not like she's not known. She's literally the captain of the...
Really? Okay, I'll take that as a no.
He doesn't fucking believe us.
It appears that the situation is just as I suspected. Todoroki is striking a shady deal with a group of pirates, while General Goro appears to be assisting with the cover-up.
Shush.
What? How could that be?
Shut up, Paimon.
Todoroki said that he'd be going to Sangonomiya early tomorrow morning to get Goro's instructions before the caravan leaves. Now is the time to address any doubts you may have. Tomorrow morning will be our moment to confront them. Hopefully, my final question will be answered then as well.
Your final question?
The question of what important thing this island is missing.
Food?
I can feel some connection to the question in Goro, Todoroki, and even to Kuda and Masashi. Hopefully, we'll finally have an answer tomorrow. Let's get some rest. I'll see you at Sangonomiya tomorrow morning.
But why do we need to get some rest? Go away, Paimon. I mean, we can get some rest after. No, so why are we getting in their business? Like, if it's helping the people, why?
Who are you?
Nobody important.
Hello, Todoroki. I'm Shikanoin Heizo, Special Detective of the Tenryou Commission. I believe you've been manipulating large-scale illegal trades for some time now. Mind if we talk about that for a bit?
No.
You can't just go around spewing such nonsense, young man.
And what if I'm not talking nonsense?
He's trying to get stuff to people that need it.
Ridiculous. I don't have time to listen to this. Get out of here, you little brat.
I know I'm on the younger side compared to you, Todoroki, so I'm sure you must have heard the old saying. Off the scale, some goods only weigh a couple pounds, but on the scale, they weigh more than 1,000.
The fuck?
So the question is, do you want to put your goods on the scale or not?
Oh.
What are you trying to say?
I get it.
Well, nothing. All I want to hear is you personally confirming what we
Yeah, I
already
know,
know
right?
to be the truth.
Masashi! Tokuda! Arrest these people!
It's good that nobody seems to know me.
Huh? Todoroki,
What's wrong?
Who dares to cause trouble at Sangonomiya Shrine? Huh? Wait, it's...
I cause trouble wherever I go. You just need to accept it by now.
Captain? What are you doing?
Sticking my nose where it doesn't belong still.
These crooks are trying to pry into the secrets of Watatsumi. We mustn't let them go.
But, no. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Todoroki, this is the captain of Swordfish 2, one of our own.
I hate that.
It doesn't matter who they are. Remember what General Goro told you? The long-term goal of Watatsumi is to revive its trade and commerce. And since you have been assigned to work with me, it's my orders that count around here.
There is no real court of law. Fontaine is just, ugh.
I don't care if they were your captain. Would you dare disobey orders?
Yeah, where's the warrant? Well, they said that they had a change in... So they're private military... private guards. They know I'll kill you if you try.
What do we do?
Well, what are you waiting for?
Can we push him in the pond?
All right. I see how it is. If you two won't do it, I will.
With what?
I really hoped it wouldn't come to this. But... here we go.
Wait! Everyone, stand down!
Hey, puppy dog!
General Goro! You're here.
No, he isn't.
My apologies. Traveler, Detective Hazo. I wasn't telling you the truth.
We realized that.
Todoroki, the Traveler here is the hero who saved Watatsumi Island. Without her, Watatsumi Island would never have found the peace it has today. We mustn't raise our weapons against her.
I mean, you can, but I mean, that wouldn't be a good choice for you. That's the key of this, too.
How could you be so naive, General Goro? If we let them go free, then who's to say the Shogunate won't come after us tomorrow? If the Shogunate decides to investigate, we won't be able to hide the truth.
I don't think she really cares right now.
I wouldn't allow them to take you, Todoroki.
Let's not kid ourselves. If going to jail could solve the problem, I would go and turn myself into the Tenryou Commission right now. The question is, what are we going to do with the goods? Will you be able to keep them? Not to mention the chance of astronomical fines. Can you afford that?
Probably.
Goro, we both know that Watatsumi Island is a barren land. Plant 100
I fixed that
here
problem
and maybe
still.
only 3 would grow. And those 3 combined would still be smaller than just 1 carrot imported from elsewhere. You can't grow food or medicinal herbs here, and if we buy them from Rito, we pay exorbitant taxes.
I know.
My eldest son died fighting on the battlefield. But do you know how my second son died? He died because there was no medicine to treat him.
You had a third son, I'm hoping?
You awarded both of them medals of honor. But did that save their lives? Can medals heal Tokuda and Masashi's wounds? No. It was the medicine that I got that saved their lives.
Hark, Ego?
If we detain them today, the Shogunate will never know what we've done. Besides, we're only a few months away now.
Bitch, what do you think will happen if you try and detain me?
We will set them free once the new bill is passed in just a few months, and everything will be okay. None of what happened here will be mentioned again, and life on Watatsumi Island will continue to improve.
I repeat, bitch, I'd like to see you try.
I understand, Todoroki, but they won't...
I can trust the Traveler won't, but the detective here is a Tenryou Commission officer. Forget it.
Wait, what's the bill?
It's a new commodity tax bill currently being drafted by the Kanjo Commission. The bill exempts taxes on goods that are in short supply on Watatsumi Island.
That's sweet.
Once the bill's introduced, we'll be able to buy commodities that we need from regular marketplaces.
Oh, I see. Man alive.
Is that your quote?
I wish I had known sooner. In that case, how about we put your fears at ease and I'll stick around here a little longer.
That's because you like the island.
You know, until the bill is introduced.
Huh?
Detective Hazo, are you saying that...
Extended vacation! Yay!
You mean you're willing to stay here, young man?
Yes, I am such a hostage situation. Please let me.
Come on, you two. What's with the strange looks? You've been keeping me under close surveillance, haven't you? Surely you must have noticed that aside from being a detective, I'm also an ordinary tourist who likes to enjoy good scenery.
I repeat.
I believe that after the new commodity bill is passed, there will be more and more traffic between the two sides, and more people will be coming to visit Watatsumi Island. I have to take the opportunity now and enjoy this place where I still have it all to myself. Before long, tourists will start pouring in.
Oh, you selfish bastard, but I can understand.
Thank you, Detective Heizo. On behalf of the people of Watatsumi. My pleasure. But one good turn deserves another, does it not? Oh, you mean there's something you wish to request? I suppose you could say I'm from the Shogunate, but the traveler next to me isn't.
I'm not from anywhere.
As far as I know, she is planning to visit other nations soon, and it is unclear if she will return to Narukami Island or not.
Bitch, you think
Therefore,
they could keep me
there's
here?
no need to limit her freedom, right?
I repeat.
I'm sure no one else will hear of what happened today. Am I right, traveler?
Something happens? I have this selective memory problem. I agree with the cool nod.
Well, it's settled then. She will always be an important partner to Watatsumi, and I would never dream of limiting her freedom. So please, don't worry, Detective Heizo.
And you're sweet, Heizo, for thinking of me.
I'll hold you to that. But if I ever find out you've lied to me again, there's a chance I'll lose my cool. I'm sorry for not telling you the truth earlier. It's a serious matter, and I didn't want outside parties to become involved. But today, I realized my poor judgment. How could I possibly hide anything from Detective Heizo and the Traveler?
Because you're so adorable. Oh my god, let me pet you.
I'm glad you understand now. But, in all honesty, I'm the one who should be thanking you. It's because of you that I was finally able to reach an answer. After all, nothing makes a detective happier than putting a case to rest. Ah, I understand now. You really are an interesting person, Detective Heizo. No, I'm afraid you don't quite get what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Head pats for the cute dog.
Wait! Paimon gets this one! It's the answer to your question, right? The one about the thing you sensed coming from Goro and the others. Now you figured it out!
Shut up, Paimon. He wanted to sound mysterious.
What? The thing you sensed coming from me? But I always have excellent personal hygiene.
No, not like that!
Hey, Traveler. Could I talk to you for a moment? Besides, I haven't had a chance to thank you yet.
How are you going to thank me? And should I worry about it being ASMR? No, seriously, I have my... It caused shivers. Literally, because earphones kind of thing is...
Hey, there you are. Come here, look. It's beautiful, isn't it? Watatsumi Island.
Oh, yeah. Wait, yeah, I know, right?
It's remarkable how such a barren land can give life to such wonderful and stunning scenery. To be honest, I am grateful to you for this trip. Before you arrived, I was running around like a headless chicken.
This doesn't seem like a good reference.
Even if I happened to find out what was going on here, I wouldn't have been able to uncover any concrete information without you present. I'm just sorry that I promised I'd accompany you back. It appears that I won't be able to do so for the time being. So please, cover for me in the meantime, okay?
Yeah, right, the commission... have you really decided to keep...
It's all in the past now. Let's just chalk it up as an intriguing experience I had on my trip here. Besides, that's not what I wanted to investigate anyway.
There goes my stellar record. So, have an answer you, sir.
Everyone you led me to and everything they said brought me closer to the answer.
And now I finally get it.
That I'm most awesome? I'm joking.
Watatsumi Island is an
Hi,
ancient
Alice
land
Thomas one.
where the soil is poor and many crops do not grow because it's lacking a certain thing.
I am doing well.
But what the inhabitants of this land do have is bravery. They were courageous enough to stand up and resist the gods and accomplish what they knew
Thank you so
could
much for
not
the
be
follow.
done. This is yet
Hey,
another
we're going through some
instance in which
hangouts.
that certain
Well, this
thing
hangout.
shines.
And we're probably gonna do this one more time. I said that I was only gonna do one, but I'm looking at the ending names, and I wanna try and get this one.
Missing element.
Next one.
That certain thing is what I sensed present in Goro, Todoroki, Tokuda, and Masashi, which is the true vitality of this land.
Clicking his fingers, come on.
I guess I was mistaken when I declared that something was missing.
It's going well.
That something from this island had evaporated into
I am
thin
about
air.
2 hours later than I expected because I can't stop this fucking game.
It's still there, just in a different state of being. When water is heated by fire, it evaporates and eventually finds its place in the sky. Similarly, when the land was harmed, its vitality evaporated and eventually found its place among the inhabitants.
Woo!
This is the final answer I've been searching for.
Cool.
Anyway, thanks again.
Yes, I am adorable.
You know,
I mean, you're
even though we
adorable. I
just
mean,
met,
shit.
I wish you could be my partner all the time. Call me Grady, I guess.
I mean, you can join my harem.
But, of course, I know that's impossible.
Join my
You have
harem.
your own journey to complete. So I'll just keep doing what I can. Hopefully keeping my memories from evaporating safe and sound in my mind. That way, I'll always be able to remember these beautiful things.
And which game do I play the most? I don't play Honkai
full
Rail.
of life and vitality. And you too.
But as for an online game, this is the one that I do. Oh, that's a cute picture. Journey will end, but memories will remain. That doesn't have choice things. I can only handle one gacha game at a time. Sorry. Say I know my limits, and I don't have enough money to change that. One obsession at a time.
Something vital is missing on this island.
God damn, I still got ASMR problems
Isn't
from
that
that.
bizarre? Something vital
yes,
has
I made
gone
it myself.
missing on this island. Has something evaporated into thin air?
Was planning on doing an updated model.
What could it be?
For the 7th of November to celebrate how long I've been an affiliate on Twitch. But, being hospitalized actually kind of put a wrench in a few things for getting stuff done. So, it won't be done as soon as I want it to be. It can only handle as many spondos and waifus to collect. Yeah, I know, right?
Paimon bets it must be something delicious.
I mean, it's not too amazing. If you go to VR Droid. This. You can kind of create your own. I did the designs and stuff because they have basics for it, but the hairstyle I created on my own, and nearly all the textures are mine. So, something delicious.
Oh.
This missing music.
That was an unexpected response. It'd be right at home in a novel.
I know, right?
Interestingly, I didn't have the same dream again after I left this place. so I became even more intrigued. Was this really just some random dream?
I'm dragging you back there.
Some people believe that dreams represent the divine's helping hand, which I suppose is understandable.
Yes.
However, if you ask me, dreams have nothing to do with the gods. Instead, they are flashes of intuition.
Let's say, the thing with my model is I like to do all this stuff on my own. I appreciate you offering, but I'm kind of... That's just the way I am on that. But thank you so much for offering.
It was my intuition telling me that there was something important about this island that, poof, suddenly vanished. So I decided to accept this little commission from my intuition and investigate to see if I could come up with any compelling findings. Unfortunately, the investigation has had little progress up to this point. Who knows? I felt there was something Nah, don't worry about it. So how would you like to partner up on this one? We can work together to solve... Yes, of course, I understand.
No.
Well, so since we're already here, why don't we just solve this puzzle together? Once everything is settled, I'll...
Curious about your dream, but it's my duty to bring you back.
What a sterling example of dedication.
He's still happy with that.
In that case, I'll accompany you back to the police station first. We can discuss the issue of Watatsumi Island later.
Still happy with me even though I said that I'm dragging him back? Cool, cool, cool. Okay, thank you so much on that. I appreciate...
Oh, look who showed up. Hey, Zoe, you're finally back.
No, he isn't. He's a figment of your imagination.
If you took any longer to come back, everyone at the police station would be toast.
Why?
You say that every time I come back, Uesugi. However, something does feel a little unusual about the police station this time.
I mean, I'm here.
Come on, would I ever lie to you? Madame Kujo-Sara is here, and she's on the warpath. So be on the lookout.
I mean, I'm here. I can help deflect some of that.
What's that lady doing here?
Doshin Shikanoin, I see you finally returned. Please, enlighten us. What have you been doing recently?
Vacation.
Okay. I was just out investigating a case.
Don't give me that. I checked the records here. You didn't take any cases.
God, step on me. I mean...
Actually, it's a case of personal relevance to me. These two can attest to that.
Thank you for bringing me into this.
Traveler? Paimon, what are you two doing here?
I was bringing him back on a leash.
We're the ones who brought Hazel back.
Shut up, Paimon.
Brought him back? Can someone please explain?
Well, when somebody has certain kinks...
Well, Madame Kujo-Sara, because we couldn't locate Doshin Shikanoin, we commissioned Detective Ryuji from the detective agency. Shortly after, Ryuji returned to tell us, that he had given the commission to the Traveler, and then...
This is just getting worse and worse.
It used to be that the Tenryo Commission assisted others with disappearances, but it seems these days others are now assisting us. You've done it this time, Shikanoin. I think I've really seen it all.
I mean, is it really so unusual for officers and citizens to assist one another?
Yeah, actually he did seem to.
Yeah, it was kind of weird, but it was definitely an investigation.
Shut up, Paimon!
He even pretended to be captured by Nobushi and treasure hoarders.
Oh? Is that so? Well, since you were testifying for him, I suppose I won't ask any more questions.
You should probably ask more questions.
But since you're here, I have an extra favor to ask.
Yes, Mommy?
I'd like you to be Shikanoin's temporary supervisor. It'll be your duty to ensure that he handles his case properly, and that he doesn't disappear and neglect his work again. I'll be sure that the police station prepares the appropriate compensation.
So basically, you're actually allowing me to have him on a leash.
Oh, yes, Traveler. I'm sure we'd all really appreciate it.
And I'm gonna get paid for it. Ring glance at...
Jesus seems to be happy with the idea.
That's so kink confirmed? I understand, leave it to me.
You should thank the Traveler this time, Doshin Shikanoin. Otherwise, I don't think I would have let you off so easily. Here, take this letter of complaint. It's written against you. Please consider carefully what to do with it. I do not wish to see another one.
Oh,
understood?
So I need to burn it?
Huh? Someone filed a complaint? That can't be right. Why would there be a complaint letter?
You must not be doing your job properly, and now you're attracting complaints.
Bitch, if you get a Karen, you can be doing everything fucking right and still get a complaint.
No, it really doesn't add up. You two don't get it. Although Madame Kujo-Sara just made some harsh remarks, we all know that Heizo-senpai is a real whiz when it comes to cracking cases. He's the biggest asset in our team. Several leaders have risen through the ranks as a result of his achievements. He's definitely no slacker.
X'd it out.
Then he must have gotten himself into some kind of trouble.
With Karen.
Well, let me see what's the deal here. Oh, and since you agreed to be my temporary supervisor, you'll find the desk where new case files are kept right over there. Would you mind helping me check what cases I need to deal with?
I think you need to do it, yeah, with a complaint list.
Of course, but first I have to confirm what's going on, and whether or not the letter's legit. Please, have a look at the case files first.
Nah. Where do I... Am I allowed in the building? I did not mean to do that. I'm not allowed in the building, because I literally leave them out here. They literally leave them out here. I think it is Prince of... The slacker claims to be the Prince of Mischief, terrorizing children and losing valuable. Which are... Genius vocation.
Not him again.
Yes. Beloved dog, Eastern Express, reportedly went missing late last night. The owner discovered 12 canine footprints of various places in the courtyard, leading to the initial assumption that the crime was carried out by a team of canines?
Who would give a dog such a strange name?
I don't know who would give their baby such a strange name as Apple. No. Police station. Your application for public Enzo talks. Public awareness campaign has been received. Following the review, your station has been authorized to run the performance with the in charge of related work.
Heizo-Talk's fraud? What's that? Sounds interesting, whatever it is.
Probably pissed off higher ups for that. Yo.
So, have you gone through the case files? Is there anything that caught your eye? That case should be easy enough. Just leave it to Uesugi. This complaint letter I received is more important.
Then why were you asking?
I was hoping I wouldn't have to drag you into this, but it's just occurred to me that with your help, I might be able to wrap up this problem.
I don't deal with Karens well. I choose violence with Karens.
Alright then, tell us about the complaint letter.
It's from Sango, the president of Bantan Sango Detective Agency. I assume you've met her before?
How does it count if it's, like, through beef like that?
You can say that. Sango's complaint letter accuses me of abusing my power for personal gain and blatantly concealing the truth behind the Ryuji case from years ago. Seriously, do I really seem like the type of person who'd do that?
The first part, yes. The second part, no.
Concealing the truth? That definitely sounds like something you would do.
Hey, don't judge a book by its cover, alright? Let's just go to the detective agency and talk to Sango. We'll need to speak with her to get to the bottom of this.
I mean... Well, gravity had me again. Damn you, gravity! Also forgetting that my stamina was low. Yo!
Welcome back, Mr. Heizo. I'm glad you're all right. How about some tonkatsu? You must have missed the taste of home after so long.
Maybe next time, Ryuji. Seems like somebody's been expecting me. And I'm afraid they're only gonna be disappointed once again.
Can you play nice, please?
Well, look who it is.
Well.
The great Detective Heizo. What nonsense were you talking about just now?
Chill!
I've been worried about you, you know. So much so that I took the trouble to write that heartfelt letter to the Tenryou Commission. Well, was it sufficiently flattering for you?
Uh-oh, they're at it again.
I noticed.
Let's not waste the traveler's time, Sango. Just tell me, what do you want?
Have a hate fuck? I don't know.
Fine by me. My request is simple. Disclose all the details of the Ryuji case. It's time you stop hiding the truth and let me investigate it thoroughly.
First of all, that case has already been solved. Second, I've disclosed everything the police station has on the case. And third...
Enough! You can only fool Ryuji with that. If you don't want to cooperate, I can assure you that I will write more letters to the headquarters of the Tenryou Commission. I will not give up on this case.
Shut up, Karen.
Wait! Hold on! Can someone please explain what's going on here? Paimon doesn't have a clue what you two are talking about.
I never have a fucking clue.
All right, let me explain.
Okay.
Several years ago, a terrible murder took place in the police station. I was still working at the Tenryou Commission then, and the victim was actually my dear boss. Due to various factors, I was deemed to be the top suspect, which is why it's called the Ryuji case.
I was about to say, that's your name.
Also, Heizo wasn't a part of the police station back then. He was a detective at the agency, which at the time was called the Bantan Sango and Heizo Detective Agency.
Why the fuck did the commission even take your complaint seriously if it's like a jilted lover or whatever?
Huh? That's crazy! But, wait. Then why did Heizo leave?
Better pay.
After the incident, I was quickly convicted and sent to prison. Fortunately, Sango then promptly proved my innocence and caught the real murderer.
But that murderer was actually just a dummy to throw us off. Am I right, Detective Shikanoin?
Sango thought that everything went smoothly, so much so that she suspected the real murderer was someone else. Of course, Detective Heizo was also helping with the investigation,
But after a long time, he still came up empty-handed. Later on, he decided to join the police station to continue his investigation on the inside, which is why he left the detective agency.
Ha! That's what I thought too. I was foolish enough to believe that Detective Shikanoing and I shared a common goal.
She's just bitter.
But I was wrong about him. He has no sense of loyalty at all. He just wanted to become an official as a means of gaining fame and fortune.
You feel like you're making assumptions here.
Come on, stop exaggerating. Let me set the record straight here. First, I joined the police station long after that murder case happened, and it had nothing to do with any inside investigation. That's just somebody's wishful thinking.
I mean, if you want to make connections.
Second, purely out of curiosity, I did investigate the case later from within the police station. My conclusion was that the suspect Sango had caught was in fact the real murderer.
Cool.
And lastly, when Sango didn't buy my conclusion and asked me to disclose all related case files from the police station, I did exactly as she asked. I didn't hide anything.
Cool.
He's lying right through his teeth.
I mean...
That's it. I want this to end once and for all. Since the Traveler's my supervisor today, they have complete access to all the police station's files.
I don't understand how this is legal.
If she's willing to help re-examine the case and arrives at the same conclusion that I did, then you won't have to doubt me anymore.
Whoa. Huh?
I know, right?
Unless you don't trust the Traveler.
You sure as hell shouldn't.
Come on, say it.
It's not about whether the Traveler's trustworthy. I'm just wondering if you will interfere somehow.
Well, he likes cages, so I bet if I tie him up, he'll enjoy it.
The thought never even crossed my mind.
You have to swear that you will not mislead the Traveler by any means, and let her investigate the truth on her own.
No problem. Cross my heart, hope to die.
Please, cross your heart, but don't hope to die, please.
Well, Traveler, are you willing to help me with this? Will you agree to re-examine the Ryuji case and find the truth? You can bill me later for however much you'd like as compensation.
I don't think I have a choice in this matter.
Sango, really? However much they want?
I don't want any money, I just...
Money is valuable, no doubt. But pursuing the truth is the reason I started this agency. The Ryuji case is the only case I failed to solve.
It's apparent that you didn't fail.
Give you anything. All right. I'm counting on you, Traveler.
You shouldn't.
You hear that, Detective Shikanoing? Ha! Now we just need to wait and see.
You're putting your pride on the line for this.
All right, I got it. No need to keep yammering like that. You'll scare the kids next door. Come on, let's go back to the police station.
We get to be detectives! Woo! Please no sneaky.
Alright, hang out here for a sec. I need to go to the archives to get the case files.
Yeah, because we can't, you know, go inside there.
For now, why don't you go and chat with Yoriki Owada over there? He worked on this case too back in the day.
You seem to really want me to look into this.
No, you misunderstand. It's not that I want you to look into this. It's just that you're the only one who can.
I am happy for your confidence in me, but I'm gonna prove you the fuck wrong somewhere along the way and fuck up.
You're the only one I can think of who Sango would ever believe. She trusts in both your qualities and abilities, so I hope your findings can finally convince her and put an end to this whole thing.
Why anybody still does?
Sure, she's just writing complaint letters for now, but who knows what she'll do in the future.
King Karen.
Alright, I'll go get those case files. You go ahead and talk to Yoriki Owada for a while.
Hello there.
Hi. Enzo sent me to talk to you about the Ryuji case.
The Ryuji case. Oh, so you want to reinvestigate that one?
I don't want to. I have to. There's a difference.
That was several years ago now, but I still remember it clearly. It's pretty hard to forget something like that.
I mean, unless it's traumatizing enough that you need to.
Especially when the victim was the head of this police station. His name was Takatsukasa Isamu, the younger brother of Takatsukasa Susumu, head of the Takatsukasa clan.
If you're expecting me to say any of those names correctly, you are fucking unbelievable
Really
and don't know
one
me.
Of a kind. Decisive, brave, and smart. He was much younger than me and already had quite a reputation. I'm sure he would have gone far in the Tenryou Commission, if only he was still alive. What a shame. Who would have guessed someone was plotting against him?
Nah, never. Ryuji was the...
People will believe anything they hear. Everyone in the police station knew that Ryuji saw Takatsukasa Isamu like a father.
I mean, people still kill their fathers.
Ryuji was an orphan, you know. Before he joined the station, he had been taking odd jobs here and there.
Orphans kill their father
really
figures, too. I mean, it's...
Ryuji was simple and not particularly bright, but he was very loyal to those who treated him well.
Backhanded compliment.
He's also hardworking. Isamu must have seen these qualities in him and decided to keep Ryuji by his side.
Cool.
Ryuji worked with him for years after that, and was even promoted to be his personal assistant. Do you really think Ryuji would do anything to harm him?
I mean, some people would, but I mean, I don't think Ryuji is the kind of character for that.
Then why was Ryuji convicted? Even Paimon can tell that's a mistake.
I know, right? And that's a scary thought that even Paimon can tell.
Well, here comes the interesting part of the case. Within a week, and before all the loose ends had even been tied up, Ryuji received his conviction.
See, I told you the justice system anywhere in Teyvat apparently doesn't work.
Moreover, it was signed by Madame Kujo Sara.
The fuck?
What? Why would Sara do something like that?
I'm getting older now, and my eyesight is poor. I can't see too clearly anymore.
I feel like you are changing the subject.
Hey, come on, Yoriki Owada. There's nothing to see. It's obvious that the Kujo clan did it.
Please continue this conversation as loud as fucking possible.
You can't just go around saying things like that, Wisuki. Those were just hearsay. There was no evidence.
That's not true. Traveler, you may be unaware that the Takatsukasa clan has always been assisting the Kujo clan in the Tenryou Commission. But who doesn't want to be the boss, right?
I don't want to be the boss. Please don't make me the boss.
And Takatsukasa Isamu was the key figure for the Takatsukasa clan to bring down the Kujo clan. At that time, no one was held in higher regard than Isamu.
Cool.
So, naturally, the Kujo clan saw him as a potential threat. Kujo Takayuki must have been planning it all along, that rascal.
Okay.
Takayuki is able to control the Takatsukasa clan as long as he's in power. But by the time he retires, Isamu would have been at the apex of his political power, while Masahito and Kamaji of the Kujo clan would still have been too young.
So which Game of Thrones are we taking from?
The two of them wouldn't stand a chance against Isamu. You think Kujo Takayuki would simply sit back while Isamu gained traction? So he decided to strike first.
Good that we're speaking as loud as possible in front of the police station. Do I continue?
You youngsters and your conspiracy theories.
No, it's true. It's the
Say,
only
the old
way
man wants to
explain it.
retire.
Otherwise, why would an
And not say-
impartial person
and not
like
die.
Madame Kujo Sara sign Ryuji's conviction so quickly?
First of all, she as much as she says she's impartial, she's not. Second of all, leave the old man alone so he can retire and not say this. It's only a few days from retirement and then die. Cool, cool.
They had to find a scapegoat to pacify the Takatsukasa clan, so Kujo Takayuki must have told her to sign it immediately. I'm not accusing Madame Kujo Sara of anything, mind you. I respect her very much.
Doesn't sound like it.
But maybe she had no other choice.
Speculation!
What do
Hearsay.
you know? I'm sure Madame Kujo Sara must have had her own reasons.
What about the real murderer?
The guy was a forensic expert who worked in the station named Shiroyama. I have to admit, he wasn't easy to track down. That Sango really is something, though. She caught him without even breaking a sweat. It turned out that after poisoning Isamu, Shiroyama secretly took the poison to Ryuji's place in order to frame him.
That bitch.
Later on, the poison was also found in the forensic office, but that was already after Shiroyama's death. He confessed everything in a testament.
Who says he wasn't beaten for it?
That's right. He hung himself in the forensic office not long after Sango was on his trail. Probably because he knew it was only a matter of time before he would be caught. Of course, he didn't admit whether he had been prompted by Kujo Takayuki. He took the responsibility alone. I bet Kujo Takayuki promised him a sizable compensation. After all, Shiroyama had a family to feed.
There you go again, pulling conclusions out of thin air. There wasn't any evidence of that at all.
Well, you know the gossip mill.
Listen, I can almost guarantee that it was the Takatsukasa clan who invited Sango to investigate. We all knew that Ryuji was just a scapegoat. You think the Takatsukasa clan wouldn't figure that out? They're not stupid. So, they were suspicious of the Kujo clan and invited Sango to take the case. However, the Kujo clan were still a step ahead and were able to remove themselves from the situation before the whole thing blew up. They drove Shiroyama to take all the blame as well as his own life. A perfectly clean cut for the Kujo clan.
I'm not gonna... Knowing how Game of Thrones works, and this is obviously doing a play off of it, and knowing how, powerful families work, I mean, it
With
isn't past
Shiroyama dead, there was no one left to testify. Even the Electro Archon herself wouldn't be able to do anything.
Bitch, she wouldn't even pay attention to this shit anyways. She was off locking herself up in eternity.
You make up stuff faster than a politician. It's a wonder nobody's asked you to be an advisor yet.
Oh, burn.
Hey, that's their loss.
I mean, that doesn't sound like it's a good thing.
The whole thing is starting to sound complicated.
Welcome to politics.
Hey, I brought the files.
Good! Something nice to talk to and look at.
I bet you got quite an earful just now, huh?
Yes!
But don't believe everything they say. After all, people can tell you anything, and it's hard to separate truth from rumors without facts.
But the thing is, if enough people believe it, whatever rumors it is, it will become facts in their mind.
So what really matters is the case files. Everything laid out here is all that the police station has about the case. Please, take a look.
Dear outsider who hasn't, you know...
Remember, you may find many clues during an investigation, but not all of them are useful. And in some cases, the clues you will find will not only be useless, but downright misleading.
Bitch, I already did the Fontaine thing, so, I mean, it's...
Also, if a clue cannot corroborate anything on its own, you can always compare it with other clues, and maybe then you'll find what you're looking for.
Bitch, I play puzzle games.
Okay, that should just about do it.
And as a child, I used to play Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego, but I sucked at that because I didn't know much about world hits.
Hold on.
I had mom sit beside me to give me clues.
As a result.
Usually, you need to find two things from these clues. A proven motive and proven means. Once you can confirm these two things, the criminal can be proven guilty.
That's actually more justice than, say, the Fontaine.
All right, you can go ahead and get started now. I look forward to hearing your verdict.
Hung jury? How about that? Hung jury? Oh, I'm supposed to look at these. A week before the incident, Master Issa caught a cold and lost his appetite. Rice was all he could eat, and he'd been taking some special cold medicine. The night before the incident, he had yet to recover and was still busy with his work, so I worried about his health. When Dr. Shiroyama came to deliver the medicine, I consulted him about a health supplement. Dr. Shiroyama said fish liver could help boost his immune system, so I went to the forensics office to retrieve some and gave it to Master Isa. But the next day, really, Master Isa was so kind to me. I swear I wouldn't ever do that to him.
Come to think of it, Shiroyama was a forensic doctor. He could easily pull off something like this.
Why the fuck are you trusting a forensic doctor to, you know, treat a sickness? Just general question. I'm not smart or anything. Shiroyama's. I murdered Isa. I poisoned his cold medicine. Though he appeared to be honest and honorable in public, in secret he asked me to search out a new type of poison to get rid of those who opposed him. He also said if I refused, he would throw me back in prison. He used my family to blackmail me. He left me with no choice. I killed him with a new type of poison someone had purchased for me at the International Trade Association. To protect myself, I later framed my colleague, Ryuji. But now it's only a matter of time before the detective uncovers everything. I know I've made a big mistake. There's no accepting it now. Only death awaits me. I merely ask that my family be spared.
Hey, this is the key to proving that Shiroyama was the murderer, right? That is, if he was telling the truth, of course.
X it out. A note placed with the Shiroyama's testament after comparing the handwriting is confirmed to be written by the deceased Isa. I'm not bothering trying. Shiroyama, long time no see. I trust the thing I asked you for is in progress. I paid a visit to your home today while you weren't around. Thankfully, a wonderful wife welcomed me in. She's a fine woman, a perfect match for you. Your wife is 5 months pregnant, I believe. Fancy that. My wife too. I took the liberty of returning once more to provide her with some health supplements and even helped administer them to her. She was most grateful indeed. You will be equally grateful to me, no doubt. Then don't keep me waiting.
Takatsukasa Isamu seems like a thoughtful person, but something about the tone sounds weird.
I know, right? As though it was a threat. Oh, it's already that late? Hang on. The deceased is a 41-year-old police station manager. Clothes intact at the time of death, no visible trauma observed in the body, no sign of a struggle. The throat was congested and swollen, caused by a cold before his death. I mean... I know, right? I can hear my doctor somewhere in the background screaming about that sleep schedule. Local ulceration was found in the stomach and intestines, caused by a novel toxin found in the stomach contents. Stomach contents include partially undigested soft rice, all volatile liver paste residue. The main ingredient was a highly concentrated fish liver extract, a highly valuable. All volumes of cold medicine residue containing large amount of acidic fruit and vegetable extracts. Appears to be a specifically prepared medicine from the Office of Forensic Science. Why would the forensic scientists be, I repeat, being the ones that... Low volume of novel toxin residue, which was found in the same. Abnormal mucous memory disease caused less respiratory.
Yikes! He ate all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, but he said that, I mean, the fish liver, yes, and the rice also, but... And the toxin, yes, but it also said there was other things like fruits and... So, it wasn't the only thing he ate. Okay. Suspect Ryuji, 20 years old. Doshin, a subordinate of the deceased, Isa. Ryuji grew to resent his boss. Isa following a conflict at work. Then secretly bought a bottle of poison to kill him in revenge. Where's the receipt for him buying the poison? Unused poison was later found in the suspect Ryuji's home for the crime of premeditated murder. Though the thing is, if it's a novel toxin, do you really think Ryuji's smart enough to make that? Ryuji is remain in temporary incarceration waiting trial. This file will be kept as evidence. Signed.
Wow. Ryuji's conviction really was signed by Kujo-Sara. but now we know she had it wrong.
No. Conviction of... Yeah, wrong button. I didn't mean to hit that one. I didn't want to hit.
Wow.
I don't care. I don't care. The suspect, Shiroyama, 22 years old, forensic doctor, subordinate of deceased Isamu. Grogu sent his boss, Isa, following a conflict at work. He then secretly bought a poison to kill him. I think we are just jumping to conclusions on this. It's like copy and paste. He confessed to planting the poison and found it. A premeditated sentence to death. Punishment cannot be carried out because the suspect ended his own life before execution take.
Huh. So Shiroyama's conviction was also signed by
I know, really?
Kujo-Sara, just like Ryuji's.
I don't want to hear that one again.
Huh.
Toxicology report. On the toxin, caused death. Odorless, tasteless, inert substance, soluble in water, but properties of a synthetic toxin. It appears fine white powdery substance. In its normal state, white powder. Oh, meth. Meth is white powder, right? Smart. Station also investigated the ledgers of all domestic commerce guild. No transactions. Yes, see?
A synthetic toxin? What's that?
A toxin that's synthetic. Sorry. It's blank. Looks like somebody tore out a few pages.
Huh? That's weird. There's nothing here. This must be some of the false information that Hazel told us to look out for.
I wouldn't say it's false information. I think it's hidden fucking information.
So, what did you find? Have you come to a conclusion? Really? You found the criminal's motive and means that quickly? Awesome. All right, let's talk about the motive first.
Okay.
What clue reveals the criminal's motive?
I'm thinking because he basically threatened his family.
Excellent work. According to the victim's message, the two had deep conflicts. Although we cannot confirm whether the poison had been requested by the victim or not, it is true that Isamu used Shiroyama's family to blackmail him. Such circumstances could be enough motive for Shiroyama to commit the crime.
But wasn't Takatsukasa Isamu good to Shiroyama?
Did you not hear the underlying threats there?
Shiroyama's
Oh wait,
house
it's
to bring
Paimon.
health supplements. But maybe he didn't really bring health supplements. Maybe it was something bad.
It pats Paimon.
Is that what you think, Paimon? Well, we later found out that what Takatsukasa Isamu sent to Shiroyama's house was indeed health supplements.
Oh, she wasn't trying to, you know, accidentally kill the baby.
But if you consider the circumstances, what he sent wasn't important. What was important is that sending the supplements was actually a dangerous signal.
I know. It says, I know where your family is, I know what state your family is, and I can fuck you over so bad.
Isamu was essentially implying, I can put anything in your wife's supplements at any time. If you really care about her safety, then get me what I want.
So scary! Your assumption sounds like a real threat!
It's not an assumption!
You're not really that dark inside, are you?
Other people can be!
You don't really catch criminals by standing in the light, do you?
No.
Basically, these two clues work to verify each other, and the murderer's motive is confirmed. Now, all that's left is the means of the crime.
I mean, it's obvious. Do I talk to you again?
Next, which clue confirms the criminal's means?
Autopsy.
So, what did you find? Have you come to a conclusion?
Yes. And I actually remember it. Autopsy report. No, we also need the toxicology report on this. I've watched too many fucking detective stuff.
Bingo. The autopsy report confirms that the cause of death was a special toxin. The testament indicates that Shiroyama used his position as a forensic expert to mix the toxin into the cold medicine taken by the deceased.
Cool.
But is that really the truth? Is it not possible that the toxin was mixed into the fish liver paste?
Well, it is a white powder.
Well, according to the toxicology report, this white powder only dissolves in water.
True.
Neither rice nor the fish liver paste could be used as a carrier of the toxin. The cold medicine was the only option.
I mean, there's water in cold medicine, but that doesn't mean it's usually just water.
Putting the poison elsewhere would not only fail to guarantee a lethal dose, but would also increase the chance of it being noticed by the deceased. Therefore, the means is also confirmed.
Add that to the motive for the crime and... Whoa! So the murderer really was Shiroyama!
Yeah.
Yep, pretty clear cut, wouldn't you say? Look, I really don't know what Sango is so suspicious about.
No, what? If the cold what I'm thinking... Sorry, watched too many detective things. If the cold medicine isn't pure water anyways, because it only says water, and there's still a bunch of things that have water. I mean, I couldn't see it getting into the rice, because that's a bit more... I mean, if there's water inside it, that makes the... I don't see why it excludes any of those things as the white powder being in it, because it needs water, and all those things have water in them in some form. Okay, ignore me. Because the its face, of course, has water in it.
Yeah, it's pretty clear cut. Huh. You could say it's almost too clear cut.
I mean, sometimes it's a good thing, but other times it's not.
Oh? Well, let's hear them.
What
Maybe
are you talking about? Hardy har har.
What's bugging you?
Good job, Faustus. Head pats to you. Yeah.
Maybe the report was wrong. The International Trade Association is a gathering place for merchants from all over. Countless merchants pass through the port of Rito every day. It's natural for there to be a couple of missing records here or there.
Is it? Especially when there's a blockade. I mean, there's a... like, literally nobody could leave the island. Basically, they were allowed to trade in this small little thing, and they were being watched over very closely by the people.
This also puzzles me. Maybe someone doesn't want us being privy to the content inside, or maybe Shiroyama tore a bunch of pages out by accident. But regardless, this isn't essential to the case. Like I said before, a lot of what comes up in an investigation is irrelevant information.
I feel like that is fucking relevant.
The crucial elements are Shiroyama's motive and means, which we have established.
No, I think it's a bit more important than that. If it's a means, you could know more in the means of the fucking poison that he created. Based on the convictions written by Sarah for committed the same crime, why is their punishment different?
Very nice. Top marks for attention to detail. It doesn't have any real bearing on the case, but
Then it's irrelevant. You don't have to explain it. Sorry, I'm being smartass.
So, why would Madame Kujo-Sara sign one conviction sentencing Ryuji to temporary incarceration awaiting trial, and another conviction sentencing Shiroyama to death?
Because there was more evidence against one versus the other?
You may have heard some rumors back at the station that when this case first came up, the Kujo clan higher-ups were in dire need of a scapegoat to keep the Takatsukasa clan off their backs. And poor Ryuji became the successful candidate.
I noticed.
In less than a week, The conviction was drafted, sent to Madame Kujo-Sara, and signed. Allegedly, she knew what it was about as soon as she saw it, and signed it with no questions asked.
Well, I mean, if it's just temporary incarceration, that gives them a time to, you know, get all the facts straight, rather than... Okay.
But anyone who buys this story clearly doesn't know that much about Madame Kujo-Sara. She's the most principled person in the entire Tenryo Commission, for goodness sake.
I would say, like I said, it gave him a chance to, you know, get all the facts straight and then let him leave. Well, the other ones is we had all the facts lined up in a row and evidence, kinda.
So, how would she respond to a case filled with unanswered questions and no confession from the suspect?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean...
Shut up, Paimon.
Exactly. Before she signed it, she changed Ryuji's conviction from the death sentence to temporary incarceration. Ryuji escaped a disastrous fate without ever realizing it. Had Madame Kujo-Sara not changed his sentence, Sango would have been seeking justice for a dead man.
Why was Sara so lenient with Ryuji?
I think we just covered this, Paimon.
That's the wrong question. This wasn't about Ryuji, but Madame Kujo-Sara's principles. The conviction could have been for a Ryuji, a Guji, heck, even a Tanuki,
I
and
know
she
what a
would have
Tanuki
made
is.
the
What's a
same
Guji?
decision. Given the enormous pressure she was under at the time, I'd say she did the most she could. Don't you think?
Yes.
Pressure? Really? Was someone higher up putting pressure on Sara?
Nah, never.
The pressure came from all sides. The deceased was the leader of the police station and the rising star of the Takatsukasa clan. All eyes were on this case. How this became reduced to the unimaginative rumor that Madame Kujo-Sara convicted Ryuji under pressure from her superiors, I have no idea.
People talk.
Ugh. Rumors here, conspiracy theories there. Lies at every turn.
I mean...
Fortunately, Madame Kujo-Sara works in an open and transparent manner, and pays no heed to rumors like this. She just rolls her eyes and forgets all about them.
I don't know why I'm asking is how do you know, because he's a fucking detective.
Just because she has never
Micro-expressions.
publicly clarified the truth doesn't mean she was hiding anything. So when I asked her about it, saying it was relevant to a case I was working on, she just told me how it was. Believe me, in this case, more than any other, I have checked every last detail.
Cool, cool.
Well, I've answered all your lingering questions.
I have more.
And you've checked all the material the police station has, so... What do you think? Case closed?
No.
Paimon still feels like something doesn't add up.
The goddamn pages that were torn
and
out.
again, Heizo did give us all the files the police station had. Ugh, this is annoying.
Yeah, the police station. Nice.
I don't follow. Enlighten me.
At the detective agency, the Sango, I've disclosed everything. When we started to look at the files, you said everything laid out here is all the police station has about the case. Now you said it again. You've checked all the material in the police station that this is the station has.
Huh, right. Why do you keep emphasizing police station every single time?
Semantics. Joking. Wordplay.
You tell me. Why do I keep emphasizing police station every time?
Wink, wink, wink. Because you're trying to hint there's other information the police station doesn't have.
So we're finally here, huh?
Wink, wink.
I was starting to think our investigation was about to end a little early. That would have been a real shame. Man alive, you finally saw through my little game.
Yes.
You're absolutely right. There is other information that the police station doesn't have. Reason being? It's my own evidence. And this evidence should help answer a couple of your questions more clearly.
Goddamn semantics.
Why was the research log from the Office of Forensic Science blank? And where did the white powder come from?
God,
Aha! Paimon knew you were keeping secrets.
Don't you have secrets too?
No, Paimon doesn't know when to shut up. She shares all the motherfucking secrets. I can't stop her.
No. Nope, definitely not.
Let's talk somewhere else. This isn't the best place for this discussion.
Oh? Currently involved. Fucking hell. Archon, hear me. That. Go talk to Shota and then leave him alone and act like I'm not gonna talk to him any more than this, you know? Just to clear up the fucking area. Oh, shiny! Shiny! No, I'm not a magpie. Shut up. Now let's talk to the kid. Hi, I don't care what you're about to say. I just want to do the other. Lacquerware. What do you exist? Here's the thing. Have you ever heard of Shrine's Divine Intervention? No. Wouldn't hurt if you give precious offer saying you may be able to wishes come true. I think pretty lacquerware is valuable. If I use this offering, I don't have much money. I feel like it's very good at making them. Could you ask her? No problem. Let's go. Now am I free? The answer is yes. And I will forget about your quest, boy.
Spot. Let's talk here.
It's also a romantic spot. I said nothing.
All right. Here's the secret I've been keeping all along. The torn out pages from the research log of the Office of Forensic Science.
I am so surprised. Who'd have thunk?
Great! But Paimon can't believe you kept this a secret all this time!
Shut up, Paimon.
It's not like you think. I wasn't the one who tore out the pages.
Cool.
Look, just read it over first.
Acid nutrients extracted from the Sensetia were mixed with the oil extract from the fish liver. When the mixture was purified, the formation of fine, powdery substance was observed. Over the course of the week, 4 spores to whom this substance has been administered suffered first from damage and disease from skin mucous membranes, followed by the respiratory failure, then death. The mixing and the purification procedure was then repeated, but replacing the Sensetia with concentrated Sensetia juice and the fish liver with concentrated fish liver paste, a large quantity of the fat powdery substance was produced. When the 4 spores were administered this dose, the time of death was reduced from 1 week to a few hours. See appendix for lethal dose analysis, researchers. So, the reason why he didn't share was because it would make Ryuji feel...
Finished? Do you see now?
Guilty, because he was the one that gave it.
The method used by the perpetrator to commit his crime wasn't by putting the white powder in the cold medicine.
I was right!
That's correct. The white powder was Shiroyama's invention. As a forensic doctor, he provided a special cold medicine for Takatsukasa
But
Isamu.
as a forensic doctor, you shouldn't be doing that!
Showed that this medicine contained a high volume
Should
of
be
acidic
like
fruit
a
and
family
vegetable
doctor or
extracts.
something. Or doctor that, like, does medicine.
Then, he tricked Ryuji into sending fish liver paste to Takatsukasa Isamu. When the 2 substances were taken together, a toxic dose of the substance formed in his body.
Fun.
This is the real modus operandi.
And you want to save Ryuji's feelings on
Oh, that's awful! One was medicine, and the other was an expensive nutritional supplement. Both completely harmless.
on their own.
True, both are harmless on their own, but when combined, poof, that's it.
He wanted the reason why was...
It was not him who wanted to hide it, but the person pulling the strings behind him.
Oh?
Huh. You mean there was someone else pulling the strings?
I wonder who was only brought up once earlier.
Aren't you curious where I found these pages from the research log? It was in Kujo Takayuki's secret warehouse.
This color me not surprised.
After I found the missing pages, I did some digging around and found out that Shiroyama had worked for Kujo Takayuki before joining the police station. The Kujo clan secretly provided Shiroyama with funds to study forensic science. I guess you could say that Kujo Takayuki's investment paid dividends in this case. Of course, I had only learned all of this after the Vision Hunt decree came to an end. Kujo Takayuki had lost his grip on power, and the Tenryou Commission was undergoing a general reshuffle.
Yeah.
To avoid coming under suspicion, Madame Kujo Sara put me in charge of building a case against Kujo Takayuki.
Yeah.
I found a huge stash of fish liver paste in a secret warehouse. Nothing hugely incriminating about that, of course, but I still took the trouble to open each and every package until finally, I had to concede that this really was just a huge stash of fish liver paste.
Oh, sweetheart.
But then, underneath the floor tiles, where the fish liver paste was stacked, I found a secret compartment with this torn-off research report lying inside.
Cool.
So it was him who wanted to frame Ryuji all along. What a nasty piece
I think
of
we already
work.
covered that he's a nasty piece of work of all the other shit that he did.
Let's review the whole case from the top. First, Takatsukasa Isamu, for whatever reason, noticed Shiroyama's talent as a forensic doctor and asked him to develop a special poison on his behalf.
Also,
but
why the fuck
Shiroyama
that
was
is
already working for the Kujo clan, so he refused.
Is nobody gonna look into the fact that the police captain was looking for a poison?
Takatsukasa Isamu wasn't about to take no for an answer, and that's where things took a dark turn. He twisted Shiroyama's arm by making a veiled threat to harm his family. All Shiroyama could do was to secretly report everything to
Unless he's
Kujo
trying to kill his
Takayuki.
brother.
When Takayuki learned what was happening, he instructed Shiroyama to pretend to cooperate with Takatsukasa Isamu, then kill the latter with the white powder once it was fully developed.
I just made the connection with the concentrated Sensetia, but it also said that acidic fruit juice was in the stomach with the forensic thing.
Meanwhile, Ryuji's only role in this case was to deliver the fish liver paste to Takatsukasa Isamu on Shiroyama's orders, completely unaware of the fact that he was being used as a pawn and that this was a key ingredient needed to create the poison. After the incident, Kujo Takayuki hoped to make Ryuji the fall guy, until the death sentence was stalled when it reached Madame Kujo Sara. In the meantime, Sango had begun her own investigation. Kujo Takayuki grew nervous that the truth would get out, so he threw Shiroyama to the wolves, hounding him to death and erasing all traces of contact between the two.
Cool.
And yet, he wanted to keep this secret formula, so he hid it. Greedy guy, that Takayuki. He must have wanted to have it on hand just in case he needed to employ it again in the future, and make someone else disappear.
I think he already had enough power to make people disappear. He did it before.
This Kujo Takayuki is an evil lunatic. We've got to report this to A. Whatever his current punishment is, it needs to be 10 times worse.
I think we already covered, like I said, that he's an evil lunatic. We've already covered this fact in the Archon
That
quest.
would be practically impossible. One research log found in his warehouse doesn't prove anything. Even I can think of 100 excuses. Besides, Ryuji directly contributed to Takatsukasa Isamu's death by delivering the fish liver paste to him. The fact that he was unaware of the true nature of the situation doesn't matter.
But he's still innocent, right? Isn't it just a coincidence? Paimon really doesn't get how the law works.
What would we say? Ignorance doesn't mean you haven't broken the law. Ignorance of the law doesn't mean that you get away from it.
Legally speaking, the judge would most likely rule that it was accidental. But in practice, Ryuji may still have to end up shouldering some responsibility.
So basically, you've been hiding the truth all this time to protect Ryuji.
Yes. Thank you for keeping up, Paimon.
Mental trauma doesn't heal as easily as physical wounds. My biggest worry is that Ryuji would struggle to cope if he knew the truth.
Mental trauma sometimes doesn't heal at all, coming from experience.
He's like an innocent child. He freely gives his trust and his love to everyone that treats him well. That's why he thought of Takatsukasa Isamu as a father figure. I'm pretty sure that to this day, he has never paused to wonder whether Takatsukasa Isamu was actually a good person, or if Sango just hired him as a gopher, or why I left the detective agency. If he found out the facts about Takatsukasa Isamu, I'm afraid it would crush him.
Agreed. Why are you revealing the truth?
Well, as you can see, I'm a little less confident than people might think.
You're adorable.
To prevent Ryuji from getting hurt, I covered up the truth. But by doing so, have I held him back?
I mean, that's an answer you have to find for yourself.
Did I do the right thing? I couldn't turn to anyone for help, and everyone around me thinks I'm so smart that I should just be able to handle every case on my own.
Hurt.
Even if I tried to discuss it with them, they'd just say, "Don't be ridiculous, Mr. Heizo, no problem's too difficult for you."
Sweetheart.
But you're different. Unlike them, you don't have that kind of prejudice towards me.
I mean, you're sexy, but I mean, that's not a part of this conversation.
You've traveled far and wide and have had all kinds of experiences. It must have taught you a lot.
If I can remember what it taught me.
Most importantly, my intuition tells me that you're someone special, that I can trust you and that you can help me. Right?
Yes.
So, I'd like you to be the one to decide whether we should expose the truth or not. Oh, you don't need to tell me what you decide, and you certainly don't need to decide right now. Let's just say I'm leaving this teensy tiny matter up to you.
It's not a teensy tiny matter!
All right, let's head back to the detective agency. You can mull it over on the way. Once you've made up your mind, just tell Ryuji and Sango your verdict.
Looks like it's
I was more blushing at that. I wasn't actually thinking. I mean, other than the sexy comment, but I mean,
the other day.
the you're special kind of went. Fuck. Brain stop for a moment. It's assuming far too much on that. That I'm a good person.
Hey, Traveler. Hey, Detective Heizo. You're back already, huh? I bet you're tired. Well, I just bought some tonkatsu. Care to join me? There's plenty for everyone.
You adorable little butterfly. Why am I?
We'd love to. But wouldn't you like to hear the results of our investigation first?
Shut up, Paimon. It's food first. Why are you not?
No matter what you were able to find, it's all in the past and won't ever change. So I think we'd better chow down first.
Yeah, I know, right?
Besides, if Sango's not happy with the results, we might not have anything to eat later.
Bitch, why are you throwing food?
Come on, Ryuji, pipe down. Let's hear the Traveler's conclusion first.
Okay then. Over to you, Heizo and Traveler.
Fuck this bus, and why has it run me over?
Don't worry, just tell us your findings. Everyone trusts you, as do I.
I feel like I'm being... Fuck.
But how? How could this be?
I just told you how it could be.
Huh. So, that's what really happened?
Ryuji, I know it's hard to accept, but...
Wait a minute. Sorry, I have quite the stomachache. Sango, can I take the day off?
Sure, of course. Take the week if you need it.
We are doing him no favors by lying to him. I'm just throwing that out there.
Oh, Paimon hopes Ryuji will be okay.
I didn't expect things to turn out like this.
Bitch, you were the one that started this. Don't back out
Just
now.
give him some time to himself. I think he'll eventually come to accept it.
I'm still a little worried, though. What if he doesn't come to work
You
tomorrow?
said you gave him the week off!
Then we'll go to him. Don't you worry about that, Sango. You need some time to process all of this, too.
Wait till the following day. Fine. I mean...
Ah, you're here. Don't worry. Ryuji came earlier
Yeah, I
this
didn't think he was
morning.
that kind of guy.
I guess he can handle a lot more than I had thought. I was honestly worried he'd suffer a breakdown.
Yeah, and you left him alone. But no, he didn't seem like
But
that.
as of today, it seems he'll be fine.
He's not here?
He went over to Netsuke Nogen Crafts to buy something.
Let's go find him then. Shall we?
Before you go, Heizo, I kind of understand now what you meant when you left.
Good.
Oh, really? I'm happy to hear you say that.
She won't say it again, and she'll probably throw things at you.
All right, time to find Ryuji.
You know, I was planning on doing Doki Doki Literature Club starting Saturday and then Sunday, but it's a lot of the Doki Doki Literature Club plus that includes all the other stuff. But then I realized I have surgery on Monday and they require me not to have liquids after 12, and trying to read that much without being able to, you know, drink anything to, you know, parch my throat kind of thing.
With a little kid too.
So we're gonna kind of move that over to next week.
Uncle Ryuji, was my daddy handsome? I've never seen what he looked like.
Of course. Takatsukasa Isumu was a very handsome man. Also, it's not uncle. Call me brother.
But you look so old.
I mean...
Well, I'm still your brother.
Really?
Huh? How come?
Because he treated me like a son.
Him.
Huh? Who are you guys?
People that continue to stick our noses where they don't belong.
We're friends with your big brother Ryuji, and with your father too.
Bitch, I didn't know the father.
Oh, really? Yay! I've met loads of my daddy's friends today. Can you tell me some stories about him? I really want to hear them.
Well... Your father basically blackmailed a person into working with him and threatened his family. Oh wait, that's not what you should say to a child.
Sure. Why, I know enough stories about your old man that if I started talking now, you'd be all grown up before I finished them.
Wow, that's amazing! Well, I don't want to grow up too soon then. Maybe when I'm 100. No, 200 years old. No, 300 years old.
Well, the key of living that long is to get a vision, become really fucking powerful enough to be on the level of Adepti, and then you can live that long.
Yep, I'm gonna wait until I'm 300 years old before I become a grown-up, so that I can make sure I finish all the stories first.
Wishful thinking of the children. Oh, some things are always more important
Welcome to Netsuke no
than the truth.
You can make things other than sculptures as well.
That's cute. Alright. Okay, that means we're finally at the end, and if this totally didn't do a 7-hour stream, I'm probably gonna stay up and not sleep until the solar eclipse happens, so I can watch it since it's early in the morning. Like I said, tomorrow will not be Doki Doki Literature Club as much as I said. So instead, we're gonna do a game that is very much beloved to me, and was also one of the reasons why I started this channel, to show off good indie games, which is Kathy Rain. A new detective is born. I think that's what it is. Oh, look, another detective thing. I just realized. Anyways. Oh, the monkey I had, I spent it in good company, and all the harm I've ever done, alas, it was to none but me. Why is it? There it's echoing. All I've done for want of wit to memory now I can't recall. Feel to me the parting glass. Good night and joy be to you all. Alright, y'all, this was Ishnai Ciarfox. I hope you have a good day or night, whenever it is, wherever it is you currently are. If you're watching this on YouTube, please like, subscribe, and comment. And I am getting a Five Nights at Freddy's ad. Cool. Is it coming out this month? Sorry, I was trying to get to somebody else to read, but... Thank y'all for joining. I really appreciate